Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Welcome. There he is. He is here.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Good morning. How are you? Hello. Hello, Pomegranate. Hi, hi, hi. Thank you so much for stopping by and saying hello. Goodbye. Hi, Fly High. You got first. I don't know where everybody else is, but you know, I'm sure. They're gonna hang out today. I'm um debating if I just want to put on like an essay in the background. Yeah. Let's see. I've got a few options. Hmm. Oh my god, a 5-stream streak. That's so cool. Thank you so much. I'm looking at video essays. Yeah. So like if you guys want to hang out while we do a little bit of co-working while listening to some video essays, hell yeah. We got history ones, but we also have oh, it is Biz Barkley. I always think that I'm remembering her name wrong, but no, it's correct. God, I love Biz. All right, guys. Stim's got a cute little tail. Hi, Noctis. Yeah, we're gonna do look at this beautiful art I'm doing. Thank you. It's really encapsulating of my mental state right now. Okay. I'm looking for... Alright, guys. Would you like actual history, or would you like unhinged philosophy essays? Unhinged? Your mental state is clear and unencumbered by your mistakes. So real, I wish. I'm feeling unhinged? Alright, perfect, perfect, perfect. Thank you for the head pats. Guys, I think... Is second still available? I think second's still available. Congratulations, Fly High on first, and Biz on third. Noctis, you could have second, or Arms could have second. Even Pomegranate could have second. It is, yes, yes. I just checked third first. Fair enough. You know, 1 second? Oh, man. I was literally gonna say, if you ain't first, you're last. Ricky Bobby, Talladega Nights. He knows what to say. Alright. Alright. We gotta turn off the happy anime music really quick.
and nope, that's not the right one. There we go. That's the one I want. Waha. Waha. Alright. Let's see. We've got Snape Wives. Nope. Nope. Oh yes. This one. This is the one that made me love Biz. This essay goes everywhere. It is so good and also just so much at the same time. She connects the Christian redemption cycle from the God is Dead movies to Midnight Mass, the Netflix series, and how there are parallels and contrasts between the two. And this is like one of her like formative essays that she will refer back to many times in the future, which is so fun. Um Kevin Sorbo? I don't know who Kevin Sorbo is. One like equals one prayer. I calmly and without excess convince you that Brother Pureflick's propaganda nightmare God's Not Dead and Mike Flanagan's 2021 Netflix horror series Midnight Mass are equally valuable interpretations of the Christian redemption cycle. Support from Nietzsche and Brothers Karamazov and my cat. Enjoy. He played Hercules in the show Hercules in the 90s and is a nuts on Twitter. What? Wild. And then there's this one, Understanding Snape Wives, Religion, Fandom, Sociology, and Erotica. Today we're looking at the Church of Severus Snape, a handmade religion that burnt like the sun in the early 2000s before fizzling into relative obscurity by the 2010s. Based on the academic works of Emily Durkheim, Zoe Alderton, Marcus Davidson, and more, we're going back well more than 3 turns of Time Turner to discover the roots and sociology of fandom, the psychology of religion, and the history of eroticism on the internet. This is a story of the Snape Wives in gloriously excruciating detail. Snape Wife was not a term I was expecting to see. It is so much. God, that one's also really good. This one's not bad. It's just very short. Brave Little Toaster. Yeah, 2-parter. I believe this is Succession, which I will refrain from watching live on stream in case somebody who's currently watching Succession is watching this right now. Not gonna name names or point fingers unless she's completed it, but apparently she's got to watch it with Piku. So I'm like, all right, we can't watch that one, but that's another really good one. Clue is also not bad. I feel like my brain wasn't engaged enough on that one to fully pull information from it. Manic Pixie Dream Girl is a good one. It's a great deconstruction. Guys, look, it's our favorite cube. Hello, Chipster. Good morning. Flowers in the Attic is her magnum opus, but it is so much, and I don't think it's stream appropriate. I mean, it's probably fine, but it does cover a lot of trigger warning topics where I'm just like, you know what? Maybe we don't watch that one on stream. Maybe we don't watch that one on stream. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, the Free Willy one's not bad. It is a little silly, but she kind of has embraced the fact that she will make a political commentary about literally any piece of media. For example, lesbian space pirates invent ethics, philosophy of Care Bears. Yeah. So she will take any subject and make it philosophical and inject political intrigue into it, which is great. New repo update is out. Wait, there's a new repo update? Are they giving us more levels? This one, I believe, if I'm remembering it correctly, this one talks about the like political and societal implications of having XYZ thing on Mars, but also like available to the toasters and so on when they're doing stuff. This one's good brain juice things going on in the background. Okay. We're gonna we're gonna watch my favorite one by Biz Barclay. She spoke for 3 hours about the art of religious interpretations. I am so ready. Are you guys ready? I hope you guys are ready, because I'm ready.
We don't have time for an intro. Midnight Mass is a psychological horror show on Netflix from Michael Flanagan, who is the creator of the Family Trauma Trigger Fest, Haunting of Hill House, and the second gayest thing on Netflix, second only to Barbie and the Dolphin Magic, The Haunting of Bly Manor. He's known for creating thought-provoking humanistic stories that explore the horrors within ourselves as much as the horrors outside of us, blah blah blah. The whole series falls under the category of religious horror, which is like a subgenre of horror, if you will. So religious
Only a
horror
subgenre?
relies on presenting things like motifs and symbols from real life religions as fact within a given universe. It exploits and subverts the familiar rituals and concepts in order to scare the Holy Ghost straight out of your poor little bones. This includes everything from Carrie to The Exorcist, Rosemary's Baby, Midsommar, and of course, God's Not Dead follows Joss Whedon, who, after refusing to do his homework, is instead forced to teach a college-level philosophy class that he and his fellow classmates are paying for. He has no magical powers or skills and is forced to fight the sadistic, monstrous, maniacal professor to the death using only the powers of friendship and God. It has 3 sequels entitled God's Not Dead 2, which stars Sabrina the Teenage Witch refusing to let her grandfather eat bacon. God's Not Dead 3, A Light in the Darkness, where Reverend Dave reads the Bible to scare off a bunch of construction workers. And God's Not Dead 4, We the People, where they take it all the way to the top. We are going to focus mostly on the first one and the third one. The first one because it's the big one.
I literally learned so much about religious pop culture from her. Because she grew up, she'll talk about this later, but she grew up in a very religious family, and she is not straight. She is very much very gay. And she's so wild. I love her so much. If she ever does a show around me, I will 100% be like, here you go. Take my $50. Let's go. I'm gonna watch your show. Because she does music and her voice is beautiful. I just haven't gotten around to having the spoons to sit down and listen to her album yet. It's on my to-do list. But yeah, anyways.
The third one because I actually like it, and the other ones are... The fourth one's a trip, is all I'll say. We're not going to be breaking the films apart. We're not going to be fact-checking them. That has been done a million times. If you're looking for an in-depth breakdown or a very long explanation of everything that these movies get wrong, there are so many. I will link some of them, including a really good series by Big Joel, in which he abbreviates God's Not Dead to GND, which we will also be doing. So, thanks. Now, you might be asking yourself, what does the Christian grassroots Kickstarter Love Actually starring the Newsboys series have to do with the 8-episode critically acclaimed miniseries Midnight Mass? Apart from the obvious answer, which is tone, we have 19th century existentialism, Russian literature, and the Christian Bible. Also, I have seen them both. That's the main thing they have in common. That's what got us here. I saw one and I saw the other and I was like, I've got nothing else to do for 6 months.
Seriously, you have got to get a life.
Yeah, tell me about it.
In September of 2021, the man behind the mass, Michael Flanagan himself,
The
said
man
of
behind the
using
mass.
the Bible as a kind of source material that he was shocked for the first time comprehending what a really strange book it is. He said, there are so many ideas I'd never heard before in church, and the violence of the Old Testament God is terrifying. Slaughtering babies and drowning the earth, it really struck me that I didn't know my faith at that point. And I am not here to give you a Cliff Notes of the Bible, but he's right. He's not right.
But
like Revelations,
Hi,
which
Loman.
is technically New Testament, sits somewhere between like season 3 of Game of Thrones and Saving Private Ryan on the gore scale. Okay, the seas are turning to blood. The rain is turning to blood. The sun is scorching the earth, and there are evil demon creatures rising up from the bowels of the cosmos to dump like literal bowls of hellfire onto a decaying planet, ravaging its way through every molecule of joy and life left on its dry, cracked surface, like Elon Musk running through Silicon Valley. Full disclosure, I was kicked out of CCD before I could make my confirmation. CCD, if you don't know, if you grow up Catholic but you're too poor to go to Catholic school, is what you do like a couple nights a week in addition to like Sunday school, so you can get your communion and your confirmation and like be holy in the eyes of the Lord, okay? It's a requirement. I hated it. For reasons I will not disclose, I was not allowed to complete my studies and make my confirmation. So I don't know if in those last 3 months of 8th grade they teach Revelations, but I was never taught Revelations. I don't know if they teach it in Catholic school. I would ask my mom, but it's 1 a.m., so no. Anyway, it is absolutely terrifying, which makes it perfect for filmmakers who are looking to like twist some religion into their horror.
Revelation.
The 1973 cult classic The Exorcist takes the concept of demons and devils and possession from intangible fears to absolute fact when 12-year-old Regan becomes possessed by an entity claiming to be the devil itself. That possession and following exorcism result in very real physical damage for the characters and the people around them within the universe of the film. Other films like *Midsommar* utilize religious structures and emphasize like the dangers of groupthink, blind faith, and what can happen when a simple religious belief falls into the wrong twisted train of thought and barrels off the track. 2014 cinematic masterpiece Left Behind, which arguably religious horror for religious people, with its coordinating book series, is also a decent-ish example of this. Relative unknown Nicolas Cage stars in his breakout role as a pilot who is flying a plane, as they do, when suddenly half the people in the world are gone because it's the
Hi,
rapture,
Fred.
and he got left behind. So then it's just him and Chad Michael Murray in a very weird rendition of Speed, but with the plane.
I
because
forget
they
Chad
can't
Michael Murray's
land,
in it.
Because all of the TSA workers evidently were great Christians and went up to heaven, so there's no one to like coordinate a landing, and the world is falling into just sheer chaos below them, so they're just driving around until they run out of fuel. And luckily his daughter, his godless daughter, also got left behind, and
His godless daughter. Hi, Fred.
Hi, Sarsaparilla.
You're watching Has-Been Hotel, Lilman? I love it. I'm interested in the rest of the season. Hell yeah. What an iconic and UN copyable name. Oh, uncopyable name. Yeah. They don't teach Revelations in Catholic school. They mainly only learn the Gospel or the first few books of the Old Testament. That's wild to me. They literally were like, we choose not to see it. We choose not to see it. You were never taught Revelations CCD? Oh my god, there's so many surviving Catholics in here. I love it. Or Christians, I suppose. I actually, fun fact, I never went to religious school. Ever. I was baptized. However, you know how churches are supposed to be like a place for like people to be social and connect and so on. But my mom was a little ostracized because she's a little different. she's a little different, you know. She's a special little flower. And uh she couldn't really make friends, and people were like, you know, not being super nice, and she was like, well, you know, maybe church isn't for us after all. And then we decided not to. We never went back to church. I have like 2 core memories of church. That's it. And one of them was there were 2 little seats, and so I had to sit on the floor. And there's like another memory of like the pastor asking all of the children to like sit on the floor like in the front, and like in front of him as he was doing like a talk. um yeah, that's all I really remember about church. I did, however, used to go to like Catholic church with my best friend of the time, and she went through with her communion and everything, and me being like, you know, a kid, I was like, man, it would be so cool if I could also do that. And so like I tried to get more interested in religion, but being not raised in a religious household, my brain was always just like, can you make this more logical for me? Can you, like, what do you mean it just happens? Like, what was the process in which people had to undergo in order for this to happen? Like, I uh if it wasn't obvious the autism was there at the beginning, it's, in hindsight, crystal clear. In hindsight, crystal clear. Um so like I remember going and then being like, here's your wafer, and I was like, I not no, and they're all like, you can have one, it's fine. And I was like, oh, okay. They were always so funny. They're like, but we've seen you here. You're obviously like, you know, devoted. And I'm like, no, I'm just visiting my friend over the weekend. And because you know, weekends are Saturday and Sunday, if I stay over and we have to wake up early as fuck Sunday morning, like, what choice do I have but to go to church with my friend? And so I would go to church with my friend, and then we would go into the little like community house area in the back, and then I would eat all the donuts. And I would be like, fuck yeah, awesome. Church is great. I get donuts. Motivated by food, points at self. Always motivated by food. I read Revelations in Catholic school, but I don't think we like thoroughly discussed the Bible directly a ton. Oh, interesting. Then what do you learn in the Bible school if you guys don't discuss like the philosophical implications of saying that you need to blind a man if he looks at looks at a wife, or looks at a woman with like avarice or whatever it is? I forget what the line is. I remember when I read Esther on my own time, and it was like such a good book. I was like, why didn't we learn this? Ooh, what does Esther cover? Catholics don't do a ton of Bible study anyways because they were more focused on canon law. Canon law? Wait, there's a difference? There's a difference? I'm learning so many new things. I think in lower grades we did reach like the first few books of the Bible, which was awkward because the teacher would talk about people laying with each other, which obviously most of us really didn't know what that meant at that point. Well, lower than 6th grade, but yeah, oh my god. That's so funny. Yeah, we tended to read/study catechism books more than the actual Bible. The Bible is fucking long, so I don't really think it's realistic to read a whole thing in school. I mean, it's like, wait, hold on. I know it's like at least 1,000 pages. Let me hold on. Bible page count. Uh, 3,200 pages. Something like 3,200 pages. Standard Bibles, however, okay, so standard Bibles are 1,600 pages, which I would eat that shit as a kid. 1,600 pages, easy slap. Dude, easy clap. I read so much as a kid. Page count for Bibles can vary wildly, but for standard non-study edition with moderate font sizes and minimal supplementary material, most Bibles typically range from 1,200 to 1,600 pages. Study Bibles with their additional notes, diagrams, maps, articles can exceed 2,000 to 2,500 pages. Compact and thin-lined Bibles designed for portability and using small font size might be on the lower end of this range. A fine Bible will be a higher end and range due to its quality. Of the 25 Bibles selected in our research, the total number of pages averaged 1,834 pages. King James Version 2200, New King James Version 2400, New International Version 2400, English Standard 2750, New American Standard 2200, The Message Deluxe Gift Bible 1440 pages, New Living Translation 2500, Contemporary English Version 1600, Good News Translation 1500, Holman Christian Standard Bible 2300. New Revised Standard 1700, Revised Standard 1600, Common English Bible 2600, Amplified Bible 2400, Christian Standard Bible 2200, New Century Version 1500, Living Bible 1200, God's Word Translation 1200, J.B. Phillips New Testament 600 pages. Oh, it contains only the New Testament, that's why. New Jerusalem Bible 2100, Today's English 1400, Young's Literal 1400, Dewey Rhymes 1500, the Passion Translation 1000, only contains the New Testament, that's why. Catholic NRSV 1400 pages. All of the books have combined chapters of 1,189 chapters. Wait, how do you have only 2,200 pages but have over 1,000 chapters? That's wild to me. The Old Testament has 929 chapters, while the New Testament has 260. Interesting. Anyways, fun fact of the day. That's how they get you. The catechism is more just general moral teaching, pseudo-modernized. Modern, i.e. the 50s cartoon type shit, real. Yeah, there's a lot of rules and stuff that you gotta follow to be a, quote, good Catholic. True. Esther is the origin of the Jewish celebration of Purim. Basically, a woman named Esther saved the Hebrews by convincing her husband that was an advisor to the king to not genocide. Oh! Wait, I did learn about this one! I didn't realize it was called the Book of Esther, though. Maybe I did know that. But no, I totally learned about her. Yeah! She was referred to in... Oh, no. I think it was in another essay. Maybe, actually, it was a biz essay. Maybe. I don't know. But I do... That reminded me that I did learn about her. That's really cool. Thank you for the reminder. I love that. Almost as many chapters as your new script. Shut the fuck up, Chipser!
She's like about to, but she stops and calls her dad, and she commandeers a truck and like moves shit around and makes a runway so they can land the plane just in time for the whole world to catch fire. It's a hoot. Highly recommend watching it. Anyway, so Midnight Mass does something similar, creating a very unique monster element by looking at the darker, more graphic imagery of the biblical texts like Revelation and stories like the Old Testament stories, and taking it at face value. The story is set mostly between the holy days of Ash Wednesday and Easter. It's initially following Riley as he returns to his hometown of Crockett Island. Crockett is a strongly Catholic community, very isolated, and they become increasingly violent after a new priest rolls into town and starts performing some miracles. So we have these two worlds. The God's Not Dead universe, a high concept fantasy world in which the American education system functions as a tool for an oppressive regime designed specifically to smoke out and crush any and all faith in Jesus Christ as the Savior per Satan's bidding. And we have Midnight Mass, an introspective horror series that takes place on a remote island where Catholicism dominates the social climate and lulls individuals into a twisted sense of righteousness and moral superiority.
I forgot
Two
how
pieces
good
of
she
media
is.
coming from wildly different perspectives, serving wildly different agendas, both relying heavily on religion, specifically Christianity, as not only a theme and like motivator behind production, but as the backbone for everything from the plot to the characters to the dialogue itself. Takes notes from traditional religious structures and texts and utilizes scripture in its many interpretations. Both Midnight Mass and God's Not Dead offer prime examples of how religious interpretation and representation exists in our current media landscape. Also, it has vampires. Nietzsche, bless you. Part 2. There are not many things that myself and the creators of the God's Not Dead franchise see eye to eye on. But on one front, we are united, and that is that any man who likes Ayn Rand is not to be trusted. Under any circumstances, I do not care who you are. I do not care if you wrote your thesis on it. I don't want to hear it. Ayn Rand is a red flag so bright it's on fire. A burning red flag. Several burning red flags, in fact, lit up and lined up, spelling out the word run like an SOS on a remote island. And the God's Not Dead crew absolutely knew this. They had to know this because there is absolutely no other reason for Ayn Rand to be on this board unless they were trying to signal to the audience, this guy, bad fucking dude. This board solely exists to clue viewers into the kind of venomous thinkers that Professor Rattlesnake is going to use to poison the minds of all the hopeful possible Christians out there if discount Logan Lerman does not step up his game.
Okay. Ayn Rand. Hold on. Let me look it up specifically so that I can get the wording correct. She is known for her fiction and for developing a philosophical system which she named Objectivism. Objectivism. She was born and educated in Russia, moved to the United States in 1926. After 2 early novels that were initially unsuccessful and 2 Broadway plays, Rand achieved fame for her 1943 novel, The Fountainhead. In 1957, she published her best-selling work, the novel Atlas Shrugged. Afterward, until her death in 1982, she turned to nonfiction to promote her philosophy, publishing her own periodicals and releasing several collections of essays. Ayn Rand advocated reason and rejected faith and religion. She supported rational and ethical egoism as opposed to altruism and hedonism. In politics, she condemned the initiation of force as immoral and supported laissez-faire economics, which she defined as a system based on recognizing individual rights, including private property rights, although she opposed libertarianism, which she views as anarchism. Rand is often associated with the modern libertarian movement in the United States. In art, she promoted romantic realism. She was sharply critical of most philosophers and philosophical traditions known to her, with a few exceptions. Let's see. Objectivist movement is a movement of individuals who seek to study and advance objectivism, the philosophy expounded on by novelist philosopher Ayn Rand. The movement began informally in the 1950s and consisted of students who were brought together by their mutual interest of Rand's novel, The Fountainhead. And the group ironically named the Collective due to their actual advocacy of individualism is part consisted of a bunch of people. From the informal beginnings, let's see. The concept of a man as a heroic being with his own happiness as the moral purpose in his life, or productive achievement as his noblest activity, and a reason as his only absolute. Interesting. Let's see. It seems to have been co-opted in some sense. Let's see. Hold on. Rand herself had much disdain for modern academia, citing the poor state of American universities, particularly the humanities, as the source of much of the country's problems. Oh, that's so funny. Written not for academics, but for human beings, including any academics who qualify. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Criticisms and response. Over the years, some critics have accused of the objectivist movement of being a cult or cult-like, and Rand of being a cult figure. The term Randroid, a portmanteau of Rand and android, have been used to evoke the image of Galt imitating robots produced by the cult. Suggestion of cult-like behavior by objectivists began during the NBI days. With growing media coverage, articles began appearing that referred to as the cult of Ayn Rand and compared her to various religious leaders. Terry Teachout described NBI as a quasi-cult which revolved around the adoration of Ayn Rand and her fictional heroes, one that disintegrated with Rand split with Nathaniel Branden. In 1968, psychologist Albert Ellis, in the wake of a public debate with Nathaniel Branden, published a book arguing that objectivist was a religion whose practices include sexual puritanism, absolutism, and damning and condemning and deification of Ayn Rand and her fictional heroes. In his memoir, Nathaniel Branden said the collective and NBI that there was a cultish aspect towards our world. We were a group organized around a charismatic leader whose members judged one another's character chiefly by loyalty to the leader and her ideas. Oh, so she was a cult leader. Cool. Yes. That Noctis, you did such a good job of putting that into good words. Ayn Rand preaches that capitalism should be the end goal rather than the means of creating a better society. Her nonfiction describes a fictional world. I have no idea what 70% of those words meant, but thank you for explaining. No worries. In short, the works of Ayn Rand is what people use to justify being terrible human beings to each other in the pursuit of individual happiness. Things really don't change. They really don't. Sort of cultish, yeah. Hi, Phil. What's up? How are you? We're listening to video essays while I doodle.
Friedrich Nietzsche, Ayn Rand, George Santayana, Democritus.
Stakes. We have stakes in this film. Professor Radisson, resident bad dude, waltzes into class, declares God is dead, and then requires all of his students sign a paper agreeing to that fact and or fail the class, which is bonkers. But we're gonna let it slide because Midnight Mass has vampires. Honestly, that's gonna give God's Not Dead like a lot of leeway. Just for the record. So in this nightmarish fantasy universe where the education system is the villain and philosophy classes look like this.
Hi Phil. I'm doing well. I'm hanging in there. Doing my best. You know. Trying to get over this burnout.
I would like to bypass this senseless debate altogether and jump to the conclusion, which every sophomore is already aware of. There is no God.
The infamous God's Not Dead mantra that 19-year-old liberal arts students everywhere have tattooed on their biceps, courtesy of the late 19th century German philosopher and existentialist Friedrich Nietzsche, rears its ugly head. And we're not getting on me about my pronunciation of Nietzsche. I'm gonna try, but I went to the same high school as all of you. All I ever heard was Nietzsche, so he's not here to correct me, and he has yet to pay for his crimes. So, Nietzsche. Nietzsche was born in Aachen, Germany in 1844. He was the son of a Lutheran pastor, and he was a super influential thinker, mostly known today for being the reason that that film major you dated sophomore year of university turned into a douchebag for a whole semester. Also, the Nazis got real hype on his work, which he was mostly senile by that point, but it wasn't exactly a stretch. It doesn't take a genius to make the leap from Uberman to eugenics, okay? It's not even a leap. It's not even a step. It's an elevator, a very, very packed elevator where everyone walks out smelling like shit. Anyway, some of Nietzsche's notable contributions include the idea that man must accept itself as the part of the material world, physical world, classism, and also that time that he murdered God with gay science. The Gay Science was published in 1882 and is severely lacking in homosexual overtones, if I do say so myself. The homosexual chemistry gets the most credit for popularizing Nietzsche's murder of God because of this, like, sick-ass quote, right? It's a good phrase. It's a good one. If you really want to know more about, like, where the ideas come from and, like, why that's an important statement, because that was not, like, the thesis, right? God is dead is not, like, the end. That's not his big proclamation. I would say you should read Thus Spake Zarathustra. It's basically where this man, like, achieves enlightenment and, like, comes out of a cave, but kind of like Cassandra sort of struggles to get anyone to believe him. He goes off for a couple of chapters about how humanity is just like a bridge between animals and the Uberman, Mensch, Overman, Superman. It's a translation thing, but also, like, then it goes into a whole, like, faith is for the weak. We should just tough it out and be smarter like me. Climb the metaphorical mountain and you can be free from the pain of regular life and prejudices and moral values. Then he shits on Christianity for a little while, goes back into the cave and starts over. Don't fight me on that. He was all about being the higher people. He compares himself to Beethoven or something at one point. Nietzsche was kind of a dick. I shouldn't put that in there. I can't just call Nietzsche a dick.
Yes, you can, Fizz, and you did.
And he's writing all of this during the Enlightenment period. So he's got, like, all these people are really already questioning the very Christian foundations that many societies had been built on. Science is advancing. It's the tail end of the Industrial Revolution, right? Things have changed. The world is different. And Nietzsche believes that God does not serve us anymore. The belief in God no longer serves us.
Thank you, Guy Tech Breaker. Thank you for checking in.
Meat Boy's philosophy professor comes into class that day and says that it's a metaphor. He's mostly right. Nietzsche never thought God existed in the first place, which is confusing because to say God is dead clearly implies that God must have once been alive. But Nietzsche did not think that God was alive. Nietzsche thought there was no God ever. He was not into it. And there's this misconception, I think, with the God's Not Dead films that because they are bad, they do not understand what they are talking about because they are not well made and they are unrealistic to a secular audience, that they must be using concepts and terminology that they just don't get. I do not think that that's the case. Not only because I think that that's a weak argument, but also because Professor Ratballs does not come in and require his students to write down the phrase Nietzsche was right. He doesn't ask them to write down, like, all hail Nietzsche. He asks them to write down God is dead. Because Nietzsche wrote down
Hi,
that
Squirrel.
phrase and made that statement
Jace.
famous.
We're doing Jace today.
And because that is the quote that the film is referring to, people assume that that is the version of the phrase in which the film would like to engage. Maybe, sure, we don't know. If you've learned anything from the 2 videos that I have made, you should know that we're not here to take things at face value. We are here to always go one step too far, to go down the road less traveled by until we hit a cliff. When you think you're at the end, you just keep going a little bit further. I want to give these films a fair shake. So we have to read beyond the quote itself and start looking at the concept of God
Squirrel,
being
thank you
dead,
for checking
because
in.
that, my friends, is not a Nietzsche original. Nietzsche's use of it in the queer biology is most likely a reference to the philosopher Heine, who in his work Religion and Philosophy in Deutschland cites Immanuel Kant's first critique as a sacrament brought to a dying God. Okay. Sorry.
Snaps,
We'll
snaps,
talk more about
snaps,
Kant in the ethics
snaps.
section because there will be an ethics section. But for now, all you need to know is that Kant basically was the guy who was like,
Ethics.
Can't know anything about God. Real? Question mark, question mark, question mark. And sort of just pushed that question out of like academic philosophical thought and into religious theological thought. He was just like, not my circus, not my monkey. You know what I mean? Heine dug this and called Kant the great destroyer in the realm of thought, and his work, the first critique, as the sword with which deism was slain in Germany. What am I doing? Writing. Who do I think I am? Who do you say I am? So then Nietzsche comes along.
What's up, man? I had fun trying out the new JP 𝒢𝒶𝓎 scenarios in the hot springs. Oh, I bet. I bet. Everybody needs a hot springs episode. What's up, Bane? I literally posted that in the Discord! I posted it in the Discord! Bitch, I just woke up! Oof. Oof. I put it in gaming. I have a bunch of screenshots from the announcement. Fuck off, iPhone, I'm busy! Ahoy, Islanders! Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 Edition and free content update for all players. Both sail ashore January 15th, 2026. Watch the trailer here for all the details. And then we've got going into the hotel. We're getting a hotel, and then we have new unique island things. We can make a new island, well, we can make 3 islands. Peak is also getting a new biome. Hell yeah. We have 3 slots to make new islands. And I believe what it is it's like a whole like co-op thing. If you want to, you can solo or you can co-op, build like an entire new island if you want to. Don't know how detailed we're gonna be able to get, but it looks like we can like put a bunch of plants down, and then we can also buy new furniture with tickets that we earn from the hotel. Not sure how we earn those. Didn't watch the trailer. We have a new maximum storage unit, size of 9,000. We have the Slumber Island where we can create stuff together, and I think that's where that is. Though I don't know if we will get true multi-island ownership or not, but we will see. There's also collabs. We have Lego collaboration furniture. We have Legend of Zelda collaboration furniture and characters. 2 new villagers. We have Tulin and Mineru. And then we also have Splatoon collabs, furniture and 2 Splatoon characters. There is a squirrel named Viche and another squirrel named Cece. Do you guys get it? Do you guys get it? It's like ceviche. It's like ceviche. Do you guys get it? It's like ceviche. Do you get it? Hey guys, do you get it? It's like ceviche? Ceviche? No? Yeah? Chase, squirrels are not food. I'm too bad in language to get that. Ceviche is it's like a cold, it's like a gazpacho. It's like a gazpacho. It's a cold seafood dish, that is, in my opinion, very tasty. Where they cure the fish in lemon, and then they put it into, like, almost like a calamata, like, cocktail type thing. But it's just like cold soup. Cold seafood soup.
Very tasty. Num 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 num. Are we bonking today? All the bonking. I understand. The scenario is you just go to the hot springs, excavating the ground to expand the hot springs, and you get a towel that recovers energy while taking up your turn. Every time you use the towel, you get to see the hot spring scene. Wild. All the squirrels. Squirrels are not food. They aren't food. I have never eaten a squirrel before. My dad has, but I have not. I have not had. I have had rabbit. Hi, Zed Mumu. Soup. Yeah, good soup. Guy Tech, are you feeling better? Are you okay? Did you make it okay? You said you went and got groceries and stuff. Are you doing all right? You feeling better? If I had a Blanc emo, I'd be Blanking. Hell yeah. I mean, oh, I was gonna say if you're subscribed, you have a Blanc emote, and then I was like, oh, you're not subscribed. Just kidding. Ha 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 ha. I nearly passed out getting groceries, but I made it back home safely. No. Get something warm. Wrap yourself all cozy. Essentially souped up version of Dream Suite and will be available for everyone, so they did not in fact add true multi-island setup, but at least it's something. Yep. You have a pipe though? No. No. Pipes are more powerful than a little squeaky hammer. And now I ate dinner and I'm relaxing with comfy stream under comfy blanket. Yay! Comfy evening. Also, Angie Absol. Oh, very true. Wait, that Absol's got a gun. That Absol's got a gun. Guys, that Absol's got a gun. Oh my god. Oh, it's a honeycup emote. That's why. God, that bear looks like he's enjoying the heck out of that cookie. Yeah, he is. Look at him. He's doing a big chew. Big chew. So cute. Hi, Jin Mumu. What's up? You just saying hi.
Fast forward with his like metaphysics of becoming and his new enlightenment mindset, and he was like, yeah, God was dying. Now he's dead.
Off your meds! No!
Let's move on. But saying that God's not dead wants to bring Christianity back into the godless communist academic hellscape that the world has become is also not a complicated read. It's the plot, which means that we need to go even further back to the beginning, because the idea of God dying and God being killed does not come from atheists. It doesn't come from philosophers. It doesn't come from scientists. It comes from Christians. Part 3, the Christian redemption cycle. It adds an extra 6 minutes to your laundry cycle. Costs 50 cents extra, but it is the only one that will get those bloodstains out. For those of you unfamiliar with the origin story of Christianity, I am not here to give you a Cliff Notes of the Bible. Here's the Cliff Notes. Jesus, Son of God.
She's not here to give you a Cliff Notes of the Bible. Gives the Cliff Notes of the Bible anyways. Love it. Love it. Love when she goes back on her word. It's my favorite thing. Being off your meds makes you eat nonstop. It's insane. Yeah. Yeah. Your body is like, oh my god, I'm no longer smothering these, like, impulses or signals. Time to consume everything in sight. Been there before. Been there before. I love milkshake. Milkshake is a treasure to us all. I'm eating like when I used to swim or work out. Yup. Because that's what your body thinks you're doing. Maybe you should do some push-ups. Maybe you should do some push-ups. Some jumping jacks? Some squats? Make your body calm down a little?
But also kind of God. It's confusing. Roll with it. Sent down to Earth. Has some hot take. Gets killed for those takes. Is dead for like 3 days, rises from the grave, pops back to Earth, forgives humanity for all of its debauchery. That is the, like, literal-ish situation, as it was recorded in the best, most detailed account of JC's life, the New Testament, which is obviously biased. That's a hot take all its own, right? If if you are looking for a more historically accurate understanding, Let's Talk Religion has a really great video as part of a collaboration series about the likelihood of Jesus being like a real human dude. For our purposes, though, we are discussing the crucifixion itself.
I love Let's Talk Religion. He's so thorough. I love his videos so much. They're also amazing. 10 out of 10.
With the presumption that it was at least a physical event that happened to a physical person. And it served then as an allegory for the beliefs of his followers and became the kind of bedrock story for what we now call Christianity and its 7.5 billion denominations. Because whether or not we know that it happened, the idea that it happened, the story of it, is the one thing that they all kind of, sort of, sometimes, maybe agree on. Son of God dies for our sins. We know this because he comes back and he tells us. And it has a really important theme of sacrifice, evangelizing, spreading the truth against the grain, sitting in the darkness with nothing but your faith beside you, the ability to balance the scales of sin in the eyes of God. All of those elements in storytelling things sort of bubble out from this event. The death of Jesus Christ becomes both a physical and a psychological event. The crucifixion of a dude who was going around with different ideas on God has a really profound effect on the psyche of the individuals who really believe that he was the SOG. They live on for 3 days thinking that God is dead. And like, what the fuck does that mean? They don't know if he's gonna rise again. They have no idea. They're in the olden times still, like with that Old Testament God who was super not kind all the time. The relationship with God is so different in that time. Pre-CE humans were evidently rather disappointing in the eyes of the Lord. At least we had the power to be disappointing, right? To disobey commands and ideas, intentionally or not. We were less like a game of Sims and more like a studio apartment full of like a shit ton of puppies and kittens. 7 billion puppies and kittens just running around, shitting on the carpet, peeing on the plants, knocking things over, and occasionally killing each other. In pre-Jesus world, it was completely possible to be abandoned by God, not just on an individual level, but all of us. To be punished by God for your behavior, right? With things like lightning strikes and famines and pimples. So it makes sense that while most people were kind of like, okay, Dave, whatever, when Jesus said that he was the Son of God, the people that did believe him were pretty fucking concerned when a bunch of their fellow puppies murdered him on a goddamn cross. Because sure, he said son, but he didn't mean that God got married, settled down, and Jesus was like off at college on earth. God like took a part of himself, put it into this woman, made a baby, and she came out, and that's what we got. It's very weird. It's yet like, we're not talking about Immaculate Conception because that is, Jesus wasn't the Immaculate Conception, by the way. It was Mary. Anyway, that's a pretty terrifying time to exist. It's not a fun time to be a follower of Jesus. They weren't quite called Christians at the time. So when we talk about modern day Christians living perpetually on Holy Saturday, we're talking about them living psychologically in that space between Jesus's death on Good Friday and his resurrection on Sunday, i.e. Saturday. Constantly waiting for the second coming, for Jesus to return and validate all of their good work and forgive all of the sins that other people, they have been doing. Only Jesus cannot rise again if he is not killed in the first place, and he didn't exactly die a second time on that Sunday. So what do you do, right? What do you do then, right? You go back to the beginning. Eternal recurrence. Start spreading the word. Only you can't spread the word to people who already believe, so you need to find people who don't believe. People for whom, wait for it, God is dead. If I had a mic, I'd drop it. first episode of Midnight Mass includes one of my 3 favorite scenes in the whole series. It's so good I googled Mass times after it. It takes place after Mass, right outside of St. Patrick's Church, while everyone is introducing themselves to their hot new priest, Father Paul, because he just gave this like sick-ass sermon.
The crock pot.
So Riley had been dragged to church by his family, but did not go up to take communion, which is accurate. You're really like not supposed to take communion if you haven't been to confession and you're not like practicing. It's rude. When I go to church, I don't take communion, and you do get some looks. People notice. It's very obvious when you don't go. So Father Paul notices this, and he's like, yo, saw you didn't take communion. And instead of like shitting on Paul's God for 5 minutes, Riley just says that he's just not like really in a state of grace at the moment. He's trying to be nice about it. He's trying to like let him off the hook. He's like, I'm just not feeling it. And Father Paul looks at him and just says,
Turns out I'm not much use to people who are in a state of grace.
such a perfect moment, and it's right off the bat in episode 1. It's one of the reasons that this show immediately comes off as palatable to religious wary folks and non-religious folks, and probably even religious and probably even Catholics. I have not actually asked any Catholics, but I cannot imagine that they're that mad about it. It's not that bad. And like, I'm half Catholic. We never shy away from drama. We put children in like wedding garb and princess dresses to eat some crackers for the first time. There's a reason that they still wear those fucking robes and drink out of these like massive goblets, right? Like, it's not necessary. We just like it. Catholics get a bad rep for being boring because like, it's true. But also, we all like a little bit of sparkle. Don't let any of them tell you they don't. So this scene exemplifies the pulsing undertone of the capital C Christian redemption arc. Riley had been this devout altar boy, like practicing Catholic. He prays when we first meet him, who has been in a terrible accident, experienced trauma, and has been left with just like grief and doubt and self-hatred. He's lost his way. He's living alone on Holy Saturday, feels abandoned by God. He's in this place where God is dead, surrounded by believers, like concerned loved ones, pressuring him to do things like go to church, to make communion, to find faith, because they think it will fix him, or because they think that it will look better from the outside if he does all of these things. Either way, all of these people just trying to shove him into the arms of a dead God as soon as possible. And it's Father Paul, the priest, who just sort of shrugs and is like, that's kind of the point. He's like, yeah, it's fine. He's like, you don't have, like, that's why we're here. He's like, that's the whole damn reason. This stranger on his first day at a new church being love-bombed by like desperate people trying to prove their devotion, like precocious middle children who don't feel seen by their parents, gives Riley an olive branch that we didn't know we wanted him to have. And suddenly things change, because suddenly we trust Paul. We maybe kind of want Riley to take this journey back to God. Right? Because we want all of our protagonists to be happy and achieve some kind of security and safety and overcome their traumas and their shame. And at this moment, like, that's being presented to us in the form of Catholicism, of Christianity, as this pastor coming into town like Jesus himself, trying to make things better. In contrast to that setup, protagonists in God's Not Dead films are rarely non-believers. And they are technically ensemble casts, but the central characters in these films are typically not seeking any kind of salvation, religious or not. Usually they are the ones doling it out. Josh 𝒟𝒉 is not presented as having lost faith and looking to re-enter like communion with God.
The number of times she changes his name. Kisa, stop it. Stop it. Be nice to yourself. Put that leg away right now. The number of times she fucks up his name is incredible. Incredible work, Biz. Incredible work. To be fair, altar service robes are comfy as fuck. They look comfy. They look comfy, they look warm, like you're wearing a blanket of silk and cotton. Like, what? You're either you are or you are. she's making a joke that her mom is a Catholic person, and she also went to Catholic school and a bunch of other stuff. I think she gets into it later in the essay. I don't remember. But she Kisa! Kisa! You sitting? Are you being good? That doesn't look like a good sit. That looks like a bad sit. Yeah? Alright. There you go. There you go. You complain at me all you want, but you can't be eating your legs like that, ma'am. You can't. I'm watching you. Are you gonna stop it? Okay. You bought Pringles, I opened the box, I ate box. You ignored everything else, you're good, don't worry. I have no self-control, but what if one parent is Catholic and the other isn't?
In fact, he is presented and remains one of the most steadfast, firm believing Christians in the whole series throughout all of the films. He's in like all of them, and he just never loses that.
You have a Bible? Yeah.
Time and time again, he insists that he has to do this for God. Sacrificed be damned. He loses sleep, his grades slip, his girlfriend breaks up with him, and he might have to go to the Newsboys alone.
My mother was so right about you.
But he stays devoted because the emphasis in that version of the redemption arc is not on the lost and the fallen, who exist mostly as prizes, really, like adding up one by one, like points at the end of a video game at the end of every film. The emphasis is on the stalwart belief of these Christians who exist psychologically beyond the resurrection, in a world where Jesus has already returned and given salvation to his followers. They are high on that forgiveness and proof of God. When I in awesome wonder consider all. So we have the characters in God's Not Dead functioning in like a Jesus-like role, and then we have the characters in Midnight Mass pretty much functioning as like the apostles. Even Father Paul, all of its protagonists are psychologically in the place of the apostles, either pre-crucifixion or between the crucifixion and the resurrection. They're all like wandering aimlessly, sort of searching for God. This is a very good reflection of Catholicism versus evangelical Christianity that we see in the American South and what is presented in God's Not Dead. Catholicism is all about that guilt with a capital G. It's about repenting your way back to heaven. We're still making up for the sins of Eve. We're still guilty. Your baby is born guilty. That is why you baptize that shit. It's just the way that it is. Whereas,
that's why you
baptize
American that
sort
shit.
of evangelical Christianity, as we know it in these films, is presented with its strong focus on saving, on being saved. It's got its roots in Protestantism and the importance of giving your life to God and like verbally and physically acknowledging Jesus as your savior, being given salvation through the power of that faith and that belief alone, is very much reflected in the way that these two pieces of media approach the redemption cycle. Either way, the death of Mr. Jesus Christ of Nazareth is a core component of Christianity at its very base, at the very bottom of its soul. It's there. And that story of sacrifice and martyrdom and redemption and fighting for your beliefs, all of these elements in this story are still found in the modern storytelling context that we know, like the hero's journey and things like that, right? There's like leaving home, call to action, moment of doubt, like all of those can be sort of found in this redemption cycle, as well as in other biblical tales. It's why films like Silence and Noah are able to captivate audiences, both religious and non-religious alike. It's why Left Behind exists. It's why Pureflix was able to make 4 of these films in the first place. There are so many ways to tell this kind of story, to talk about redemption and forgiveness and faith, and all of them start with the death of God. Part 4, God, death, causes, symptoms, treatment. Episode 1 of Midnight Mass, we open on a flashback. Red and blue lights, glass on the ground, Nickelback in the background. It's nighttime, the scene of an accident, and we pan to our first protagonist, Riley, where he sits on the side of the road, all banged up, praying the Our Father. For those of you who don't know, the Our Father is basically the party in the USA of Catholic prayers. It is the Billboard Top 100, 25 weeks in a row, stone cold classic. It's Bohemian Rhapsody. It does everything you need it to do. Everyone knows it. No one forgets it. It's French kiss, right? It's just iconic, and it's definitely the only one I remember. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Put a bit too much feeling in that. Sorry. So Riley's on this curb, he's praying, he's obviously horrified by the situation, scared out of his mind, not at all injured in this car accident, spends 4 years in prison, reads all the books, and comes to the conclusion that there is no God, there can't be, and therefore atheist. On the other side of the void, in God's Not Dead, our prominent longtime atheist, Professor Rattleson, is being a menace.
But know this, if you truly feel a need to continue with this charade, I will make it my personal mission to destroy any hope of a law degree in your future. It's a know thyself, darling, know thyself, which I suggest means knowing your own limitations.
No, we don't get any kind of fun, like, flashback sequence for him. Instead, we just find out later that long before Henry David Adam Rattlebaum was starting pissing contests with 19-year-olds instead of doing his job, he was a believer. And as a child, he was, like, super gung-ho on God. Then his mom got sick, and he, like Riley, prayed to the Lord to save her. She was not saved, and therefore, he reasons, no God, thus atheist. So both of these films have come to the conclusion that a common cause of God death for the individual is bad things happening to good people and prayers unanswered, which is a fair conclusion given that philosophers and theologians and just general humans have been losing their minds over this forever. Fyodor Dostoevsky explores this and like 57 other concepts in his 1880 novel, The Brothers Karamazov. Bet you thought I forgot that I mentioned 19th century Russian literature, didn't ya? Nope, not even a little bit. We're just getting started, but I didn't want to scare you off because this book is way too long to summarize, but the gist of it is Mr. Karamazov was a shitty dad. He's got 3 sons who pretty much get raised by different people. Alyosha ends up being like super religious. Ivan is a smart-ass philosopher. Dmitri is a soldier turned criminal turned like kind of decent dude. There is an inheritance, there's some murder, a lot of asides, a lot of dialogues, and a lot of quips. It's really great. You don't need to have read it in order to understand what I will be talking about when I reference it. Trust me, Josh didn't. But I love it. I love Dostoevsky. Crime and Punishment is one of my favorite novels. I think that his writing is just magical. It's so good. What you do need to...
Remember when we played that one game that made reference to Crime and Punishment? Do you know the only reason why I know anything about that book? It's Biz. Biz Barclay. Biz Barclay. Everybody, please clap. She's the one educating me.
Need to know is that during one of the many long dialogues between the brothers, godly man Alyosha is listening to Diet Kierkegaard Ivan express his struggle to square the suffering of children with the existence of God. So why should they serve as fertilizer for someone's future harmony, right? That is what Ivan says. In this world where suffering is often seen as a punishment by God for sin, how can innocent children who have not sinned be allowed to suffer? And on that note, why should they embrace a Lord that allows them to suffer, right? His Euclidean ideal justice system that relies so heavily on acts of evil being punished directly, just as acts of good are rewarded directly, clashes with this idea of a benevolent, all-forgiving God who could return at any moment, empty out hell, and release all humanity from sin. Yvonne's rejection of God differs slightly from Riley or Radisson's in that Yvonne is less concerned with the existence of God and more concerned with the value of God. He basically tells Alyosha, if God exists, if that God exists that's allowing child abusers and monsters to walk free, and that is the world we live in, no thank you. I politely would like to return my ticket, right? That's what he says. So Yvonne is really on the struggle bus here because Alyosha is not doing him any favors because it's Dostoevsky, and Dostoevsky is a Christian whose middle name is Devil's Advocate, and he was in like a shitstorm of grief when he wrote this, on top of just like a very long and painful life. And so basically Yvonne just ends up sort of exhausted by Alyosha every time they have a conversation.
Today is critical for us, and I am finished. Complete honesty. How does it make you feel?
So he descends into full-blown madness over this, which I get, family triggers all of us, but before any of that, he just kind of concedes to the argument, right? He's just kind of like, fine, it's not God that I don't accept, it's the world that he created. And that's like enough to settle that chapter and move on. Now, Jasper Wedone tries to take a page out of this book and basically, in his third argument with Professor Radisson, just starts like rattling Dostoevsky off at him and morality and quotes and just gets into a screaming match with Professor Radisson that cultivates in this moment.
It's a very simple question, Professor. Why do you hate God?
Because he took everything away from me.
Plot twist, he was never really an atheist, he was just sad. And luckily, when he gets hit by a car 14 minutes later, Reverend Dave just happens to be right there, just in time for him to accept Jesus into his heart with his dying breath, thus...
Luckily, when he gets hit by a car 14 minutes later, oh my god! And I'd be the one belonging. I was raised Catholic, but I'm not a practicing Catholic. And local anime stores are selling pop-up parades on clearance for 40% off. Get it, get it, get it. He was just sad. He was just sad.
Saving him from eternal damnation. Whew. In a piece published by the University of Pennsylvania Press, Eric von der Lift describes a key difference between the death of God from a Christian perspective and from a Nietzschean perspective. In that Christians, the loss of God is something that happens by accident. It stems out of a lack of faith, of spiritual blindness, right? The belief in God for the individual is killed by the oppressor who simply does not know the truth. And for Nietzsche, it is an act of defiance in the face of near constant tragedy and turmoil. It is not something that happens to humans, but something that humans do. We have killed him. Humans have deliberately done away with that which is no longer beneficial to our progress. Nietzsche was kind of obsessed with his own little idea of progress. Not progress like as we would see it in 2021, where people become more equal and understanding and respectful, but more of a spiritual evolution for himself, a metaphysics of becoming rather than being. Searching into yourself and searching for the self and understanding yourself and your connection to the world was of the utmost importance. He wanted humans to be in a perpetual motion, constantly changing and becoming our sort of best ideal versions of ourselves, like the most awake, the most enlightened, the most perfect. Are you seeing why the Nazis got so hype on this? Anything that sort of hinders or interrupts that forward motion, like the idea of a perfect God who is infinitely better than man, has got to go. For Nietzsche, believing in God is like chaining your wrist to a block of cement and throwing the key into an incinerator. A form of self-imprisonment, like a castration of the soul. Humanity has done and needs to continue to assert its free will and refuse to believe in the great man in the sky, therefore killing his presence in the collective consciousness and allowing us to become superheroes. And that is how Riley went about it. When confronted with the cognitive dissonance of bad things happening to good people, he reads all the books and comes to the conclusion that there is no God and just does away with that which is no longer beneficial to him. Was he doing this with the intention of becoming the Superman? No. But irony's gonna iron. Riley's atheism is a choice. It is the killing of God in a deliberate and permanent fashion. He does not ever voluntarily take the sacrament throughout the show. He does not return back into the covenant of the Lord. It is an evolutionary step in his psychology, arrived at following years of research and not, unlike Ivan, intellectual reasoning.
A lot of time to read in there, and I read it all. Torah, Quran, Talmud, Tao Te Ching. Came out of that an atheist.
Radisson's atheism is a product of a cruel world. It is something that happened to him that caused him immense pain and suffering always. And most importantly, like Ivan's, is temporary. And so, despite being set up for what could be a typical Christian redemption arc, Riley returning to the faith, the prodigal son, both physically and spiritually, his story ends with him still outside of the covenant of the Lord, technically speaking, if we're taking free will into account, which we'll get to.
Free will. That's the ball game, wasn't it? That's the whole thing.
When Riley killed God, it worked. When Radisson killed God, he came back. And so there's this like recurring theme in God's Not Dead's universe where if a character refuses God, their life is like shit with a capital S. Bad things happen to them. They get cancer. Their moms die. They burn down churches and kill people. Last one was an accident, but still. Point still stands. These characters are consistently punished until they are either putting their faith in God or they're just abandoned to wallow in their misery forever. The only solution to their pain and troubles is Jesus. Part 5. In order for Riley to stay out of jail, he has to do these weekly AA meetings. But there are only like 4 people on Crockett Island, and none of them are ready to admit their powerlessness to the blood of Christ just yet. So he is forced to go all the way to the mainland every week so he can get his little paper signed by the dude for probation. This is a bummer because there are only 2 boats, one that comes to the island and one that leaves. Every day. That's all you get. So if he misses that first boat and he misses this appointment, he's capital F fucked, right? So Father Paul is like, hey, I will start a chapter here so I can sign your paper and you don't have to go all the way to the mainland anymore. And Riley's like, sick. That makes my life a lot easier. Let's do it. And this sets up a series of dialogues that happen between these 2 characters. These long, drawn-out scenes of conversations between Riley and Father Paul in this empty rec center right next to the church. This feels a lot like the scenes that we get between various characters in the Brothers Karamazov, where you have 2 people with drastically differing opinions on a subject, just playing like intellectual tennis, just back and forth, ripping open cans of worms one after another and letting them crawl all over each other like that was the point the whole time, pushing and pulling for answers and completely ignoring the nagging feeling in the back of your head that everything is meaningless and there is no truth because we are forever trapped within our own personal perception of the world, and no matter how much talking we do, we'll never truly understand if the color that I say is red and you say is red is actually the same color. Our stupid, weak little puny retinas could be interpreting entirely different sensations in our brains and we would have no idea because technically the same thing that we saw is also the same thing that we said, but it's different and we don't.
You guys know what that's called? You know what that's called? It's called a pigment of your imagination.
No. So these long back and forths in Midnight Mass echo a lot of the discussions from Brothers Karamazov, almost beat for beat, with Riley initially playing the part of Ivan, or even like Nietzsche himself, when Father Paul says to him to say whatever he wants about Christianity.
That's hilarious.
Not want to offend you.
It's tough to do. And AA, it's not about protecting people's feelings, is it? It's about recovery.
Father Paul's not doing this to convert Riley. Father Paul is doing this because he thinks it's what he was sent back to Crockett Island to do, which is help people. So when Riley makes the argument that Radisson makes and that Ivan makes, and he says, bad things happening to good people, what's up? And Father Paul gives him the basic, like, who knows what the big man's plan is? It's got to be a good one. Riley doesn't hold back. He says God works in mysterious ways. It's just something people say. as an excuse not to hold themselves accountable. And Father Paul says this.
Look, there's nothing in the scripture or in the world for that matter that suggests God negates personal accountability.
And so it's this kind of dance around the subject of God real ? Because Father
God
Paul very
real ?
clearly believes in God and Riley very clearly does not. And they're trying to have this discussion about the structures and the way that people use religion in their lives, because that's something that they both experienced.
We can all just stand by and watch Lisa Scarborough wheel herself around town. We can watch Joe Collie slowly drink himself to death. We can watch so many people just slip into these bottomless pits of awful, and we can stand it. We can tolerate it because we can say things like, God works in mysterious ways.
So Riley's talking about the way that people use God, and Father Paul is kind of talking about the way that God uses people.
God can take that pain and turn it into something good, something with purpose. Suffering can be a gift. Well, it just depends on us.
And this is another one of those reasons that it's so palatable, I think, to religious and non-religious people to watch Midnight Mass, because it takes these discussions very seriously. And it's one of the reasons that Christians love Dostoevsky and so do non-Christians, right? It's not taking a side, it's opening the discussion. And you get a sort of similar dynamic in the second God's Not Dead movie, where Sabrina the Teenage Witch is having like a dangerously close to flirtatious discussion with her non-religious lawyer when he asks her about why she became Christian. So she tells this sort of vague story about her being in some kind of a bad place without any details and coming across a church with a sign that said, "Who do you say I am?" And that scene differs greatly in depth and length because it's an ensemble film. It's not an 8-episode miniseries. They have a lot of storylines to get through. And also it's important to remember that their target audience is Christians. So the fact that there isn't much time spent on or giving details about Grace's pre-Christianity backstory makes a lot of sense and is very in line with evangelical Christianity in the American South and like the American West.
She is Sabrina the Teenage Witch, though. Just older version.
Evangelicals are born again when you accept Jesus into your heart. When you rebaptize as an adult, who you were before doesn't matter. Who you are now is what's important. You can accept God into your heart with your dying breath, and that's enough. Which, for the record, I do think is a very beautiful sentiment. And it works within the narrative because Grace's story is not about what belief in God gave her the strength to do or change. It's the idea that simple belief was all it took. She's not trying to sell him on having to make all of the tough choices and do the things that she had to do after she found God. She's trying to sell him on the feeling that believing in God gives her.
As I read it, I could hear the Lord speak to me. So that was the start of a journey that didn't end until I found the answer.
But she doesn't tell you what the answer is.
Please don't forsake me.
When our journalist character is in remission, she finds herself in the church with Jude, where she confesses that she's really struggling to believe. And he actually does kind of echo the sentiment that Father Paul gives in the beginning of Midnight Mass, which is that's the point.
He delights in using us in ways we never dreamed of, and giving us things that we never even knew we wanted.
The God's Not Dead franchise paints this struggle to believe as not an individual struggling to achieve the state of believing, but as the individual wanting so badly to believe, but being bogged down by the world. It's not that she doesn't want to believe or she doesn't believe. It's that she wants so badly to believe that the world is coming for her.
He who believes in me will live even if he dies. And whoever lives and believes in me will never die. Do you believe this? Then invite him into your heart and make him the Lord of your life.
The carrot that GND is dangling in front of its Holy Saturday characters is liberation from anything and everything negative. The message in the first two films is just give Jesus the wheel and he will drive you straight to heaven without a single surcharge. Sure, bad things happen, but they're not your fault. They're not your fault as long as you believe. They're the big bad American education system's fault. They're the world's fault. They're the government's fault. They're the atheists' fault.
What makes you so sure?
Speed of change, viciousness of the opposition. The message of the gospel has us standing in the way of a lot of things that powerful people want. And our resistance to change that message, because it's not ours to change, has made us a lot of enemies.
Grace isn't about to lose her job because she started preaching during geometry class. She's not about to lose her job because she answered a question. She's about to lose her job because the slimy, fire-breathing demon children of the leftist overlords are throwing chains around the Bill of Rights and shoving copies of The Origins of Species down the throats of hardworking American Christians. And God, why won't anyone listen to Jordan Peterson? And
God,
this
I hate
sounds
Jordan Peterson.
ridiculous.
I do think I have an unusually high regard for the value of evidence.
Because these scenarios are ridiculous.
You understand that I might die.
I'm sorry about that.
Sabrina would never have been fired or given any sort of discipline for answering a question about the story of Jesus in the Bible whilst they are talking about martyrs and influential thinkers. A philosophy professor would never force his students to sign a paper or fail. Social workers will not shut down your homeschooling co-op because you taught your kids about Noah's Ark. These are not things that happen in the real world, but they are things that happen in the Bible. Jesus obviously literally killed for hanging out and doing miracles. Pretty sure John the Baptist gets like imprisoned and then beheaded for calling out the king on his BS. Jacob ends up in prison. So many people go to jail. So many people end up in prison for believing in God. People get stoned, right? The seas run red with blood. Like, this is the world of the Bible. Do not be afraid of what you are about to suffer. I tell you, the devil will put some of you in prison to test you. You will suffer persecution for 10 days. Be faithful, even to the point of death, and I will give you life as your victor's crown.
Bro really told her that's rough, buddy. It's ridiculous. Like, the scenarios, when I first watched this, I thought those films, the God's Not Dead films, I thought they were parody. Like, I thought they were just tongue-in-cheek, straight man, a parody of, like, the belief systems, or, like, what people actually think. There's a really good essay by Moon Channel that also talks about like why religious video games always fail, or like they're not good, why religious games aren't good. And it's like super interesting. It's really interesting. I enjoyed it a lot. I can't remember his exact thesis statement, but it was essentially like, when you have to stay within such strict parameters and there's no way to make these characters feel more human without, like, people interpreting it as ungodly or unchristian, then you are stuck in this cycle of, like, trying to pander to an audience that is going to be continuously more and more, like, insistent that you're presenting the information wrong. And I thought that was really interesting to think about. It's like, that's why fiction, nonfiction are such different things tonally, right? Like, just in general. I don't know. I thought it was really interesting. Moving on. Continuing.
Religious horror is about taking the more abstract elements of religion and legitimizing them as fact within a given story. When we look at the God's Not Dead films as an exploration of the traditional Christian redemption cycle, placing its Christian characters in the place of Jesus the prophet and atheist characters as disciples on Holy Saturday, then what we have is the American education system and later the government serving as the infamous persecutors, as stand-ins for the devil himself coming down with rage and fire and constant temptation that must be overcome somehow.
If we stand by and do nothing, pressure that we're feeling today is going to mean persecution tomorrow.
What makes you so sure?
Imagine that you don't read fantasy. You don't grow up reading Harry Potter. You don't grow up reading The Hunger Games. You don't get to read the Percy Jackson books or things like this. You don't watch these kind of films. You don't watch a lot of TV. Everything is very curated. What you do read is the Bible. What you do is go to Bible study 3 times
There's a
week.
video game
And what
named
you grow
Jesus,
up to
really?
do is make films. This
Is
is
it only
the
shows
kind
really
of film
cute?
you
Yeah.
want to see. Like, this is reality.
I was laughing because we were talking about this when we were doing our errands yesterday, and I was like, because we were crossing the street, and I happened to look down, and there was like a disc, like a CD disc, on the ground, just like half buried in leaves, and I as we walk past it, I'm able to read it, and it's called The Bible, The Tales of Jesus Christ or something like that, and I was like, whoa. What the heck? Not what I was expecting. Not what I was expecting. I didn't expect to see Jesus the CD on the ground. And then we were talking, like, imagine that there were kids who grew up on VeggieTales and then finally just learned about the Bible for the first time and being like, hearing one of the you know, oh my god, what are they called? One of the tales. One of the tales. I don't words are hard right now. But like learning about the tales and the kids being like, "Oh, just like in VeggieTales." And it gets me every time I think about that.
God's not dead. Belief in God is the only thing standing between suffering and not suffering in this world. Questions like, who will wipe the blood off us, or all things are lawful then, aren't questions that need answers in the face of a dead God. They're experiences of suffering. Not knowing what is right and what is wrong, being lost and confused, is a form of suffering in these films. A product of God's death for the individual. And by extension, any and all moments where one does not have faith in a Christian God are experienced as moments of suffering.
You're beautiful. I wish you not to do that.
So these movies are racist. There's no way to get around that. We're not sugarcoating it. I'm giving them a fair shake,
Forgot about
but
that
not
moment.
there. They're racist
Forgot about
in
that.
addition to also being specifically very,
Jesus and
very,
Jesus
very
too.
anti-Muslim. Aisha is our character who is stereotyped as being like forced to cover up with a hijab and is presented as like I'm sorry, I think so this is the point in the script. I just realized this is the point in the script where I started referring to people for whom God is dead as deadlings. So, just henceforth, deadlings. So Aisha is stereotyped as being forced to cover up with her hijab and like presented as a deadling. God is dead for her, and she's experiencing all of the horrible suffering as a direct result of her not being raised in a Christian household. She is kicked out of her house, not because her father is abusive and making a bad choice, but because he doesn't believe in Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior. Apart from the blatant misunderstanding and sheer lack of respect for Islamic culture and practices like hijab wearing, the film also goes out of its way to make it very clear that just believing in God is not enough. It has to be a specifically Christian God, their Christian God.
No, Mama, Jesus is my Lord and Savior, and He died to save me from my sins.
And now we have a similar-ish story in Midnight Mass after the miracles start happening on Crockett Island, where Sheriff Hassan's son, Ali, wants to go to church and see what it's all about. Because he's 15 and his best friend's girlfriend just started walking out of her wheelchair, right? Fucking I would go too. And the sheriff is not stoked about it. It's actually really, really, really difficult for him that this is happening because Bev Keane is so shitty, first of all, and also he has like a lifetime of racism and intolerance behind him. His wife had recently passed and he had kind of converted to Islam for her, and they raised their son in this faith, and so it opens up like a whole bunch of wounds that his son is now questioning.
If he handed Lisa Scarborough a miracle, but let a child die of a brain tumor across the way on the mainland. No. No, that's not how it works, Ali. It's not.
He's not just upset that his son might be considering Catholicism. He's upset because he feels like he's losing his son. But instead of kicking his son out of the house and right into the arms of Bev Keane, it kind of opens up this dialogue where they discuss the different ways in which one can be connected to God outside of the bounds of any specific religion. The line that sticks out to me that he specifically says is, he says, we already have him. We already have God.
I will not tell my son not to look for God. Son, Ali, we already have him.
Midnight Mass also gives the opportunity for Sheriff Hassan to actually explain a bit about Islam to a room full of Christians and Catholics. And he breaks down that Muslims do actually believe that Jesus was a prophet, just not the last one. And full disclosure, I didn't know that. I had no idea, absolutely no idea. I spend a lot of time thinking about Christianity and thinking about Catholicism and it's split from Judaism. And I really have sort of left the other Abrahamic religion on its own. So I felt kind of shitty, but now I know, so I'll look into it. Also, that scene and like an hour and a half or so spent on Wikipedia and Google is kind of all that I have to go on. So please correct me if that was wrong or I did anything incorrect there. Please feel free to leave resources or any other information in like comments and stuff, because I would like to be corrected and I would not like to spread misinformation. Speaking of misinformation, God's Not Dead doesn't leave space for that kind of an explanation or any kind of education about any other religion, because it simply will not do. You simply cannot be saved by Jesus if you don't believe in Jesus. So that's their logic. I do low-key think they tried to correct this in the third film. The thing about the third one is that they tried to correct a lot that they did in the first two that people really were not happy about. And one of the things was, I think they were trying to be more tolerant. They were trying to make it seem like they were being more tolerant, but they definitely weren't ready to give Muslims a chance. So they were like just having the judge be Catholic, which is a miracle on its own. One of the two branches between Christianity and Catholicism is that Catholicism focuses really, really heavily on guilt. I mean, repentance, sorry. It's about feeling guilty, admitting you were wrong, feeling guilty.
These movies make atheists act like suburban parents worried about their kids doing drugs. Where were you? I bet you were out with Mike doing Catholicism. He's a bad influence on you. This is why I thought the God's Not Dead movies were parody. Like, I didn't realize that it was like a legitimate fear of people. Like, I don't know how to word it correctly, but like I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, a person who is like, religion has never played a major part in my life, therefore I don't know like anything about the feeling of being like betrayed, except maybe like a political parallel maybe of being like somebody who claims to be a feminist but is an Andrew Tate fan or something, like, you know, something like that would be wild, right? Like, that's the whiplash I can imagine. But like I would just be like disappointed and sad. Is that the same feeling of a, I guess, an extremely religious person finding out that their child and or sibling is suddenly not a religious zealot as they are? You know? Is that what I'm thinking of? Is that the same feeling or is that different? I don't know. Wild.
Repenting, feeling guilty, saying 10 Hail Marys, feeling guilty. That's it. That's the whole shebang, to be honest. There's other things. The idea with the 10 Hail Marys is you confess your sins to the priest through the screen, and then he kind of assigns you how many of what prayer you should say to make up for it. And technically it's like repeating this prayer is for you to believe it, right? It's the more that you say it, the more the words can sink in, and the more you'll be able to mean it. What it is, though, is spiritual capitalism. And we're going to get into that later, but it relies on repenting for your sins first in order to gain forgiveness later. Maybe. You've done wrong, so you have to make up for that. You're constantly trying to like play catch up to make sure that you are sort of in the right balance. Have you been to church enough? Have you given enough to the collection? Have you gone to confession? How many times do you go to confession? Like, what are the good things that you're doing? How many prayers are you saying to make up for all of these other terrible things that you're definitely doing? Like breathing. We don't breathe without the Holy Ghost.
Hello, Arrows. Thank you for the follow. Who's this VTuber? I don't know. I don't know who they are. They're crazy. Arrows, I learned recently from Tia, because we haven't talked much, right? But I learned recently from Tia that you are in fact an artist and a rigger, which is insane. Congratulations on being the top tier artist. Amazing. 10 out of 10. We are listening to Biz Barkley talk about the Christian redemption cycle and how it compares and contrasts to the God's Not Dead video or movies and the Netflix smash hit Midnight Mass, which I loved. I do not like scary movies or horror. Midnight Mass, cinema. If you haven't watched it, it's really good. It's really good. Thank you. The trade-off is I'm so tired all the time. Same! I've been recovering from artist burnout for like the last 2 months, and it is so frustrating to like sit here and be just I wanna, like, I have things to do, but my body is like, no, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. She makes an interesting point about the guilt that I haven't thought about. Being raised Catholic might have been a contributing factor as to why I'm such a people pleaser to get. Yes! No, 100%. 100%. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. That does so much for it. Because it's such an environment that encourages you to feel that way and feel like you have to do stuff to make up for being your inconvenience of existing, right? Like it's such an ingrained way of people thinking that it totally makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
So that's a core foundation of Catholicism, and that comes all the way back to pre-split, like Roman Catholicism pre-schism. Schism's a big deal. I love a schism. There's 1,000,005 schisms, I think, exactly. I think it's like 1,000,005.5 schisms that Christianity has had since its inception. But Hot Boy Summer of 1054, the schism. The schism is basically when Western Roman Catholicism split from Catholicism and what we kind of now call Eastern Orthodoxy. That's important because that is kind of spread over to Russia. And what do we know when we're talking about Russia? What are we talking about with Russia? Dostoevsky and the Brothers Karamazov. So that is the version of Christianity that they're dealing with. So now we have three, if you're not keeping up. We have the like American evangelical Christianity that comes kind of from Protestantism, and has that emphasis on saving. We have Roman Catholicism, or more so modern, like New England Catholicism, which is like a bit Irish, a bit all over the place. All guilt, all day. And we have the Eastern Orthodoxy, which that's Dostoevsky's kind of wheelhouse. Same as Nietzsche, though, he's in the Enlightenment period. So things are changing, lots of political structures are changing, things are going crazy all the time, everywhere. And the form of Christianity that we see in Brothers Karamazov is much closer to what we get in Midnight Mass, in that there is a lot of that emphasis on kind of guilt and repentance. And there's a strongly held belief in this book that one must suffer in order to repent and be forgiven, right? We have characters who feel a tremendous amount of shame and guilt and desire to suffer as penance for God. 𝒟𝒉 is an alcoholic, he's a loner, he's a deadling. A few years before the events of Midnight Mass, he's out in the woods, drunk, shooting what I'm assuming were deer, I guess, and accidentally shoots little Lisa 𝒟𝒏𝓏 in the back, paralyzing her from the waist down. He wasn't exactly well liked before, but now he's public enemy number 2. Do I need to tell you who public enemy number 1 is?
It's just you're wearing a gold chasuble today. Shouldn't it be green today? We're in ordinary time. It's 7th Sunday of ordinary time.
𝒟𝒉 mirrors Dmitri in a lot of ways. One of them being, terrible crimes in the past. A lot of it being that people have just given up on them. In TBK, everybody just kind of assumes that Dmitri has killed his father or will kill his father. Like, they all think that he's going to become his father. He's kind of seen as just like a lost cause. They're like, he's a scoundrel, whatever. And it really takes people kind of believing in him and fighting for him to get the opportunity to grow as a person, and he does. 𝒟𝒉 is in the same boat. Everybody's given up on him. They don't think he's capable of change. They hate him for shooting a little girl, and they don't think that he's worth their time or their love. And this is a struggle for Ivan in Brothers Karamazov as well. He says one can love one's neighbors in the abstract or even at a distance, but at close quarters it's almost impossible, which is the same thing that Riley points out in one of those first AA meetings where he says, yeah, everybody's talking about how God loves everybody and we're all God's children, but they let 𝒟𝒉 drink himself to death. No one wants to give 𝒟𝒉 the time of day. Interestingly, though, Ivan really focuses on the suffering of children and the abusers of those children. And Riley really sees the Lisa 𝒟𝒏𝓏 𝒟𝒉 situation for exactly what it is, which is just an awful, awful situation. Admittedly, Ivan's not talking about like an individual situation. He's talking about kind of grand scale, but still. Neither of them can square this, right? This God letting terrible things happen and allowing suffering. It's just error 404. Please check your connection and try again later. It does not compute because it's a cognitive dissonance. What is a cognitive dissonance? A cognitive dissonance is what happens when you have two or more thoughts or experiences or beliefs or rationales rattling around in your little goldfish brain existing in opposition to each other. The fact that you are a goldfish is not consistent with your understanding of a goldfish. The fact that it is raining outside is not consistent with the fact that the weatherman said it would not rain. Unicorns are not real, but also the little wires inside of our brains are desperate for consistency, normalcy. They like when things make sense.
But also rhinoceros. Yes, exactly.
Like watching the wine moms slot all of their cans right into spaces along the inside of their fridge, fitting perfectly across in a line. We like watching the Tetris pieces fall right where they're supposed to. We like watching people organize things and do satisfying videos is an entire genre for a reason. We like it when things come together nicely. We like it when things make sense. We like it when movies have good endings. We don't want to be confused. We don't want to be scared. It scatters our little brains and makes us malleable and weak, like this dental guard that I had to buy to stop myself from stress grinding my teeth into nothingness while I lay in the dark for 8 hours every night, desperately hoping I'll be sucked down into the wormhole of my subconscious for just a few short hours.
Bitch, stop being relatable.
Cognitive dissonance fucks with your brain. It fucks with your sense of self and your sense of reality. And this is what happens when you are told that God is good always, and then not so good things are happening on God's watch. In order to resolve this issue, one of the incongruent thoughts must be abandoned, thrown away, spat on, and left for dead in a mysterious alleyway. If my own experience and self-image does not line up with what I know to be the experience and image of a goldfish, then I am either not a goldfish or I am not myself. Which, frankly, if the weatherman says it's not raining, but it's clearly raining outside, either the weatherman is wrong or my perception of reality is wrong. Which, frankly, either unicorns are real or this doesn't exist. Riley, Professor Radisson, Yvonne, all presented with the same cognitive dissonance. The solution for Ivan is to return his ticket. The solution for Riley is that God is not real. The solution for God's not dead characters is this.
God is good.
And the solution for Father Paul is, well, Part 6.
What do you want, Paul? Excuse me?
So, here's how it went down. Monsignor Pruitt, super fucking old, totally losing it. Whole island sends him to Israel, the Holy Land, as like a make-a-wish before you die kind of thing. On this trip, he does die, more or less. Walking alone in a desert, totally off his rocker, runs into an angel who saves his life, makes him all young and hot again, sends him back to Crockett Island, takes this angel in a trunket, then he goes back to the island, calls himself Father Paul, and starts lying to everyone constantly. One of the lies that he tells comes up during an AA meeting with Riley right after Lisa Scarborough has begun to walk again. Riley, in an attempt to ease the cognitive dissonance of that shit, lays it all out for Father Paul. And he's like, look, scientifically, I get it. I can explain a misdiagnosis. I can explain miraculous recovery. It happens. I get how she can physically walk again. What I don't get is how you knew she would be able to do it. And what this tells us is that Riley has enough faith in Father Paul as a person to know that he would never have asked Lisa to stand if he didn't know she could do it. And the answer Father Paul gives him is that he just knew. And he says, I know that's not enough for you. I envy you. I wish I could see the world scientifically and be able to reason like that. But he just doesn't know. And it's out of his hands. But the truth is, he knows it's not going to be enough for Riley because he knows it's bullshit. Father Paul knew she could walk again because he's been spiking the communion wine with the blood of the angel that made him young again. Not because of any kind of intuition. He didn't have some weird feeling. He didn't walk on a ley line, okay? He's been deliberately trying to make everybody on this island young again because he's got dreams he wants to relive. Father Paul, Monsignor Pruitt, has been lying to everyone, everywhere, since he got here. His name's not even Paul. He made it up. He named himself Paul after Paul in Damascus. You know what happens to Paul in the Bible? Paul is sent through the desert to Damascus to arrest Jesus Christ. And on the way there, God steps in and is like, hey, please don't arrest me, you lunatic. Instead, go to the city, wipe your browser history, and wait for instructions. Lord, what do you want me to do? And then the Lord said to him, arise and go to the city, and you will be told what you must do. I wasn't kidding. And I'm not shaming Father Paul for lying. We all have to lie sometimes. And he's got this big ass secret that he does not understand, topping off a very, very long life, full of secrets and lies from before any of this madness began. All of them. All of the lies, varying degrees of commandment breaking, right? We have some, I'm not going to say he's a sodomite. He's not. Although, by biblical definitions, he might be a sodomite. By medieval definitions, he's certainly a sodomite. Ask Eleanor Yanaga. So he gets to the island with this trunk full of angel. How he got it through customs, what he did with the rest of his things, God only knows. But he gets there with a lot of conviction, right? He's confident. He knows what he's doing.
Literally? How did he get it through customs? How? Did he take a boat back? Did nobody x-ray this thing and be like, Looks clear to me. Like, how did he get that thing from the desert of Israel, Palestine, to fucking New York City? I don't know. Anyways, Junior, congratulations on second. It was never claimed. Do you have to declare the angel when going through customs? Real. What's the value of this trunk? Timeless and priceless? Totes my goats. Timeless and immeasurable. Real. Oh my god.
Gives this whole like long ass confessional sequence basically to us and to himself, I guess, justifying his actions, explaining everything he is doing and how it is the right thing and how he's doing capital G, capital W, God's work. And that is the Father Paul that is sat across from Riley when he is talking about how people treat 𝒢𝒶𝓉 and the people on the island and how they use God's will as justification for treating people horribly. It's that Father Paul who says, absolutely fucking not. He argues against Riley's idea that he can't believe in a higher power and also own his mistakes. He tells Riley straight up that there is nothing in scripture that says God negates personal accountability. We talked about this already, I think. Oh, I do this every time.
Hi, Adric!
And this is pretty powerful stuff, right? It means a lot. It's impactful. You can tell that this is coming from a man who has made mistakes and done things that he regrets, who is still making his peace with the Lord, a man who has lived a full human life already. The thing that's so captivating about Father Paul for people is he's this young man who has the wisdom of an elder because he lived for 80, 90 some years. He was on his deathbed. He didn't remember who he was. In certain lights, this is a gift from God. To have lost yourself and to be able to be young and in a position where you're respected and be able to share that kind of wisdom with people is such a gift. He has the knowledge and life experience and wisdom of an old man and the confidence of someone finally getting a do-over. A chance to go back and fix everything, to do the things he didn't do, say the things he didn't say.
Pulls out Chase's credit card they left at the soda bar.
And we'll never get. And he has all of this. And so when he says this to Riley, it matters. It's inspiring. It inspires Riley. It inspires the kind of confidence that Riley's going to need to have in him to say, I don't know how you knew she could walk. But he's still a dirty liar. He tells himself and us that he's doing all of this lying to protect the people of Crockett so that they are prepared for when the real miracles come, for the healings, for the words from God. He doesn't want to upset them and he doesn't want to scare them before he can help them. He wants to let Lisa run again. He wants to help people get sober. He wants to make people feel young again. But old habits die hard and the man just can't stop lying. And I'm not saying that he shouldn't have lied. I'm just saying that it's this lie that he tells to Riley about how he knew that Lisa could walk again. That is the beginning of the end. This is the first turn of the screw, where the dynamic between Riley and Father Paul begins to shift. No longer is it the steadfast intellectual reasoning of Yvonne and the holy man, Alyosha, discussing the suffering of innocence and the responsibility of God. It is something different now.
I really don't have an answer that's going to satisfy you. Not you.
Father Paul tells Riley that it must be nice for him to be able to explain all the miracles via science. He envies Riley's freedom from the belief in the transcendental because his own personal belief in the transcendental, his proof, now has consequences. It's not just big ideas and big plans in a trunk. It's happening. And sure, it's fine now. People aren't needing their glasses. Their backs don't hurt. Everything's fine. But as the miracles continue and the healing becomes more, Father Paul begins to feel more and more powerful because he is. Right? In the eyes of his community, he is practically a god, completely infallible. At the same time, his dependency on the angel blood that made him young in the first place is wildly out of control. It's turning into a full-blown addiction. And so another cognitive dissonance rears its ugly head, and every step that Father Paul takes to relieve that dissonance, take more angel blood, pray, try and do more good, all of that just leads him further and further down the rabbit hole of violence and contradiction that becomes harder and harder to square with his belief in God as he knew it before his Twilight era. By the time that he is just a priest standing in front of an alcoholic, asking him to become a vampire, he is visibly unhinged. He is like Yvonne, who, if we remember, slid so far into madness that he started having conversations with the devil himself and he still couldn't win. He is shaking. He is sweating. He is talking to himself. He is repeating prayers over and over and over again like a shark who can't stop for fear he'll never start again. Father Paul has worked himself into a Gordian knot of anxiety, and Riley has just been chilling. Riley, who made a calculated, Nietzschean decision to reject God for his own betterment, has absolutely no difficulty with this conundrum. In the face of absolute moral insanity, bathing in the light of the promised absence of guilt and pain, in the reign of the freedom from moral dilemma that Joss Whedon promised his philosophy class came with blind faith, Riley is like, absolutely fucking not, you psycho. Riley is having none of it. In God's Not Dead, the act of believing, of giving yourself to God, is the gift of living in a world that is black and white, free from the consequences of regular life. No longer do you have to be tolerant of others. No longer do you have to make the choice between right and wrong and deciding what the best move is. God does it for you. And if you choose wrong, well, that was just his plan in the first place. You get to try again next time. And all you have to do is believe. All you have to do is believe. And believe.
Adric, thank you so much for the 5 watch streak. I appreciate it. Knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater, not spaghetti. Yeah, it's angel blood. It's angel blood. / vampire angel blood. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we love to see it. That head looked like both Totodile and Agumon, very much. I am literally just doodling and deleting things. Doodling and deleting things. But I did get this done. Look at that. You guys now have a thumbs up emote. You guys have a thumbs up emote and sticker. Congratulations. It is in the Discord already. Thank you for the head pat. Yeah! Look at all the little guys. And that's Serenity and Maddie doing a little dance. Love it. Okay.
Believing is not something we can see or quantify in those films, but Midnight Mass makes the act of believing a physical one. You have to enter the covenant of the Lord by drinking the blood of Christ in order to receive that gift. Jesus' actual blood and flesh were not on the menu at the Last Supper, okay? It was a metaphorical idea. It was an act of choose
It's a
to
metaphor,
drink this and
guys.
choose to believe. Midnight Mass, being religious horror, makes that real. It is real blood. You have to really choose that. The existence of God does not negate personal responsibility, nor does your belief in God negate personal responsibility. Evidently, God itself, in an act of supernatural mercy, is the only thing that can abolish any kind of moral responsibility in a physical act of sending the blood of something transcendent down. The characters in God's Not Dead are constantly reminding themselves that God
Mitochondria is the
good,
powerhouse
God's
of
good
the cell.
always, and always God is good, over and over again. He uses all things and works in mysterious ways that we can't see the whole picture. If only we could see the world the way that God does, then we would understand. There would be no cause for guilt or pain or suffering or confusion. And that is what the angel gives us. It gives the people of Crockett, it gives Father Paul, practically on a silver platter, the ability to feel and see like God. All they have to do is drink. God's Not Dead requires faith and rewards it with proof. Midnight Mass offers proof and rewards action. Part 7, Easter Rising.
Wait till Easter. If it weren't for that and Christmas, some people would never come at all.
So Jesus kicks it. He decides to let himself be crucified to save humanity, comes back, restores faith, fucks off. Time goes on. Societies advance. Kingdoms and empires rise and fall and scatter, and there is no second coming in sight. Centuries pass. Christianity starts creeping its little claws all over every continent, digging its way into the laws and the royal courts and all of that jazz, and still no sign of Jesus. So we start to get philosophers and metaphysicians working tirelessly to provide some kind of evidence that supports the existence of God. Neoplatonism emphasizes the transcendence of God. Descartes was like, God is perfect and a perfect thing can't not exist.
Descartes!
That seemed to suffice for a while. But people keep thinking, and people keep thinking about other things, and people want to have other kind of conversations. So as long as you weren't publishing blasphemy, and you sort of tack on a footnote about God being the perfect creator of all things, the church would like more or less leave you alone and let you write about all the trapezoids you want. So that kind of covers the general
You eat, therefore you are a
population's
waffle, yes.
belief in God, right? But what is true of the general public is not always true of the individual. And 3 days is a long time. When the 3 days are a psychological, metaphorical experience, 3 days can start to feel like a lifetime. And a lifetime is just about long enough for some of that capital D doubt to sink in. And this remains true for forever. People's belief in God diminishes the further and further away we get from the resurrection. And that is because in order for God to have any personal meaning for the individual, he must bring himself down to the individual's level. In order to surpass that, the court says you have to believe in God, so you say you believe in God barrier. In order to have real meaning for a person's life, he has to send part of himself down to earth. He has to get on our level. He sends part of himself down to earth in this human form as like a gift to humanity so he can teach us some shit. But the problem is that like Jesus can't just like move to Miami and like live out the rest of his life selling cars and be like, all right, and die at like 97. Because if he did do that, he'd just be some dude who's going around saying that he's God. And when was the last time that that worked out well for literally anyone involved? Which brings us back to the thesis point. He has to die. But if he dies, then that means that God can be killed. And that makes God a lot less godly. You know what I mean? Plus, you've got like a shit ton of people just living their lives thinking that God has died and abandoned them. No bueno.
Chips,
Not to mention that
thank
he's
you for
got
the
shit to
5
do
streak.
upstate, so he can't just stay on Earth forever. He can't just die and float on up to the heavens like every other good Christian. Also, he's got all these apostles hanging out trying to write a book, and what kind of a friend would he be if he just left them with that kind of an ending? He's all
Doodles are going. I'm drawing and deleting things. I did get this done. Insert. And that came from these little guys. So we got these little guys, which I made into a sticker and emote for the Discord already. You guys get a thumbs up now. I guess I can add them to the BTTV as well, or 7TV rather. I think it's 7TV that I have an account for. So I drew these little guys, these little doodles, which became our little thumbs up sticker.
And now I'm just scribbling. I'm just scribbling to see what comes to mind. I don't want to push too hard, but if I do feel the inspiration, I need to work on this animation. And then we have different ideas for this animation that need to be explored more, but haven't done yet. But I don't want to force it. You've been adding them to BTTV. Also, I'm not crying. I was just double checking what source it was to attribute it to. BTTV. Yeah, okay. I said it right the first time. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we've got some good stuff in BTTV. Some good stuff. Good stuff. We got 𝒟𝓬 pet, we got lizard, we got minor spelling mistake, mod pet, and regular just pets. And then we got all of my extra ones that are in the Discord right now that can't fit in regular stream emotes. Good luck. You're strong and powerful and you can overcome this art block. It's not art block. It's burnout. Slight difference. Art block is wanting to do an idea and being unable to do the idea because inspiration isn't there. But burnout is thinking of doing the thing and feeling terrible. Right? And for me, it's definitely been burnout because I think about doing art and I don't feel excited. I don't feel happy about it. I feel like it's more of a chore and it's kind of like, buh. So trying to work through that is hard, and doing little doodles and stuff definitely help with giving me positive reinforcement of art again. Excuse me. I've been burnt out this whole semester. No! Junior, you got this. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to recover from burnout because it's just it's an association with the feeling, right? And because I've been doing commissions for nearly a year straight at this point, it's like, and I've given myself so little time in between to do personal art, which I was trying really hard to do, which is probably why I was even able to do it for almost a year straight anyways, was just being able to do personal art in between. But like animation is definitely one of those that will burn you out really, really quickly if you aren't careful and pace it more. And yeah. I know that feeling. I felt so bad lately at work, didn't do much or was delaying stuff I had to do. I was getting better now, but I think it was just a bit of a mess. Yeah. It's really hard to create new happy associations with the thing you're burned out on. Yes. Yeah, it's not super fun. And I think part of it is just like I need to like reassociate certain things with art. And like part of it is that like when you are trying to force yourself to do something and you have like ADHD or even other mental health things, it can be really difficult to not feel sleepy or like frustrated with trying to force something out. Yeah, it's not fun, and it's definitely like, but you know, you know the feeling. But yeah,
It's just hard. It's just hard. Because when I don't want to do something, I just get tired, and my body goes, how about I go to sleep instead? And then I go, wow, that sucks. And then as soon as I stop doing that thing, I feel better, and I don't feel sleepy. And I'm like, well, okay, cool. But oh, thank you for all the buzz, all the buzz. You know, exactly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Relatable, yes. Relatable content. That's what I strive for. Biz is also being ridiculously relatable, especially with the night guard thing. I was like, can we not put a target on my face right there? No, Eros is not bald. I know you guys say it as a joke, but like, legitimately, he's not. He's not. Yes, Jed Mumu. Yes, Mumu. I told you, chat, see? Eros called me the other night? What? Crazy. He'll be soon if he gets enough subs. Oh no! Is shaving your head a sub goal? I didn't read your entire sub list. How many? Amazing. I'm kind of scared. Your hair's not that long anyways. You'll have it back in a couple months. You'll be fine. Just wear a hat or a beanie. unless you're not thinking of doing like, you know, a buzz cut, but instead like actually shaving your head. Yeah, literally, it'd probably regrow in a month or two. Bald and proud? Is Tumblestone a sub-goal? You go real fast? I'd never have a bald sub-goal. It took me 8 years to grow mine. Oh my goodness. I forget if he said he was bald or a furry during the call. Yes. I mean, probably a furry. That would be my guess. He did put that confession out there on all of the social medias for the public to see. A coworker gave me some homemade cookies, so I have a late night snack to munch. Ooh, ooh, that sounds tasty. Sounds so tasty. I was gonna see if the cornbread was still good, but I opened up the tinfoil and noticed there was a fly in it, and I was like, it's probably not good anymore, huh? It was only like a week old, so I was like, god damn it. New sub goal, Chase versus Eros round 2. We can make it one? Oh my god. Would you imagine? Eros, that would be just for me. That would literally be just for me. Eros gets bullied by Chase and Tumblestone. Okay. Maybe it'll be for your community too. They do love to see you suffering. They do love to see you suffering. Did someone say Tumblestone? Yes. Chase versus Eros and Master Duel. That would be me suffering. Did you, Squirrel, did you see the last time we played Master Duel together and we played versus? Because that's a you. Some of them go exactly. We played Yu-Gi-Oh! Roulette where we had a wheel of different decks, and I could not, for the life of me, stop drawing bricks. I had one hand that had all 4 of my Buster Bladers in it, which meant none of my trap cards worked. Ah! So anyways, needless to say, that was an experience. Oh my god. Just played Gem Knight's Tier Limits deck. I don't even have those cards. I was trying to build what's it called? Alice in Wonderland Cyber Malice. Thank you. Yes, Malice. I've been trying to build Malice and I'm still missing like 6 URs. So like, yeah. I do have a few of the tier limit URs, but like not that many. I think I just have 2 of the purple ladies. Like 1 of each. But that's it. That's all I got. I think. Maybe. I'd have to check. I haven't opened Yu-Gi-Oh! In a few seasons, which means that I'm probably back at bronze. Which might be about the same right time for me to return so that I can work those rankings again. Haha. Get to gold and cry and never make it to platinum again. It'll be okay, guys. It'll be fine. I'll suffer just for you guys. Now that Dragon Maid cards are here, I'm getting those. I know the combos IRL. Wait, Dragon Maid cards weren't physical before? Or are they... Did you just, like, order them? Is that what you mean? Alright. There's new... there's new support for them? Or did they re-release them? Are the old ones no longer... What? Just came... What? Lady Dragon Maid was added to Master Duel. Gasp. Gasp. Gasp all around. Gasp all around. My Dragon Maid deck isn't bad.
Hilarious.
But it's not great either. Oh, I will take sippies. I will do that. Lady in Chamber's dragon form. Oh, Chamber got a dragon form? Yay! Is it a cute red dragon? It's what she deserves. It's a black dragon. Yeah, okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's whatever. They were just like, her red hair, that doesn't signify dragon scales. Her outfit does, obviously. Alright. Isn't her hair white? Oh, am I thinking of, the other one? Hold on. Parlor? Am I thinking of Parlor? Kitchen has the red hair. Nope. Let's try that again. Dragon Maid's Yu-Gi-Oh! Images.
I miss my wife tails.
I miss my wife tails. Oh, Kitchen. Kitchen. Yeah, Kitchen. I think Kitchen's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. 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 Thank you. Oh, she does have white hair. Oh, I see what she looks like. Okay. I was thinking of the right pose, but I was not thinking of the right color scheme. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool. Parlor's green, laundry's purple. Yeah. They're cute. They're cute. They're cute. They're very cute. Okay. Alright. Have I just never looked at Chamber? You know, it's very fair. I think when they all have similar names, it is a lot harder to keep them straight. Alright, shall we continue our The Art of Religious Interpretation, Midnight Mass versus Gods Not Dead.
All-knowing. He knows what happens when Game of Thrones ends. He wouldn't do that. Which brings us to the next necessary element of the Christian redemption cycle. The death of God is the first. God has to die. Second part is that 3 days. Those 3 days of waiting. He's got to be dead for somebody somewhere or Christianity doesn't work. And the next necessary point on the Christian redemption cycle is this. The supernatural proof. He's got to go back.
We have to go back, Kate.
Big man gets nailed to the cross, dies, takes a quick detour into hell, frees all the sinners except for Solomon, fucks Solomon, comes back to Earth, takes a bow, forgives humanity for all of its sins, then zip zap zops back up to Daddy, which is some next level proof of the divine shit, right? This is in line with Red Seas parting. This is bushes burning. This is angels flying down in a desert to tell you what to do. The resurrection serves as that necessary supernatural element that will sustain faith for a very long time. The resurrection will sustain people for a long time, and Descartes will come in and he will sustain people for a long time. But man cannot live on metaphysics alone, and that Son of God candle only burns so bright for so long. Eventually, say 2,000 years later, in this post-Easter Sunday world where God can be killed not physically but spiritually for the individual, it's a lot harder to believe.
Axolotl, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. Are you an axolotl otter? Is that what that means? That's really cute. That's really cute. If that is what that means, that's really cute.
And it becomes increasingly difficult to carry out this redemption cycle without that supernatural element. The God's Not Dead films really struggle with this because they place their characters in the position of Jesus, but they're not really able to fully accomplish that true I am God, believe in me vibe, right? Like no one can do it like Jesus can. As Eric von der Leff says in his essay, the bridge between infinite immortality and finite mortality must be made by the immortal making itself mortal, lowering itself to humanity's level, which means vampires. We're talking about vampires. Part 8, the morality of eating people. Father Paul, Monsignor Pruitt, old, wrinkly, in a desert, gets Benjamin buttoned by Dobby on steroids, comes back to Crockett Island, and starts drugging everybody with Dobby's blood.
No! Oh my god. Got Benjamin buttoned by a Dobby on steroids. Oh my god. I wish I was that creative, you know? Like, I wish I was that creative. Holy shit.
We learned all of this. Remember, I just talked about it. Father Paul gave that confession to himself because he felt really shitty about being a damn liar, which I get because I'm also a damn liar sometimes, and it's one of the 10 commandments, but in his defense, it is the 9th one, and anyone who's ever read a BuzzFeed listicle knows nobody reads past number 6. He feels bad, but he does it anyway because he's got big miracles on the horizon. Lisa walks again. The woman that he had an affair with 40 years ago and had a secret love child with, she's young and hot again. Aaron's unborn child mysteriously disappears from her womb completely as if it was never there. Okay, maybe they're not all great changes. So, like, we know that they're not all great changes, but Father Paul does not. Father Paul thinks he is doing the Lord's work, and he is riding that train as far as it can go. That's all he's ever wanted. He's a priest. That's the gig. That's the gig. He swore to never have sex all of his life because he wanted to serve the Lord. He failed the first time around, but this time's different. He feels like Moses. He's got an angel commanding him to save people, and it's all fun and games until he gets addicted to the angel blood and kicks it, only to come back again, full Dracula. For the record, Father Paul, Monsignor Pruitt, has died twice.
Correction, 3
Dracula
times.
Immediately murders Joe Collie. Joe Collie, who was just there for some guidance because he's trying to get sober and he was gonna buy a drink, but he didn't, and he came to Father Paul instead, and Father Paul ate his brains. Michael Flanagan morally fattened Joe Collie up like a pig for slaughter, and I will never forgive him for it. So he's eating Joe Collie's brains out by the skull, and who should walk in but Bev Keane, top-tier Christian, queen of God's work. It's all over, right? It's only downhill from here. The #1 Bible follower has just walked in on you eating someone. It's gotta be over, right? Wrong. Bev Keane has been waiting for this moment her entire life.
Okay. Okay.
So there's this moment where we have these two devout religious characters who have already interacted with what they believe to be proof of the divine. Bev is already aware that Father Paul has been made young again. They have the opportunity to take this as a command. Father Paul's body, the body that was resurrected, a la JC himself, is demanding the blood of 𝒢𝒶𝓉 to survive. It is physically craving and calling him to, well, at the same time, in a year far, far away, Genesis 2022, God rolls up to Abraham and is like, hey, so you know that kid you have? That kid that you love so much? That miracle baby that I gave you and your wife after you were childless for so long? You know that kid? And Abraham's like, yeah, Isaac, super into dinosaurs, really good at darts, love him, he's the best. And God's like, yeah, I know, he's great. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take him and some wood, maybe a knife. We're gonna take a little road trip, top of that mountain over there. You're gonna burning offering for me, and we're gonna call it a day, right? Got it? Solid. Awesome. See you in 3 days. And Abraham does this. Now, if you don't know the story, God swoops in a la 𝒟𝒉 𝒟𝑒 and like gives him a sheep to slaughter instead at the last possible moment. And in religious context, I have been informed that this story is about faith. Because Abraham is like, I told you, Isaac, he would never make me kill you. And everything is just hunky-dory. And I cannot tell you how much I do not understand that read. I hate this story. I am obsessed with it. I think it is the best story in the Bible. I think about it all the time. I am always thinking about this. I remember being in CCD in like 2nd or 3rd grade and being taught this story and just being like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? It's horrifying. It's terrible. It is gut-wrenching. I feel sick every time I think about it. It wasn't until 2 years ago, when someone laid it all out for me in excruciating detail over the course of like 2 hours, that I finally began to kind of understand what it is that apparently everyone else sees in the story, which is that the message in the story is not, you must be willing to kill your kid for God. It is, God would never make you kill your kid. It's like, I always thought it was a reward. I always thought that God only sent that ram because Abraham was like this close to doing it. And he was like, solid, he would really kill his kid for me. I'll let him have his kid as a prize. Not that you should have faith that God always has another plan. The thing that people say about it is you can never see what God is leading up the other side of the mountain. Like a ram was coming up the other side of the mountain the whole time. You just didn't know it. So you have to have faith in God. I just thought it was a God-fearing story. I swear to God, I always thought it was just the absolute wrath of God who would make you kill your own kid.
Mood, same. I thought it was about doing things unquestioning. You know? Wild.
And even knowing this now, I still don't really see it. I get it on like a cognitive level, but I still read this story as about a man who has to spend 3 days with his beloved son, just walking him to the slaughter. And what in God's name Isaac must have been thinking. And how do you get past that? How do you look your father in the eye when that ram comes down? How do you go to breakfast every morning after that? How do you look your kid in the eye after you were willing to murder him? Like, how do you... I feel like even understanding that story requires a level of faith that I just don't have and couldn't have. It's probably why I couldn't make my confirmation. And there are other reads of this story, I'm sure. For me, I find it more interesting from that angle, but that's just why it's such a good story. That's why it's the best one. It's so good, in fact, everybody loves it. Even moral philosophy professors. Bet you didn't think that had a point, did it? Abraham's near sacrifice of his son Isaac has long been a topic of debate amongst philosophers, amongst the 𝒟𝒉s of the world, because like what do you do when God commands you to do bad things? If you couldn't tell, this is the ethics section.
For Christians, the fixed point of morality, what constitutes right and wrong, is a straight line that leads directly back to God.
Oh, so you're saying that we need a God to be moral, that a moral atheist is an impossibility.
No, but with no God, there's no real reason to be moral. I mean, there's not even a standard of what moral behavior is.
We're in the ethics section, which means we have to lay some ground rules. For this section, we are presupposing the following two premises. 1, killing people is bad. 2, everyone is aware that killing people is bad. These are our assumed norms for this topic. Because just as there is a cognitive dissonance with God being all-powerful and also not stopping bad things, there's a cognitive dissonance when you're being commanded to do something evil by a good God. Especially when we are working within a framework where most of the moral decision-making is based in Christianity. So if we have a perfect Cartesian God, then that God would not command something evil. He could not command something truly evil. So any command that is being given must therefore be good. Abraham killing his son cannot be truly evil. That is way out number 1. Justification for doing the thing. That is what Bev Keane does. And she runs with it straight off the tracks, right into the sunrise. But like, what if you're not Bev Keane? Because we can't all be Bev Keane, try as we might. And sometimes you really, 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 really don't want to do the thing. But God is telling you to do the thing. If God is telling you to do the thing, then is it morally wrong not to do it? Robert Adams, in Finite and Infinite Goods, A Framework for Ethics, suggests a moral constraint on our obedience to God's commands. And a moral constraint is essentially a rule that helps one identify what is the ethical choice. Kant very famously had a moral constraint against lying all the time, and it drove poor Chidi insane. That is the problem that Adams is trying to solve with his moral constraint, saying that if, upon reflection, a purportedly divine command seems to be evil, then one should not accept it as a commandment of God's. So if it sounds bad, probably not God. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a goose. If it sounds too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. And what Adam's doing here is using a critical sense to assess morality under God's transcendent goodness, saying that we should always question any human view about what God is, because humans are not transcendent. We don't have a perfect transcendent perspective. Let me just get a How obvious is it going to be if I have this mic drop? Probably. I'm losing my voice. So we as humans should always question and be critical of any human assessment or human understanding of God and what God is, or any empirical test of value that humans provide. We have to be critical of our evaluation of morals and ethics and not just say that everything is okay because God said so, because we have to believe that God would not command us to do evil, which means that we have to hold ourselves to a standard that we do not truly understand.
God's intention concerning evil is to one day destroy it.
Well, how convenient.
We have puny little fish brains. We cannot understand what is good, because the only thing that can really understand what is good is God, because God is perfect and God is only good. So any understanding that we have is just like a sad little echo put together from scraps falling off a table that we're like hoping looks like good.
Every day, the more I give myself over to God, the more I hear the voice of his angel, and you will too. That's okay. That's good. No, you will be moved to act, and there will be things you cannot change.
I'm fine, totally fine. Look how fine I am.
We cannot truly understand
I'm fine.
what is good. Only God can. Therefore, any commandment presented by God should be followed. The moral constraint means that in between these two steps, we take a minute and we say, if upon further reflection, that commandment does not add up to what our understanding of good is, it should not be taken as a commandment from God, which means it's not God telling you, it's the devil. We could definitely still be doing wrong by not following God's commandment, but morally and ethically, we are justified in not doing the thing, with the understanding that God is only good in a transcendent way that we cannot understand, even that idea that we cannot understand God's transcendence is a human idea. Any traits or attributes or ideas that human beings are putting onto God need to be critically assessed before they are taken as fact. So had Abraham said, killing people is wrong, dude, I'm not gonna do it, he would have been equally justified in that act that he was in doing the act. However, Rissler disagrees with that in his work, because in the case of Abraham and Isaac, Abraham does ultimately decide that he must sacrifice Isaac. In order for him to reach that conclusion via Adam's framework, he must alter his perception of the meaning of evil in order to accommodate
Okay. We should be back. Yeah? We good? I think we're good. Sun Spirilla, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm rewinding. I'm rewinding. Thank you. It just cut for a second. I was like, okay. But I think, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I disconnected completely. So I think we're fine. You're confused? Why are you confused? If you refresh, your internet was dying too. I understand. If you guys refresh, it was just a drop in connection for a second. And then you talked about network issues. Oh yeah, that does seem to happen. Wait, my drop too. Mood. Refresh. We're so back. We're so back. There you go. Pinning that. There we go. There we go. Keep that up there for next 20 minutes. I'm fine. Internet dies. Literally. Literally. Alright. The fun thing is that as a network engineer, I cannot describe how infuriating network drops are for me. Like, my own network is killing me. Dude, being throttled by something that you think you understand inside and out is the most frustrating thing in the world, let me tell you. Totally get it. Alright, guys. Has everybody refreshed? Is everybody ready to continue? Hi, Bubby. Hi, Mama. Eyes are so crunchy. Why you got so many crunchies in your eyes, huh? Good job. I want to know how you get the effect of the, like, zoom crunch, the crunchifying zoom. It's so good. It's so good. It's such a feeling. The magic is so real. Yeah, yeah. I understand it and I cannot do anything against it since my provider doesn't know it's just mood. Mood. Oh, doing a little stretchy. I don't know if everybody's refreshed or not. I don't think so, but it's okay. We will continue. We will continue. Hi, Manina. How are you? My house faces a commonly used wide road. Trucks go up and down every morning, and people love to speak. No! Are you not fine? Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm so fine. Every time a pile of cars pass by, my PC and internet lags. Oh no. They aren't relevant to the network situation. It's real. It's so real. 100%. 100%.
Because we have to believe that God would not command us to do evil, which means that we have to hold ourselves to a standard that we do not truly understand.
God's intention concerning evil is to one day destroy it.
Well, how convenient.
We have puny little fish brains. We cannot understand what is good because the only thing that can really understand what is good is God, because God is perfect and God is only good. So any understanding that we have is just like a sad little echo put together from scraps falling off a table that we're like hoping looks like good.
Every day, the more I give myself over to God, the more I hear the voice of his angel, and you will too. That's okay. That's good. No, you will be moved to act, and there will be things you cannot change.
It's the concentration of signals. It just lagged twice in 5 minutes. Also wind and rain cause lag. Yeah. It's the jostling of connections could be one from the rain and the wind. And number two, when a lot of cell signals and metal happen to be in the same area at once, you get a lot of interference. And that's just how it is. That's why a lot of times airports suck. Why you don't get very good signal in airports, why you don't get very good signals at concerts. That in a lot of concert halls are like Faraday cages, you know? Just concrete and metal. It makes it really hard to pass a signal through concrete and metal like that.
We cannot truly understand what is good, only God can. Therefore, any commandment presented by God should be followed. The moral constraint means that in between these two steps, we take a minute and we say, if upon further reflection, that commandment does not add up to what our understanding of good is, it should not be taken as a commandment from God, which means it's not God telling you, it's the devil. We could definitely still be doing wrong by not following God's commandment. But morally and ethically, we are justified in not doing the thing. With the understanding that God is only good in a transcendent way that we cannot understand, even that idea that we cannot understand God's transcendence is a human idea. Any traits or attributes or ideas that human beings are putting onto God need to be critically assessed before they are taken as fact. So had Abraham said, killing people is wrong, dude, I'm not gonna do it, he would have been equally justified in that act that he was in doing the act. However, Rissler disagrees with that in his work, because in the case of Abraham and Isaac, Abraham does ultimately decide that he must sacrifice Isaac. In order for him to reach that conclusion via Adam's framework, he must alter his perception of the meaning of evil in order to accommodate that for which he does not understand. He argues that we shouldn't be messing with the moral aspect of the whole thing, but the psychological, because we're stupid. We're stupid humans, and we're dealing with a cognitive dissonance. Our brains are cracking under the pressure. We cannot be left alone to decide what is morally right and what is morally wrong. That is what God does. God is supposedly so perfect that we literally cannot understand his commands. So instead of putting the constraint on the morality of those commands, we put the constraints on ourselves. The psychological constraint that Rissler presents is if, upon reflection, one is certain that a command is from God, then one should obey it. Basically, we're gullible. We'll believe anything's God if it smells good enough. Adam's idea is still intact. If God is commanding something, then it can't be evil, but we are definitely off the hook for deciding whether or not something he's commanded is evil. That's not our job anymore. Our job is just to decide if we are actually receiving a commandment from actual God. So they all should have just not done it, right? Or am I missing something? Hold on, am I forgetting something? Let me see. And Abraham stretched forth his hand and took the knife to slay his son, and the angel. Oh. Right. That. Given the limited nature of our epistemic abilities, and given our inclination to try and doubt that God would give a seemingly evil command, I am inclined to think that achieving certainty that God is commanding one to do something abhorrent would require direct supernatural intervention, such that, despite one's best attempts at doubting the divine authorship of the command, one would simply remain certain that God has issued a particular commandment. So he has a point. Unfortunately, so do the people of Crockett.
Just then an angel of the Lord stood before them, and the glory of God shone around them, and they were sore afraid. And the angel said, "Fear not, be not afraid."
Boy, oh boy, do the people of Crockett have a reason to believe that commandment came from God. So when Father Paul and Bev rope the mayor and friends into their crazy scheme, they have no issue following this order, because as far as these people are concerned, that commandment came from God. Catholicism has a long-standing belief that if your priest pulls a Lazarus on you, you should probably do what he says. He's always been the mouth of God. You're not gonna start doubting it now. And yet you could probably argue that that's the same justification Bev Keane uses, but I think we all know that Bev Keane has been waiting for a moment to justify murder her whole life. Either way, Bev justifies cleaning up the body by quoting Deuteronomy, where one must obey the priest at all times. But she also quotes Matthew 10, and she kind of spits out, "Think not that I come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword." A passage that can be interpreted in a number of ways. R.T. France, a New Testament scholar, argues that in context, it means something closer to the sword of social division, cutting family ties and dividing individuals who choose to follow the faith or choose
Title
not
for this
to.
drawing is I'm Fine.
Not necessarily
Yep.
a military sword. Whether Bev Keane is convincing the mayor to sever himself from his previous beliefs about the whole murder thing, or just saying that Jesus came in with guns a-blazing, we'll never really know. But regardless, she yells at him not to cherry pick the glories of God, which is just... It's just beautiful, especially when you remember that Jesus also specifically said that he did not come with a sword at one point. That's in his story. I think that's before they arrest him one time.
Editing note, I went to find the source for this, and he didn't actually say that he didn't come with a sword. He said to his friends to put down their swords because they who draw the sword die by the sword. But he also immediately follows it up with, "Do you think I cannot call on my Father and he will at once put at my disposal more than 12 legions of angels?" Which is just very... It's very like my daddy's a lawyer vibes. Anyway.
Having two contradictory thoughts and reasonings is just kind of part of the territory when you're dealing in a cognitive dissonance. And you start to see how Abraham's cognitive dissonance that Father Paul and Bev and everyone is now dealing in, this murder is wrong, but God is making me murder thing, is really starting to weigh on these characters. I mean, Father Paul is crumbling. Bev is higher strung than ever. Everyone is nervous all the fucking time. And more people are forced to face this moral conundrum of a God-given command to break a commandment. But here's the thing. You might have justified your action in the eyes of the Lord, morally speaking, but that does not mean that the rest of the world agrees with you.
Aaron Green, I'd like to finish our discussion.
So sure, when Father Paul gets brought back to life via God, makes friends with a winged raisinette and wants to murder people, it's pretty easy for his devout followers to justify
A winged raisinette. A winged raisinette. God, she is so creative. I love her.
Following him in his footsteps, right? It's easy for them to say, all right, this is fine. But what about the next person who becomes bat food?
How convenient.
Riley,
How
on the other hand,
convenient.
has already given up his faith in God. He has reasoned his way to atheism. Riley is not a Christian who's lost faith. He is not an angry atheist. He is like Nietzsche. He's got his own beliefs and his own ideals. And when he gets presented with, God has commanded me to eat people, and eating people is abhorrently evil, it's not exactly a challenge for him to chuck premise one out the window like the baby in the bathwater and make the unselfish choice instead of the self-serving one, which he does. In an act of sacrifice, Riley turns himself into dust. Part 9. The Morality of Eating People, Part 2. The Lord is burning my throat. Unlike the rest of Crockett Island, Riley was not waiting for supernatural intervention. The potential Christian redemption cycle that he was being set up and primed for in the first few episodes is long off the table. This happened when Father Paul lied to him about how he knew Lisa could walk. Remember? That was the moment that the tables started to shift. That is when the idea that Riley was just a person not in a state of grace that Jesus was surrounding himself with was taken out of the equation. That storyline was cut off, flipped on its head, narratively. Suddenly, his difference in belief, like Sarah's and Sheriff Hassan's, are front and center as part of who they are and part of their arcs. The more miracles that start happening after that moment, the greater the divide becomes between people like Riley and Sarah and Sheriff Hassan, the people who don't have a Christian belief system, the deadlings, and the Christians. Tensions begin to rise in a similar manner to that of the third God's Not Dead film, where the more righteous and determined Father Paul becomes to fight for this church, it becomes a bigger and bigger problem. In Midnight Mass, it ends up in a full-on war. In God's Not Dead...
Yeah, if you guys haven't watched Midnight Mass, top tier. Top tier. It is so good. Excuse me. I do not like horror. I do not like spooky, scary time. I don't. But it is so good. Like, it does such a good job of presenting itself in a way that is palatable to many audiences without being, like, super gory or, like, leaning on gore to, like, make their point, right? Like, they're going about this in a, like, artistic, like, artistic presentation of religious horror. Like, what if angels were vampires? What if, like, a real life encounter with maybe, like, an angel led to actual terrible repercussions? What if there was a misinterpretation of what is seemingly a stroke of luck that has turned into religious fanaticism, right? Like, what happens when somebody interprets a sign of goodwill as religious zealotry, right? Like, the real horrors, the human condition, real talk. But, like, it's such a palpable type of horror, psychological horror, that is really intriguing to me. It's such a good, like, I love the interpretation of, like, sure, your God could be benevolent, right? Like, maybe there is one. And what if the way his underlings work, how the angels work, and so on, misinterpret the way that this absent father wanted things to be, like, done, right? And then you end up with this like setup that allows for this wide range of interpretations and misinterpretations that then become like canon law or horror, essentially. Just straight up horror. And it's great. I've been looking for horror that doesn't rely on jump scares or gore. Yeah. No, it's so good. It's so good. Like, there's like such a sense of anxiety as you watch through Midnight Mass. It's such a strong sense of anxiety. Like, you know something is wrong. Like, the first couple episodes are just like this setup and introduction to like what Crockett Island is like and like the characters you meet and so on and so forth. And there's just this building sense of unease. Like we follow Riley mainly the first couple episodes, and we're kind of like, what's he up to? And we kind of get like peeks here and there of Bev Keane and like some of the other characters, but like we mostly follow Riley, right? And we're like, all right, this guy, you know, he's pretty likable, he's pretty cool, he's pretty chill, you know, like of all the characters on Crockett Island, he definitely feels like the most human. And then he's put in this like town that feels like a Silent Hill setup, right? He's put in this town full of people who are deeply devoted to their religion and just try at every turn to like talk to him about stuff and like, you know, see, like they feel almost like a caricature of like religious people, right? But at the same time, as we move on, you understand like, oh, everybody has their own motivations for being this way or wanting something like this or et cetera, right? Like they all have their reasons. And that's just good character building, right? That's just a good deconstruction of people's beliefs, right? But yeah, I don't want to talk too much too detailed about it because it was just very good and now you guys are thinking about binging it. I just really enjoyed it. Midnight Mass was so good, and as somebody who does not like horror, cannot stomach that type of stuff, it was really good. Because I think the utilization of the winged raisinette, as Biz so aptly put it, gives you that suspension of disbelief that you really need, that really, really helps with that type of horror. Whereas like when you have something like, you know, just a murderer who is capturing people and doing all kinds of unspeakable things to them, and then you have the last girl, like instead of having that sort of supernatural horror become more realistic, because a lot of those things, that inspiration comes from what real people did. And that's the scariest thing of all, the human condition, as Noctis put it. And that's the type of stuff that really gets me, is like I can't stomach things like the Saw series or anything like that. Like even just saying it makes me blah, blah, blah. Because it like my memory is visual, so it conjures the visions of those movies to me, and I don't like thinking about them or the things that I potentially have seen in them. So when I think of Midnight Mass, what I think about is like the positive association, one, with it being like a religious misinterpretation and bending of like into a supernatural horror, which I really enjoy that type of stuff. The presentation of it and the humanization of a lot of characters in that story, just so good. And then I have the positive association of Biz too, who went on a 3-hour rant about it, and I love that. I love that for me. 10 out of 10. When you get things too real, you have to take people out of it a little bit to remind folks. Exactly. Like I'm not about the realism horror or gore or anything like that. Give me a good supernatural horror, and I will eat that shit up. As long as it's not like reliant on gore. A supernatural psychological horror. There we go. There we go. There we go.
It ends up in like a glorified pep rally.
Hi, Mr.
And
Meow.
in GND, the only way to relieve that tension is for God to come down and personally speak to Reverend Dave and tell him, cut the crap, which he does. He lets it go. He lets the church go, and he decides to build a church elsewhere. I don't know if I explained the plot to the third one at all. If I didn't, basically, this kid accidentally kills someone.
Oh, yes. Yes. Media with strong character writing. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Wait, Noctis, have you read my stories? Have you read my games? My visual novels? That's what I really like to do. I like to write compelling character stories and arcs. Mr. Meow's in the mines! Are you working on the thingamajig? Yay! It's okay. I understand. But it would be a good Halloween. It'd be a good Halloween game. Hell yeah. Is that drawing a reflection of post-con feelings? This is just how I feel every morning when I wake up. Yeah, literally. A reflection of every morning. Thank you, Chipser. It's so real. It's so real and true.
And sets a church on fire. And Reverend Dave is like, please, school board, fix my church. And the school board's like, maybe we should just tear it down. And then that's what the fight is about. He doesn't want them to tear his church down. But eventually God comes to Reverend Dave after he punches a kid and is like, bro, you gotta take a step back. And Reverend Dave does it. This, by the way, is why I like this movie. I think I said that in the beginning. I do actually really like the third one. I think it's watchable. There's a lot of interviews where the actor who plays Reverend Dave says that he wanted to show him as like a normal guy, like pastors are regular dudes. And the way that they do that in the first two movies is just like have him spill his coffee a lot. But in the third movie, they really took it seriously and they showed him not just being like a normal person with like a family and family troubles, but being like someone who makes wrong choices sometimes, even in the eyes of God, and who has to like atone for them and has to change his ways. And that I think is a really, really great like message. I think that's a good way to take the story. I thought it added depth. I'm here for it. I love the third one. I'll watch the third one if I have to. If I ever end up quarantined again in like a youth group and they want to watch God's Not Dead, I'll be like, put the third one on, and I would be fine. He does literally build a new church outside of the college campus, and I'm sure that there's some kind of like, there's probably a connection there with like Solomon building a church in hell and, you know, Jesus building churches and stuff. But we're 18,000 words in. I'm done. I'm calling it. Anyway, for Riley, God is dead does not insinuate that God was ever alive at any point, which is what makes it so interesting that he then becomes the Jesus of this story. He goes from being the apostle to playing the role of Jesus in this story, being the one to understand the truth in the way that no one else can, making a sacrifice for the betterment of others, literally dying, as opposed to giving up his beliefs and living the way that Father Paul was living in that moment. He gets the most Christian death of all of them. He literally gets greeted by an angel of the woman that he killed as forgiveness and is like carried up into the heavens, more or less. He gets the
first
most
word out of my mouth,
Jesus-like
everyone, is
ending without having to believe in Jesus at all. And the characters who have been waiting desperately for this return of Jesus, the ones who have been living out their redemption cycles, waiting for more proof of the divine, waiting for the resurrection, trying to prove their worthiness in the eyes of God. When Father Paul and Bev Keen stand up there and say, drink this rat poison, lay down your life in the name of God, trust that he will bring you back, a lot of them are willing to do it. And this is exactly what Nietzsche was worried about. Their belief in a transcendental, all-good, all-powerful God that is more than they could ever understand, and the frankly very good arguments that Father Paul and Bev are making hinder their ability to make a moral judgment. The supernatural proof that they have been provided hinders their ability to make a psychological assessment. They're unable to be critical in any way. Morally speaking, the only way that they have out is the first way that we talked about. They have to change a premise, and they choose to change the second one. They can't argue that this isn't coming from God. They can't argue that it's morally wrong. They just have to believe that their perception of what is morally right and morally wrong is wrong. They have to change the second premise, and they have to decide that eating people is like probably fine. Because if they don't, then they can't follow God's commandments. And if they're not following God's commandments, they're actively denying the Lord and therefore actively following the devil. They are.
I'm similar. The first word out of my mouth every morning is a curse word. My first thought every morning is, I wish I could sleep more. And then I look at my phone and go, well, I guess I'm not doing that. If I had a nickel for every time I spent a long time trying to figure something out and then right afterwards finding a solution that was 1/10 of the effort and time. Hey, Mr. Meow, sometimes you gotta do it the hard way before you can reward yourself with the easy way, alright? That's okay. We all go through it.
Are now vampires, a lot of these people. A lot of these people are now experiencing not only the physical sensation of desiring that person's blood, the changes in the way that they're seeing things, you know, the world looks different now, and they also are experiencing that like absence of guilt and shame, that release from all pain and responsibility. Of course they decide that they should be killing people. What else would they do?
Do you have guilt in your heart for doing what you had to?
Not at all.
Then ask yourself why God let that cup pass you by.
It's a euphoric feeling. There's no pain. They're drunk with it. They're caught up in the power, in the fight for God. And it's sort of like ships passing in the night when we look at God's Not Dead, A Light in the Darkness, because Reverend Dave has also become increasingly violent and aggressive in his own fight for God. He is wrapped up in his desire for justice. He is grieving, and he wants to believe that Jude's death meant something. He wants to believe that his friend wasn't just killed because some poor kid was sad that he got dumped. He wants to believe that his best friend didn't just die because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And if he can just get this church fixed, if he can just keep it there, then maybe it won't hurt so much. Everyone is telling him that he needs to stop, that maybe he's taking this too far. And I think that part of him probably knows that, but he's so caught up in this desire to fight for God, to live out Jesus's story, to be the Jesus in the redemption cycle, that he just keeps pushing through. He's searching for the same liberation from pain and suffering that the characters in Midnight Mass have already received.
Murderer. Well, I suppose so, but here's the thing. I had no guilt. None. And knowing that I should feel guilt, but accepting that I did not, finding grace where the guilt should be.
As the night rages on in Crockett Island, we watch a handful of characters slowly come to realize what it is they are doing. They are killing each other. They are killing their parents, their children, their friends, and they don't even care. The line that Jonathan Waterboy so neatly drew for us in the first God's Not Dead film, washed away, soaked in blood, can't see it anymore. And they want to know why God would allow that to happen. If the idea is that following God is following goodness, why would God allow us to live in this doxaxic state where we understand that what we're doing is wrong, but we also understand that what we're doing is good? Why would he allow us to live with this cognitive dissonance? Why would he allow humans to live in a world where they cannot tell what is right and what is wrong? Why did God command that Abraham murder his own son? Are they all just Abraham waiting for a ram to be brought up the other side of the mountain? Is there any moral weight to what happens at Midnight Mass at all? Or were they all just going to end up in the same afterlife anyway, and nothing matters because this is the way that it was supposed to happen. Lisa's last line indicates that the monster itself died, so his blood stopped working to cure her. Was all of this just so that they could destroy that demon? Are they Jesus, or are they the persecutors? What is their role in this story anymore, and why would God allow them to be confused like this? The massacre that they have carried out on Crockett Island has pushed a very simple cognitive dissonance as far as it can possibly go, and now everyone is feeling a bit abandoned by God, even the most devout. So Mildred is Sarah's mother, the woman that Father Paul had an affair with years ago, and she is the reason that he is doing all of this. He wants a second chance to get it right with her and to get it right with his kid. He's watched Sarah grow up with another man as her father, and he hasn't been able to say anything, and he regrets that. That's at the core of why he's doing all of this, and everything else is just fodder.
That's why I put that thing in that trunk. That's why I bribed and lied and smuggled it back here. That was the reason I didn't want you to die.
Mildred was pretty stoked when she was young and hot again, but Mildred has not been a fan of what Father Paul's been doing since he gave a very violent sermon. And she says to him when he kind of confesses what he's done, you know what, just play the clip.
But that's over now, John. We made our choices. We lived our lives. She grew up and we faded away, and that's how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be over.
So after Father Paul tells Sarah's mom that he just did all this so she'd be hot again, they walk out of the church and they find Bev Keane and the other vampires being absolute fucking menaces, okay? I think it goes without saying that Bev Keane was not one of the characters who came to any sort of realization about what she was doing over the course of the night. But either way, Father Paul walks out, sees her being a cunt, and just kind of suddenly realizes that maybe he got this wrong.
It's between them and God, isn't it?
No.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry?
No, we got this wrong.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, Beverly, please look at them. We are the wolves.
No.
And it's heartbreaking because this is the moment where you realize that he was never a villain at all. He really, truly believed that he was doing God's work, and the realization that maybe he was wrong and maybe Mildred is right and we're not supposed to get do-overs and people aren't supposed to behave like this, that realization hits like a cold bucket of water.
I was wrong. We were wrong. We are wrong. This needs to stop.
And when he comes into the church a few moments later and sees Sarah, his daughter who doesn't know that she's his daughter, that he so desperately wanted to be with and to take care of and to start over with, is pouring gasoline all over his church, just everywhere, preparing to burn that shit to the ground so that there's no shade for the vampires to hide in the morning. He looks her in the eyes and just says,
Good.
Good.
He gets it. It took all of like 5 minutes. And
it's such a good scene. Oh, it's... Sorry, guys. Watch Midnight Mass. Not sponsored.
Just like Reverend Dave.
Hi,
he
Ray. Thank you so much for
sacrifices
checking
his
in.
church because it is the best thing for everyone involved. Two sides of a coin. These two devout religious men choosing to sacrifice and give up a place of worship that has meant so much to both of them and has played such a pivotal role in their own personal journeys to being men of God and followers of the Lord and leaders in the church. They both give it up. The only difference is that Reverend Dave makes this decision after he gets his supernatural proof, after God commands him to chill. And Father Paul makes this decision in spite of his supernatural proof.
Don't be ridiculous.
Oh, Beverly, please look at them. We are the wolves.
No.
John.
The people of Crockett Island, except for Bev Keane, have their return to consciousness moment in spite of their supernatural proof. Whether it is a feeling of physical guilt returning or like an intellectual understanding they should be feeling guilt and yet they are not, they suddenly have been forced to accept both of our premises. The only way out is through. They have to accept that eating people is wrong and God has commanded me to eat people. They're thrown smack into the middle of another inconsistent belief system instead of engaging with the psychological constraint and saying that maybe this wasn't God that commanded them at all, or throwing out the premise that God has any moral authority in general and discarding their belief in God. Instead, the people of Crockett Island choose guilt. They choose personal accountability. They make the choice that Riley made, and they choose personal accountability. There is a parable in the Brothers Karamazov about a woman who was sent to hell for being a terrible person, but she really doesn't want to be there, so she tells God about this one time that she gave an onion to a beggar on the street, and he's like, all right, fine. And so she gets the opportunity to be pulled out of hell via holding on to an onion root. While she is holding on desperately to this onion root and climbing to her freedom, all of the other sinners also start trying to grab at her ankles and be pulled up as well, and she's not having any of that, so she kicks them off. And suddenly, the onion root disappears and she's stuck in hell. Getting very Hades Town vibes, but with an onion. It's like the Orpheus and Eurydice country vegetable medley. The idea there is that moral redemption is always possible up until the very last second. Had she just allowed the others to come with her, that would have been enough. That would have been the good deed. The onion didn't matter. No one cared that she gave an onion to someone one time. You can always do the right thing, even if it's with your dying breath, sometimes even after. And Midnight Mass kind of echoes this parable when, after having slaughtered and or cannibalized most of the island, the remaining people of Crockett choose death. Whereas God's Not Dead sort of sticks more to the original understanding of the Abraham and Isaac story. Because Abraham could have said no at any point. Up until the moment that he had his blade pressed into Isaac's neck, he could have said, maybe not. He could have had a Father Paul moment where he said, maybe I got this wrong. But he didn't, so God sent a ram instead. Because the story of Abraham and Isaac is not about morality. It is not about moral decision making. It doesn't matter if Abraham was able to decide whether or not that was a moral action. It doesn't matter if he was on or off the hook, because that story is about faith in God. That story is about belief. Pastor Dave could have stopped his aggressive fight for the church at any moment, but he didn't, so God had to step in and tell him to cut the crap. Because like the Abraham and Isaac story, what's important in the God's Not Dead films is not morality, it's not action, it's just blind faith. Just like it doesn't matter what Grace was doing before she gave her life to Jesus. It doesn't matter what other choices Professor Ratball has made in his life, as long as he chooses to give his life to Jesus and accept him as his savior with his dying breath. That is all that matters. It doesn't matter how Abraham felt about killing his kid. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is that he trusted God, and that is why God sent the ram. In Midnight Mass, choices matter. Choices are important. Actions in the face of God are what's important. The God's Not Dead movies, they use the closest thing they have to a supernatural element as a reward for faith. They cure cancer and they give joy and happiness to people who have given faith. We don't know if the characters in Midnight Mass are saved or not. We don't know if they are redeemed in the afterlife. We don't know if they're in hell. We don't know if they're given an onion. We don't know what's going on. The only character that we do see beyond the ashes is Riley. And Riley is then escorted by an angel with the face and image of the woman that he killed to what looks like a very, very Christian heaven. From the fact that she's wearing all white, to the fact that she is forgiving him, to the sun coming behind her, it is so explicitly Christian. And the reason it stands out is because Riley very much did not think that that was what was going to happen. There's a very, very long, drawn-out dialogue between Riley and Aaron where they talk about what they think happens when you die. And Riley basically is like, I don't know, you trip balls for a couple minutes and then you're done.
Dream to end all dreams. One last great dream is my mind empties the fucking missile silos, and then I stop.
And it's not until the moment that he gets this Christian bringing you to the gates of heaven death that you realize how important that scene was. All of this, despite his refusal to carry out what was presented to him very reasonably as God's plan. He is rewarded with a Christian afterlife, not for his Christian beliefs, but for his very Christian actions, for choosing to behave like Jesus, to act like Jesus, to live the way that Jesus lived, to help people, to sacrifice yourself. He is rewarded with the Christian idea of heaven, which is just forgiveness and light and freedom. The fact that we don't see what happens to the rest of the characters only serves to support that thesis, to support that idea that that's not what matters. It was impactful when we saw it with Riley because Riley didn't want it. Riley didn't think he was going to get that. Riley didn't believe that. A release that we didn't know we wanted with Riley. The rest of the characters, we don't need to see the afterlife presented for the rest of the characters because it doesn't matter. What matters is their choice, and their choice in the last moments of their life is to sing "Nearer, My God, to Thee." And it is Riley's mother, actually, after sacrificing herself to get the children out and to the boat to safety, she is the first one to start to sing. She is the one who, after everyone looks around and is like, what happened? And the sun is rising and there's nowhere to go, she is the one who starts to sing.
Chills every time.
And it reminds me of the moment when Mary is given a tour of hell and she is so horrified by what she sees that she encourages all of the sinners to pray so that they may be freed. Mary, who is like mostly known for being a virgin and being Jesus's mom, also did this other incredible thing. The Islanders' choice to sing and to praise God in the face of the hell that they have created, in the face of the horrors that they have just committed, directly echoes the way that the sinners listen to Mary and they pray. Riley's mother plays the part of Jesus's mother Mary in saving the sinners. And she does this while being a sinner, which is not something that Mary did. Mary was immaculate. Mary was free from original sin. Mary wasn't even born with Eve's mistakes. It was a fluke of nature. The character Riley, who doesn't even believe in God, gets to play the role of Jesus and gets rewarded with a Christian death for his Jesus-like actions despite his belief. And Riley's mother, who is quite far from the idea of Mary, in the fact that she is a sinner herself, carrying out the story of Mary, encouraging these sinners to pray. And while the biblical tale has the sinners being released from hell, we don't get that. We don't get to see if the people of Crockett Island are saved because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. It was never the point. The point is free will.
Free will.
I just said that.
I mean, you could shoot me right now. It would just mean I'm 5 minutes behind.
Part 10.
That scene was so cathartic. Love that one. We still have almost an hour left, guys. We still have almost an hour left in this video. This is so great. 10 out of 10. Drawing is so cute in such a mood. Very much. Very much. Hello, June Buns. Hi, hi, hi. Oakwood, I can't believe you. How could you forge one? I can just print a new one for you. Straight from my eyeball. My eyeball is a 3D printer or something. I don't know. It just, it comes out and it's like, and then it's yours. I'll wipe off the goo. Don't worry. What would your ID card look like? How can I tell that it's a forgery? Because each one is made in the image of what you want. The blind faith argument is such a struggle because they're not supposed to doubt God, but also you need to make sure you're not misinterpreting things. Cannibalism is pretty obvious, though. Yes, but you're also eating, like, the blood and body of Christ, right? Like, the Eucharist is supposed to be, you know, symbolic, right? But also, you are being encouraged to eat him? Even in metaphorical senses. Like, that's a weird one, right? That's a weird one. Like, his sacrifice to make sure that you are fed is like, you know, akin to someone sawing off their leg and letting you eat it. Like, yeah. No, for sure. But like, why is it that we are practicing that, right? Like, why is it that they are practicing it like that? It's because he is able to turn his water into wine, and something into bread. As he keeps pulling it apart, it keeps, you know, becoming more and more bread, right? Like, the miracles in which that happen. But like, when they encourage you to accept the blood and body of Christ, you're kind of like, that sounds cannibalistic, even if metaphorical. But like, I don't know. You know, there's actually a really good essay I watched that Ashokai did, I think. And it was about the symbolism of the Eucharist in a couple different religions and how it applies to Genshin Impact. And they talk about the god remains and how the god remains kind of, if they're eaten in Genshin or other places, that it then becomes this sort of like bastardization of like sacred things. Like, it corrupts your body and soul. Thankfully the Eucharist is made of bread, and it's pretty weird if it was a chunk of meat. Yeah. Very true. Maybe I'll find that one afterwards. It's a little spoilery, so if anybody doesn't want to watch Genshin Impact spoilers, but it's I think it's from the Fontaine era, I want to say. But it's a theory about Paimon, mainly. It's mainly a theory about Paimon, so it doesn't dive too deeply into different like spoiler territories, but it is a very fun educational essay. In Catholicism, transubstantiation doctrine says that the bread and wine in Jesus' body and blood for real, even though physically it's bread and wine. Catholics are actual cannibals. There's an episode of Mike Duncan's History of Rome where he introduces the Christianity coming on the rise as a certain cult of cannibalistic worshippers who think one guy is really, really cool. I think that's the words he used, and it stuck with me ever since, because I was kind of like, huh, interesting, I wonder who that is. And then I sat there for a second going, oh, he means Christians. And it's like, I mean, obviously the rise of Christianity is a really big part of Roman history, so it was just like, it's just very funny. I still don't know what's up with Paimon, but you can't just accidentally give a character that name. Real. And like there's like a new animated short that is on the Genshin Impact YouTube that is like the introduction of the gods of Celestia, and how like certain characters are being introduced for the first time, but then they're talking about the Heavenly Principles, whose name I'm not remembering off the top of my head right now. And they have a line that says the Heavenly Principles has found a new master, and it seems that I don't remember if they refer to the Heavenly Principles as a she or a they or an it, but they said it seems like they love their new master more than their previous, and the implications in that is that everybody is like, oh, that confirms the theory that Paimon is in fact like a piece of the Heavenly Principles. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, yes, their color schemes are similar. Yes, they both have like like a sense of mystery to them that is very similar. But like everybody in Teyvat calls Paimon like a pixie or a fairy or something, and she's like, I'm not a fairy, I'm not a pixie. It's like, okay, what are you then? Are you a fucking angel? Are you an angel? Paimon, are you an angel? Your name is Paimon. Like, bah. Definitely an angel. Yeah. She's yeah. She's been a mystery since the start, and everybody, like, obviously it was like immediate, right? She appears in Guides to the Lost MC, exactly. Like the whiplash of like being in the opening cutscene of Genshin Impact, which is you and your twin flying through the air and then being like chased by this unknown god, because that's what she's called, unknown god. And she goes, the erudition. No, she doesn't say the erudition. What does she say? The oh my god, something of mankind ends now. Opening dialogue, Genshin. There's a new opening cutscene? Oh no, this is just... Hold on.
Outlanders, your journey ends here.
Okay, so there she is, right? Like, if you take a look at her, you're like, okay, she's kind of giving, like, the, Rosaline, right? Signora. She's giving Signora colors. She's got white hair, she's got yellow eyes, and she's got a funky little outfit that looks so much like a Honkai Impact 3rd character.
Wait! Give my sister back!
Oh, she says the arrogation of mankind ends now. Ends here. So, like, the arrogance of mankind ends now. That's what she says. Not the erudition, but the arrogation. The arrogation. That was abrupt. Yeah. That's not the actual opening cutscene. That's just, like, their trailer for it. But it is,
So, what you're trying to say is that you fell here from another world? But when you wanted to leave and go on to the next world, Your path was blocked by some unknown god?
Outlanders, your journey ends here. Who are you? The sustainer of heavenly principles. The irrigation of mankind ends now.
The irrigation of mankind ends now. And this is what you end up with when you have to, like, make your choice, right? The irrigation? The irrigation of mankind. I really like this as an option. Like, this is such a good...
Ether!
He got cubed! Ether cubed. She yoinked it.
Wait! Don't go! Get my brother back!
He was
And
cubed
just
all along.
like that, the god took away my brother. Some kind of seal was cast upon me, and I lost my power. So while we used to travel from world to world, we are now trapped here. How many years ago was it? I don't know. But I intend to find out. I was completely alone from the time I woke, right up until I met you 2 months ago.
Yeah, Paimon really owes you for that. Otherwise, Paimon likely would have drowned. So Paimon will do her best to be a great guide. We should head off. Let's get going.
That's so loud. Anyways. That was kind of nostalgic. Man, I haven't watched the opening for that in a while. But yeah, the irrigation of mankind ends now. Slowly reveal my face again. It's real and true. It's what it feels like every morning. Alright. Yeah. Genshin's got some good deep dive lore videos that I would love to watch at some point. Again, they're great. But yeah, anyways, back to what we're watching.
Part 10. Part 10. Part 10. Part 10. I'm so tired, but I'm so close to the end.
It's supposed to be over.
Because the Christian redemption cycle is a cycle. It is cyclically cycling Solomon's son's sickly souls for sport. We all kind of know what the fuck is going down, right? We all know what's gonna happen. There's only so much that one can change without sacrificing the integrity of the arc. Jesus dies, is dead for 3 days. We have a period of darkness, lack of faith, fear, and confusion amongst his followers. Supernatural intervention, i.e. the resurrection, redemption. Jesus grants forgiveness to all of the sinners in hell and on earth, except for Solomon. Fuck Solomon. Clean slates all around, and then you do it all again. Otherwise, what else are you doing with your time? You're not writing 30-page single-space essays on a series of movies and television shows for 2 wildly distinct audiences just because you thought the title would be funny one time at 2 a.m. Instead, you're stuck, because if you know that God's not dead, and everyone else around you knows that God is very much alive, your Sunday school wine mom brunch buddies, they're believers. Your Tears or It Didn't Happen summer youth group chat. Your homeschool co-op believes. Even that group of strong conservative men that you hunt naked with in the woods twice a month while your wife thinks you're golfing. They believe in Jesus. It's too late. That only leaves you with one question left to ask. Well, what would Jesus do? Or rather, what did Jesus do? Before he got snogged to death by Mr. Iscariot in that garden over there, what was he up to, really? How far were you from that grassy knoll, huh? Why were they so mad? What do you know about the Library of Alexandria? Where were you on January 6, 2021, Mr. Christ? It was busy, actually. Super busy. Jesus had a packed schedule, and we know this because he had like 12 assistants keeping track of it for him. It's all there in a checklist. If you want to do the shit that Jesus did, just crack it open. Turning water into wine. No, okay, not that one. Making blind men see. Skip. Walking around the earth, spreading the word of God. That one I can do. Gain some followers. I can also do that. Help the sick. Yes, totally. Feed the hungry. Also that one. Love thy neighbor. Okay, so here's the thing. Point is, there are a lot of things that people do to emulate Jesus's life at that point in the cycle, to go forth and to spread his good word, to volunteer at hospitals, to do food drives, blah, blah, blah. But there is one thing. There is one holy grail, elder wand, infinity stone act in all of Jesus's canon that really just wipes everything else out of the holy water. And I get it, okay? I do. I really do. Someone dies on a cross and comes back to life. That is probably gonna overshadow the 8th grade clarinet solo that they had, as far as like previously on sections go. We've been talking about it for 2 hours. This is the big one. No matter how you twist it, turn it, mangle it, this is the story of Jesus Christ, and it remains to be one of persecution and martyrdom, of hanging on to belief and truth like it's a rope dangling from a helicopter in a windstorm of oppression. Hanging on to that belief and faith like it is an onion root pulling you out of hell. Being willing to die in the name of God is top tier, iconic behavior. It's not for everyone, and perhaps in the year of 33 AD, when sneezing too loudly could start a war, perhaps it wasn't too difficult to be killed in the name of God, right? But now, in the year of our Lord 2022, or 2014 for God's Not Dead, in the United States of goddamn America, not so many people running around with crosses and bags of nails, you know? So if you want to express your willingness to die for your faith, then you need someone to be willing to kill you over it. And if Reverend Dave and the God's Not Dead franchise have chosen the American education system as their big bad oppressor, then Beverly Keane has chosen literally everyone else.
Sheriff, of course, I wouldn't run you out of town. And it makes me sad that you would think that of me.
Bev Keane has decided that literally the entire world is her opposition at all times constantly. She is a servant of God first and foremost. She is at the top of the spiritual food chain, first in line at the gates of heaven, and she does not care how many dogs she has to kill to stay there. Whether she is calling out Father Paul for wearing the wrong color robe on his first day, baiting the sheriff into accusing her of some shit that she knows she did just to deny it, or shaming Aaron for throwing out an empty bottle of Windex, Bev Keane creates persecution against herself for the sole purpose of appearing to overcome it. She wears blinders, and like Josh and Grace, they walk past the damage that their actions are doing to the people around them in the name of the almighty martyrdom, the holy grail of Christian behavior. Reverend Dave's decision in the third G&D film to sacrifice his church has the most profound effect on the deadlings in that film. It's not just the characters who were explicitly Christian and sort of questioning or losing their faith like Keaton, but the whole damn school, the whole town, the whole surrounding vicinity have suddenly become Christians, and they're live streaming about it.
Call it a publicity stunt if you want, but we were there. I mean, this dude's legit.
There's no...
I was burning down the Library of Alexandria on January 648 BC for sure. Oh yeah, totes my goats. I descended from the heavens, i.e. space, and was like, man, it's really cold. In Egypt. Yeah, really cold in Egypt. Yeah. Not as warm as my hellhole. That is my ship apparently. Needed to be cozier.
No doubt about it. We make these films first and foremost for the church to encourage people in their faith so they can stand up. And I think that's one of the reasons why the first one was so successful.
But in order for any of this to work, you need that villain. You need the monster that is Kevin Sorbo's facial hair. But due to the nature of the redemption arc, because Jesus was so perfect, placing your main character on the prophetic side of the redemption cycle, characters like Josh and Grace and Reverend Dave are then stripped of their agency within that cycle. Sure, they choose to fight, but that's kind of it. They don't get to make a lot of other decisions throughout the course of their films, with the exception of the moment where Reverend Dave chooses to sacrifice his church, which arguably wasn't really his choice because God told him to. All that the central Jesus-like characters in these films do is make the same choice over and over and over again. And so they remain stuck in that first half of the redemption cycle, the persecution, and can never really move beyond that. Because while they may be functioning as the prophetic martyrs within the narrative, they are not actually prophets. They cannot perform the supernatural acts required to complete that arc. Not only because they're human, but also because these films are made by Christians for Christians. And therefore, you cannot have your characters performing actions that surpass the actions of Jesus Christ. So they remain stagnant. They are awaiting an interruption from God that will allow them the opportunity to convince the surrounding characters that God... It's not Grace who loses her faith in the second film. It is supporting character Brooke who is grieving the loss of her brother and is inspired by Grace's steadfast belief that finds Christianity. Keaton and Adam, who after Dave hears the voice of God, they are the ones who find God, who choose to give their life to God. It is Radisson who chooses to believe in Jesus Christ as a savior. The deadlings are the only ones who make choices in these films
because he was conveniently hit by a car 14 minutes later. Yeah, don't worry guys, I remembered.
Because they behold their characters to these strict boxes of Jesus role and deadling role, they do not get to make the choices that characters like Riley, who was a deadling, then became Jesus, gets to make. They don't make any choices because they're locked into this cycle. One of my biggest gripes with the first G&D film is that it is not Josh who finds rat balls in the street after he's been hit by a car. Imagine how good that would have been. The emotional journey that those two have been on, the emotional payoff that would have given us of these two characters who have been at odds with each other, like all of the brothers in the Brothers Karamazov, and like Riley and Father Paul, who have been at odds with each other and having these back and forths and discussing the big things of nature. And then the one who was so adamant not to believe in God suddenly needs God. And it is the character that he's been bullying and treating like shit this whole movie, who is the only one there with any even remote connection to the Lord. He's the only one who can even possibly kind of take this man into his arms and say, do you accept Jesus Christ? And he's the only one who can hear that confession and be like, I verify, I vouch for him, and give him that salvation in his dying moments. How good that would have been! It would have been so good! Because they have been fighting. They've been fighting this whole movie. Because Riddlestone has been treating waterballs like garbage. This whole movie, he has been tormenting him. And Josh has had to stay steadfast in his belief in God and just take it. And he finally wins that argument. And he's like, thank God, I am done with this. I am done with dealing with this professor. I get my grade. It's over. And then he's walking to this Newsboys concert and he sees this crowd of people in the street and he goes to see what's going on. And it's Rat Bomb and it's Rain Bottom. And he is on the floor just dying, sad, and Josh has to choose.
I should have a counter for how many times she changes his name. Any of the characters' names. I really should.
To not just do the Christian thing, which is save this dying person, but the personal thing, and Josh gets down on his knees and looks this man in the eyes and forgives him.
I forgive you.
But that's not what happens, because that would muddy the waters too much between personal forgiveness and godly forgiveness. It would mean that part of Radisson's being saved was dependent on Josh choosing to be there and choosing to love thy enemy, which he can't do because they're not allowed to make these kind of choices. Instead, what happens is, by supernatural intervention, Pastor Dave just so happens to be walking by in that moment. Essentially, the supernatural proof element used in the first God's Not Dead film is basically that God sent Dave to happen to be walking by just at the moment that Radisson would need him most, to give him the chance to be saved at the last possible moment.
I believe it's God's mercy that brought me here right now.
And that is literally Dave's job, by the way. We don't get to see him or any of the other Christian characters make any other decisions or choices that change who they are in any sort of fundamental way. Like Bev, they all stay exactly the same the whole way through. Because Bev Keen doesn't give a shit about who she converts. In fact, she'd probably rather people stay out of the church if she had her way, which is also a pretty accurate reflection of Catholicism. We've never been big on recruitment. We prefer to just sit and stew in our guilt until the free market spiritual forgiveness scheme finally suffocates all of us with our last 10 Hail Marys.
It is almost as if he is preparing you for that. You sit there, blessed among men, smirking when I say God's will. I'm frustrated.
I know.
Bev's spirituality is so capitalistic that she literally cannot process the fact that she wasn't chosen by God to become a vampire. She is practically twitching with rage throughout this entire scene that they're trying to keep Riley calm until the sun sets. She does not understand why, after all that she has done, after all that she has paid, she was not rewarded as she should be. Her constant pursuit of self-interest leads her to recruit workers underneath of her to help cover up Father Paul's crimes, minimizing her labor, increasing her potential benefit, growing her spiritual capital. And she is just boiling over with the fact that Riley, who has not even taken the sacrament since he's arrived on the island from prison, has just been gifted eternal life over her. She can't deal. She has become a victim of spiritual capitalism, exploited for her labors. So when she steps into the leadership role at the end of the battle, when Father Paul begins to question what they've done, she thinks that she is justified in this because she was a servant first. It is the American dream. She pulled herself up by her bootstraps. She deserves to be the leader. And the leader has the most power, and the leader can therefore export the most good in the eyes of God, and thus gain the most profit, i.e. favor of God, fast track to heaven.
And it was always going this way. You were always going to be the last, the hardest test of my faith, you.
She wants to go from follower to prophet. She wants to make the jump from religious zealot to saint. She wants to be seen as holy. She wants to reap the benefits of her faith that the characters in G&D already do. But all that's required of them is faith. And in the end, it is her inability to see past herself, her blind pursuit of self-interest that leads her to let everything burn down, which is the ultimate cause of her own destruction. There is a bug flying around, and we're just gonna be friends with it, just for the record, if it's in the shot.
The polluted, the murderers, the fornicators, the sorcerers, idolaters, and all of the liars, their place will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. Let it burn.
She chooses to do what is best for herself over and over and over again. She digs herself deeper and deeper into a hole that she will never get out of. And despite her move into spiritual leadership, she dies in exactly the same place that she started. Literally digging herself a hole to bury her face in the sand. She does not sing with the others. She does not pray. She does not speak to the Lord. She does not apologize. She does not ask for forgiveness. She just keeps digging. She could not make the leap that Riley does. She could not experience the growth that characters like Keaton in G&D do. She never gets a kairotic moment. She doesn't get a come to Jesus moment because she doesn't do anything to earn it. She does not make any alternative narrative choices outside of her initial role. She does not exercise her free will, and the way that Christianity is presented in Midnight Mass requires action for reward.
Because your whole life, I think you've needed to hear this. You aren't a good person.
So according to Jesus' pals, there was this one time that he was walking in the desert, and he got tempted by Satan himself to turn some stones into bread. But for whatever reason, he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. And so then the devil's like, okay, jump off that cliff, bet the angels will save you because you're the Son of God. And Jesus is like, no, I'm not going to do that either. And so the devil's like, all right, rule the fucking world then. You're Jesus, Son of God. You should be able to do that. And Jesus is still like, no, I'm also not going to do that. A couple thousand years later, Fyodor Devil's Advocate Dostoevsky, he's alone and grieving, struggling with his faith and the ever-changing Russian political climate of the time. He's writing TBK, and he includes this parable that is supposedly written by Ivan, and it is called The Grand Inquisitor. And in this story, Ivan basically writes fanfic about the Grand Inquisitor story. And he imagines that in the 1600s, Jesus did come back. In Ivan's world, he comes back and immediately gets arrested. Because remember, we have all come to terms with the fact that humans cannot be trusted to decide what is good and what is bad, what is right and what is wrong. We cannot be left alone to our own devices. We learned this in Genesis, we learned this in Adam and Eve, we talked about it a couple sections ago. We're no good with the decision making. And because of this, the church had to step in and feed the people and govern them and bring order to a chaotic society. And so the Inquisitor is basically grilling Jesus about the fact that he said no to everything the devil asked him to do. And he's like, if you can turn stones into bread, why did you not feed our hungry people? If you can bring life back, why are you not bringing people back to life? If you could rule everyone peacefully, why are you not doing that? He points out that Christ's decision not to use his magic powers to turn the stones into bread led to people suffering because they were starving.
Because you're right, there's so much suffering in the world.
I
So
need
much.
some
And then there's this higher power. This higher power who could erase all that pain, just wave his hand and make it all go away, but doesn't? No.
By not being the all-powerful God that you are and fixing things and healing people, you are allowing your people to suffer. And for that, you must pay. Because they punish people on earth for their crimes. And people get punished in hell for their crimes. So if Jesus is going to come back into a world that is shaped by his existence, shaped by his church, then he is going to also be held accountable for his crimes. The existence of God does not negate personal accountability. And why does a good God allow terrible things to happen? Ivan tells this story mostly because he's trying to push Alyosha's buttons, because every conversation that he has with Alyosha leaves him spiraling. But he also tells this story because it is something that he uses to justify his belief that the church should actually be in charge. He thinks that the church should be in charge of governing people and sending people to jail and all of that. He thinks that they should make the laws, even if they are doing Satan's work, because he thinks that people will listen better and follow laws if they believe that they are being given by God. Because without God,
then everything is permissible. And not only permissible, but pointless. If Professor Radisson is right, then all of this, All of our
Two things we need to talk about with Josh's use of this quote in this scene. One, it's not real. It is in the book. It is a concept in the book. It is a very, very important concept in the book, but no one ever phrases it like that.
As Dostoevsky famously pointed out,
this is not a direct quote. It's also not a direct quote from Dostoevsky himself. I have a strong dislike for people who quote things that characters say as if the author is saying them. I just think that you're missing a layer there if you are saying that this is something that the person said. If you're gonna do it, put a comma and the title of the book that it's from, but don't go around saying that like John Green said, okay, okay. Like, yes, technically, but he didn't just say that for fun one day. It's in a book. So the concept is in the book. It's a very, very important concept in the book that gets explored really thoroughly. But when they're saying God, it is more of a reference to the immortality of the soul, which is directly and intrinsically linked to the concept of God. But what they're talking about is the idea that you will live
We still have
forever
30 minutes
after you
left.
die, that your actions on earth have consequences after your death. That is what they are talking about. Not about God and whether or not God will tell you that something is permissible. They're talking about whether or not your actions on earth have consequences after your death. They're making the argument that if your soul just ceases to exist at the moment of your death, then everything that you did on earth before that doesn't matter. Which is why Yvonne thinks that the church is important, because he thinks that people need to be kept in line while on earth, despite the fact that he doesn't believe there's an immortal soul and he doesn't believe there's anything after. That is what that quote is talking about. That is why the church needs to be making laws and controlling people on earth to keep them in line while they are alive, because if they know that they're not going anywhere after, then they will do whatever the fuck they want. Someone needs to be keeping people in line, and someone needs to be making laws. That is why he thinks that the church should be in charge of laws. And that brings us to the second thing, which is the use of the word permissible. It gets quoted like that a lot. I will give it to the directors and the creators of the film that it is most often quoted like that, because that sounds a lot better, doesn't it? All things are permissible, then everyone is allowed. And Dimitri actually does kind of say it like that at one point. I think he says, then men can do what they like, which is a much more like titillating way to say it. But the word that is used, at least in my translation and like two of the other translations that I checked, I got 2 ebooks and I have 1 physical copy, and the word is mostly lawful or legal, or like a version of that when they quoted that section, which I think is a much better translation for what they are talking about, which is laws. See, I told you that he did not read the book. Anyway, so the Grand Inquisitor is berating Jesus with questions and accusations and shit. Instead of taking men's freedom from them, thou didst make it greater than ever. Didst thou forget that man prefers peace and even death to freedom of choice in the knowledge of good and evil? Nothing is more seductive for man than his freedom of conscience, but nothing is a greater cause of suffering. And behold, instead of giving a firm foundation for setting the conscience of man at rest forever, thou didst choose all that is exceptional, vague, and enigmatic. Thank you, drama school. Where Nietzsche saw the death of God as an opportunity for humanity to build a new, better moral system, many of the characters in the Brothers Karamazov see it as disastrous, if not downright evil. Ivan's proclamation that everything is permissible, lawful, without a god, is both utterly horrifying and completely seductive. There is a character in the Brothers Karamazov called Lisa. Or Lise. I don't know how it's pronounced. If you haven't caught on to the fact that I'm not big on pronunciation accuracy, then here you go. I'm not big on pronunciation accuracy. At least not with things in the public conscious. Pronounce people's names correctly. Like, don't be a dick. In TBK, we meet Lisa as a 14-year-old girl who is paralyzed and using a wheelchair. She is wide-eyed and innocent and suffering this terrible affliction until an encounter with Alyosha's father figure, Elder Zosima, in which he performs some religious healing, and suddenly her condition is improving. Elder Zosima is like a monk, by the way. And after this, throughout the course of the novel, she becomes very tempted by Ivan's ideas. Basically, Yvonne's idea that everything is lawful without a god spreads like wildfire and causes lots of problems. And Lisa is one of these people who gets infected by it. She starts acting out. She's deliberately cruel to the people around her. She is slamming her hands in doors, causing herself pain. She is putting herself through physical and emotional suffering as penance for these dark thoughts and doubts and fantasies that she's having, which we've all been there. Because she's a kid, and she's also about to be married off to someone who is very much not a kid. She gets a little bit older. I don't think she's 14 when they start talking about getting married, but still. She recounts all her dark fantasies to Alyosha, slams her finger in the door. This is very common with the characters in TBK. They all think that suffering is a way to make penance with God. But it's interesting because our Lisa in Midnight Mass already established to be a sort of holy figure, completely devout, innocent, sweet victim of a horrible crime, suffering a physical affliction in a wheelchair, regains the ability to walk through a similar encounter with a spiritual leader, and we get a similar outburst from our Lisa when she decides to pay 𝒢𝒶𝓉 a visit. This is her first time speaking to him since he shot her in the back, and she rips him a new one. She
It's
talks
so
about
good.
how angry she was. She talks about how she hoped that his place was dirty and disgusting. She hoped that he was miserable and alone because of what he's done to her, with one of the best lines in the entire show.
You reached through time, 𝒢𝒶𝓉. You reached through time and you stole.
Which again, why do I write anything? And she follows up this outburst and this outpouring of anger and frustration with an act of radical forgiveness. She literally says, if God can forgive you and he says he can, then so can I. And 𝒢𝒶𝓉 falls apart, and it is like getting hit in the chest with a baseball bat every single time you watch it.
And if I can forgive you, 𝒢𝒶𝓉, then anyone can.
It's so good. It's so good. It's a moment of such like strength and growth as a character. It's so good. It's not really something that we get to see a lot of from Lisa in the Brothers Karamazov, just because we don't really get that much of Lisa in the Brothers Karamazov. Apparently there was going to be a sequel, but anyway, Lisa does this, and it gives such strength and dimension to her
Keep
character
Chekhov's
and
gun.
exemplifies her faith and puts her on this pedestal as well of not only someone who is a devout believer, not just someone like Josh who goes to church every day, not just someone who holds on to her belief no matter what, but someone who struggles sometimes and who makes the choice to choose to behave and to act in a godly manner. And it's this moment, not the fact that she could walk again, not when Bev Keane killed his dog. It is this moment that triggers 𝒢𝒶𝓉 into attending his first AA meeting with Riley and Father Paul. God, the show is so fucking good. 𝒢𝒶𝓉, who has been drinking himself into oblivion and hating himself day in and day out ever since the accident, has started to attend these AA meetings. He is trying to get his life together, and he is really starting to do it until Father Paul fucking eats him. We have Bev with this twisted idea of protecting the town and the community in the name of God, killing 𝒢𝒶𝓉's dog at a public event, punishing him even further, and causing more stress in the community. And then we have Lisa, equally devout, a character whose choice to live by the word of God, to be the one who forgives, that creates a ripple effect of actual good in the community, and also brings people to the church. For Bev, trying to exist like the characters in God's Not Dead, like Josh and like Pastor Dave, it is counterintuitive to what she wants, which is more praise from God, I guess. Because she doesn't live in a world where blind faith is enough. She lives in a world where action is required for the rewards that she is seeking. She needs to make choices, but she won't make choices.
I am familiar with the powerhouse of the cell, the mitochondria, if you will. Yeah. Delicious. Wait. I mean, I guess it could be delicious if you want to. I ate 2 bags of tiny hot Cheeto, 2 tiny hot Cheeto bags. You know the little snack size ones? I ate 2 of those. 2 of those. Oh, man. They're so good. I love hot Cheetos so much. Why are hot Cheetos so good and so tasty and so vegan? Did you get Cheeto dust on your keyboard? No, my keyboard's off to the side. I did not get Cheeto dust on my keyboard. Excuse me. None of that. I should figure out when Andrew's gonna be home really quick. You've never had hot Cheetos before, Chipser? Go to your grocery store, go to the American aisle section. I'm sure you've got one. Excuse me, did you get Cheeto dust or your Cheeto dust, maybe? Okay, I'm gonna start this again, and I'm gonna text Andrew. Leo Pleurodon! Hi, Zarfod. I love the extra hot Cheetos. I like them too, but my stomach does not. It's the same with the lime ones, the limon. I love the limon hot Cheetos as well, but my stomach does not. However, original hot Cheetos, fine. Totally fine.
Had Jonah the Whale been allowed this kind of freedom in his narrative, Lisa's freedom, then we could have had a similar moment of reckoning. We could have had that moment on the street in the pouring rain with Josh and Rat Cakes. We could have had it, but we can't, because Josh making that kind of a choice would have distracted from the real focus of the story, which is blind faith. Put in watch God's Not Dead and find out why Adam turns himself in. Oh, we're not doing that. The emphasis on the fight, persecution, and faith from the same perspective of the prophets in God's Not Dead limits its protagonist's actions in both scope and scale, seemingly circumscribing the very thing that the narrative is working to save, which is freedom of will. It feels like a contradiction. It feels like a cognitive dissonance. It feels like it should be tearing apart every neuron in their little brains every time the director calls action. It feels like hypocrisy at its finest. But we know from the Grand Inquisitor and from the Instagram stories of the disciples that Big Man did not use his free will to turn the stones into bread. He did not use his free will to push Satan off that cliff, and he did not run off and join the army under a false name to save China. He used his free will to do one thing and one thing only. He used it to trust in God. That's what he did. Because man does not live on bread alone.
What a use of free will. What a use of free will. I guess my free will is devoting myself to paying MiHoYo $200 every other month to make sure that I continue to have all the characters. But, you know, so be it.
And if you are living in the GND universe as a godling or a deadling, then that's it. That's your move. So it's got to be a big one. It's got to make noise. It's got to be the Taylor Swift Reputation Stadium tour, and it's got to have a ripple effect so massive that it almost feels supernatural. You get one shot per movie. You can only afford to have the Newsboys on set for so long.
I want everyone to go to their contacts and click on everybody you know and text them. 3 simple words. God's not dead. And there's 10,000 of you out there, and everyone knows about 100 people. That's 1 million messages right there. 1 million times we're going to tell Jesus that we love him in the next 3 minutes.
Midnight Mass places the emphasis on the sacrifice and forgiveness portions of the cycle. So its characters have a full range of experiences. They can bounce back and forth between godling and deadling, faith and not faith, like me at a party when I didn't take my meds. You can take Riley from deadling atheist to Jesus in a rowboat and back again. You can take him, put him up against the prophet-esque Father Paul, who is exhibiting nothing but Jesus-like kindness, and you can set that up of Jesus and apostle, and you can flip it upside down, turn it inside out, ring it out over the the narrative like blood dripping from a rag you can't get clean. Father Paul dies, then comes back, starts performing miracles, dies again, comes back again, starts fucking shit up, and he is still not the Jesus. It all comes back to that moment when Father Paul looked Riley in the eyes and lied to him about how he knew Lisa could walk again. He had free will in that moment, and that's what he did with it. There is so much free will in this series, dripping all over the place. That divine intervention be damned.
How are you outsourcing your free will?
Will not do what they are supposed to do. They do not stay in their assigned roles. So later, when Father Paul chooses to lie to Riley again about Joe Colley visiting his sister, because he doesn't know, when he chooses to continue playing God, it is that choice that brings Riley back to the rec center when he gets eaten by Dobby, which is the only reason that he is able to tell Aaron what is happening and send these notes to his family so that later, when they all become bat food, they understand what's going on and they choose to fight it. And it's the ultimate undoing for Father Paul, and it's all because he's a dirty liar. That was a lot. None of that was in the script. This comes from, wait, okay. There's so much free will dripping.
She really just was like, you know what? Yeah. Just going off script. We love going off script. I feel free will is an abstract? Yeah, it's an abstract concept. Somebody could tell you to do something, but you do have the will to choose. Whether or not your will is strong enough to rival that of a world's, my goodness, I would never know. No. That's how you change the world. That's how you can forge the world, if you will. With your will. Sorry, I'm doing some Genshin deep cuts. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. It's fine. I use my free will to be a couch potato. They needed you to pay your bills. No. I used my free will to buy a pizza. I got a free small pizza with my order, so I think I made the right choice. Fuck yeah. Mass DDoS, the local calls cell network right now, for real. I choose to outsource my free will for the day, just blindly follow along with everything and that happens in the day. Oh, that's fair. You know, sometimes we do need days like that where we could just turn our brain off. So can I stop punching myself? Absolutely. You do have the free will to choose whether or not you want to keep punching yourself, or, you know, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't, but you don't have to listen to me. Not at all. I raise you one Inuyasha song. I want to change the world. I have to work to stay alive. I don't have free will. You know, that's so fair and real. But in that case, you're actively choosing to keep living, right? And that's radical love for yourself. I go where my ADHD takes me. Same. Can I choose otherwise? Technically, yes, but I don't encourage that. I hear they got hotlines for that type of stuff, you know? Well, it's not like we're allowed to choose otherwise. I beg to differ, but, you know. We don't need to talk about that. Anyways, back to this.
All over the place that these characters will not do what they're supposed to. They won't stay in their assigned roles. To lie again about Joe Colley, right? It's only because Father Paul used his freshest free will to lie that he gets taken out of the position of Jesus Christ. Riley gets placed in it, is given the opportunity to make that sacrificial choice, and it opens up the floor for everyone else to make the same kind of sacrificial choice and save the world. Part 11, Who Do You Say I Am? This is the last one. Final episode of Midnight Mass contains the second of my 3 favorite moments. It's dark. Shit is on fire. Most of the island have either become bat food or become the Batman. And Bev Keane has appointed herself judge and jury, standing outside of St. Patrick's Church, deciding who shall continue to live as an eternal blood-sucking soldier journeying to the mainland to spread their glorious gifts onto the unsuspecting world, and who shall be jet fuel. She's about 2 seconds from having one of her minions strip some poor dude for parts when Mildred steps in. Remember when I said that Father Paul walked out of the church to find Bev Keane being a menace? This is Bev Keane being a menace. And Mildred is like, Bev, maybe don't. And Father Paul tells her to bring him to the church because all are welcome. All have to be
welcome, or this isn't really a God's house.
Father Paul, who we have seen lose himself in the madness of being an immortal demon creature, has had this world-shattering experience. His faith has been challenged, shaken to its very core, run through a blender with a copy of the Necronomicon and the first installment of the Maximum Rise series, only to be dumped out onto a blood-soaked altar and set on fire. Just put that clip of you saying, burning offering for me, and then just go right into, this man's church is a war zone. His friends hate him. He has created a monster that he cannot control with the help of another monster that he cannot control. All of this under what he believes to be the instruction of a god that he has dedicated his entire life and existence to.
That's the thing about priesthood. It's never supposed to be about me. It's supposed to be about God!
By all accounts, Father Paul should be feeling so abandoned by God, so utterly betrayed by Heavenly Father that Lucifer himself should have shown up to give him a pep talk. The devil should have brought him on with a salary no man could match. And Christians aren't allowed to lend money to other Christians, so God couldn't have done shit. I mean, he probably could have hired him legally, but when was the last time a Christian organization had books that were clean? Father Paul should be so lost, angry, and dejected that if God has not been killed for him, he should be murdering God with his bare hands as we speak. And perhaps maybe he is harboring a deep Radisson-like hatred for the God that is dragging him by the collar down a blood-soaked road to a freshly minted hell of his own design. But we don't know that, and we'll never know that, because he doesn't say anything like that, and he doesn't do anything like that. You know what he does do? When confronted with the consequences of the choices that he made, that is exactly what he sees. His choices. Not God's, not the angels, not Bev's, his decisions. Because God or no God...
There's nothing in the scripture or in the world for that matter that suggests God negates personal accountability.
He finally finds himself standing
the conses
in
of my
Riley's
quences?
shoes, staring
The
out
quences
from
to
a
my
curb
conses?
at the mess that
No
he
way.
has created. And he does not look away. He does not wander aimlessly without faith. He retreats into it. He recommits himself to the God that saved him, the God that made him, the God that inspired that priest, the man who offers to start an AA chapter just so that one guy doesn't have to go to the mainland twice a week, who brings daily mass to the elderly who cannot go to church anymore, who once scoured an island looking for a very specific looking mouse just so he could keep one kid's faith alive. The God that created that man who says things like, I am of no use to people in a state of grace. That is the God that Father Paul commits himself to. That is the God that he chooses not just to believe in, but to act like. And when he walks into that church that he has just declared to be God's house, and he sees Sarah dumping kerosene everywhere, he just says good, because he knows and he sees in that moment that the best way for that building to be God's house is to burn to the ground.
He said, this building is not my church.
It is a powerful moment in both of these films when our godly hero chooses to sacrifice their place of worship because it is a sacrifice. And sacrifice is what makes the story of Jesus Christ different from traditional hagiography. This act of free will, of martyring oneself, is the most potent act with the most profound effect on the people around them. So it begs the question, does it matter that the only reason Reverend Dave sacrificed his church was because God told him to? We've already made the claim that Riley doesn't need to believe that Jesus Christ himself walked the earth and gave his life in order to free humanity from their sins in the eyes of an all-forgiving, all-powerful God. He just needs to do the right thing. He just needs to recognize evil. It doesn't matter why Riley recognized the evil, be it by its biblical definition or by the harm that it's causing. It matters that he put a stop to it.
I don't think that Reverend Hill rolled over. I think that he saw people suffering and he made a sacrifice for them. Surely the parallels to Christianity are not lost on you.
It doesn't matter if Reverend
Surely.
Hill only put down his sword because Daddy told him to. And it doesn't matter who was there to offer Professor Sorbo his salvation in the eyes of God. It just matters that he got it.
The God that you don't believe in has given you another chance. Another chance to change your final answer.
To sing, recite, or teach a text is never a neutral act. If we are looking for a traditional monomyth in the God's Not Dead films, we are not going to find it. That's not what they're for. They are made by Christians for Christians. They are acts of praise. They are retellings of the Christian redemption cycle, with characters fulfilling the role of Jesus without actually being Jesus, which makes them a lot less like protagonists and a lot more like saints. And if they are saints, then these films are just visual hagiography. Hagiography being the retelling of the lives and achievements of saints, culminating in a kairotic moment where that saint's badassness is officially acknowledged by God himself to the world. The kairotic moment is the moment when the Lord comes and says, I choose you. Holland says, in hagiography, there is no room
choose
for
you,
interpretation
Pikachu.
of events prior to the kairotic moment, because everything leads up to that and is painted in the light of that. There is no moment where the protagonist could have gone a different route or made a different moral choice. Time is not linear anymore. It is all the same. In narratives, before a climatic moment, everything is up to many interpretations. The G&A movies go down one way and one way only. They ask one question, who do you say I am? And they answer it. God is good always, and always God is good. They are straightforward. They are palatable. Pure Flix is the Darman of feature-length video content. Does that mean that they are harmless? No. They are offensive. They are full of stereotypes and misinformation, and I do not even want to know where their money comes from or where it goes. They are problematic in the most basic sense of the word. There are so many well-researched and well-articulated articles and videos about that fact, and yet they still made 4 of them. They're doing it for somebody. Somewhere out there, that is why I wanted to give these films a fair shake.
The biggest thing is that God has a specific purpose and a plan for your life, and He is real. Yeah. And there is hope in Him.
So, April, what's interesting about the film's use of that phrase, if there's no immortality of the soul, then all things are lawful, or if there is no God, all things are permissible, is that they use it to support the film's idea that the Bible gives us answers. It gives us guidance, that belief in Jesus Christ can give us the freedom and liberation from pain and suffering that we also secretly deeply desire. But in context, in the Brothers Karamazov, that statement actually brings about a lot more questions than it does answers. When Dmitri poses that specific question, all things are lawful then, men can do what they like, he's proposing it to a journalist right before his trial for the murder of his father, which he did not commit. And the journalist responds by saying that clever men already do what they like. Yvonne is concerned that a world where no one believes in God or is governed by a belief in God will fall into complete chaos and injustice when it's already happened. Dmitri is found guilty. Dmitri gets sent to jail for something that he didn't do. A murderer walks. It's already happened. The death of God has already occurred in their world. You cannot unring that bell. God is dead. We have killed him. We have free will. That monstrous world that Yvonne describes, that selfish, evil, lawless land where cannibalism runs amok, that is the world that Midnight Mass presents to us as a direct product of the belief in God as a moral authority. In the Brothers Karamazov, the belief in God brings nothing but questions. In God's Not Dead, it gives us answers, and in Midnight Mass, it gives us justification. If Dostoevsky was putting Eastern Orthodoxy on trial to see if it prevails, then Michael Flanagan is nailing Catholicism to the cross to see if it will rise again. They are rewarded for their actions. They are rewarded for how they choose to love. In the final moments of Midnight Mass, the people of Crockett Island stand amongst their burning homes, the wreckage of their God's work.
Forgive me.
And they begin to sing. They liberate themselves from their belief in a transcendent God that would require such monstrous acts of them through a return to their most basic principles. As the sun rises on Crockett Island, Ali and Sheriff Hassan begin to pray. Aaron lies like Jesus on the cross beneath the angel. Father Paul and Mildred hold Sarah's body on a bridge that she loved as a child. And Lisa and Riley's brother are sat on a tiny rowboat in the middle of the water, watching everything that they have ever known and everyone that they have ever loved turn to ash. And Lisa looks at him and says,
I can't feel my legs.
Suffering has returned. Liberation is over, even for the innocent. Weeping may last through the night, but joy cometh in the morning. Midnight Mass was never about resurrection. It was never about bringing God back from the dead. It's about standing in your darkest possible moment when you have become the devil and answering the question. It's about keeping God alive, whoever you say that he is. All right, that's it. We're done. We're done. We're done. God save the queen. I can't believe I'm done. I'm so happy to be done filming this. This has been the hardest thing that I've done in a really long time. Like, between the fact that I started the script in September and just the sheer amount of research that was required, and there was always something else that needed to be looked into and explored, and the script didn't make any sense for so long. It still doesn't. Editing's gonna be a fucking nightmare, and then the tech issues, and I film all of this on my phone. I have to keep everything on a hard drive because I don't have space on my computer to even run Final Cut. Like, this has been such a monster. So thank you for watching all of it. I appreciate it. I would like to do more. I'm planning to do more. I hope they don't take this long. I'm trying to get better at other social media, so I do post some stuff about this on my Instagram, but like, my Instagram's like mostly my family and my friends, so it feels really weird to post anything like advertising. So don't expect like influencer level content if you follow there. But if you do, I do sometimes post about like the process of these and how they're coming along. So there's that. You can follow my TikTok. That's mostly gay shit.
Mostly gay shit. We love gay shit in this house. All right, Momo has deemed himself fully filled up with attention, and he is left. And that's oh no, we're not starting that. We're not starting Snape blah 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 blah. Not starting Snape wives just yet. Ashikai videos. Here we go. All right.
You know, at this point, I'm pretty sure I've lost my mind. I started today's investigation intent on figuring out what the heck was up with 𝒟𝓎, because I feel like as far as the chasm goes, that's like the one thing we're never gonna get closure on. I'm sure the sinner stuff's gonna come up again, and so will the celestial nail and stuff, but like the giant glowing mushroom that talks too much and never elaborates? Yeah, we're never going back to that. So I thought I'd just, see what I could find. Quick little investigation. Get in, get out, get on with my life. And that did not happen. Which should have been a very simple chasm retrospective seasoned with some light theorizing.
The video is 43 minutes long. She did not get in, get out, and get out really quick. No.
Somehow turned into a weirdly Eucharist-themed conspiracy board full of mushrooms, fairies, alcohol, snakes, and mimesis. And I may or may not have convinced myself that Paimon is actually supposed to be emergency food. Like, for real.
That was a great video. Thanks for sharing it. It was really interesting to listen to these different viewpoints and interpretations about Catholicism. Even though I switched to being non-denominational, it was really, I thought, provoking to reflect growing up on. Dude, a lot of her videos are philosophy through a lens of a former devout Catholic. And it is like always so interesting for me to see her perspective on things, because I mean, obviously I didn't grow up Catholic. I didn't grow up religious at all. Like, my experience with religion was my mom going, "You sure you want to learn about religion?" And me being like, "Yeah, why not?" She was like, "All right, have fun." Like, that's as far as it went. That was as far as it went. So, yeah, like, I find religions really interesting to look at, especially from like just like an outside perspective, right? Like, oh, like, it sounds mean, but like my brain is always like, "Oh, you believe that? Like, that's interesting." But I suppose like everybody has to put their faith in something, right? Like, for me it's kind of just like, "Oh, that's just how, the fates have like granted it so, or deemed it so, or you put stuff out into the universe, it's going to come back to you in some sort of way, whether or not that is attributed to the energies, the many gods of the pantheon, or just the singular god who apparently works in mysterious ways. It could be literally anything. I'm definitely non-denominational. I'm definitely probably agnostic. Like, maybe there's something out there, but maybe not. I don't know. Who knows? We could just be somebody's snow globe, and they're just like having fun watching people, turning from one thing to another thing. Like, yeah, it's could be so many things, right? I believe there is a higher power or powers. Yeah. Like, there's so many things out there. I think the one thing that really rubs me the wrong way is when people are very zealous about a religion and then go into like, "Oh, you should definitely do this," or "You should believe in this religion. Your religion is wrong." Or like straight up tell me I'm going to go to hell for being gay, ace, agender, and or feminine presenting. Like, it's crazy to me that people would just like come up and be like, "Hey, you're going to hell because you're not saved by XYZ thing," or whatever. And I'm just like, okay, sure. Probably filled with people just like me then. Whatever. Why wouldn't I want to go to the same place that every other open-minded person is going to? Right? It's nice to see more objective viewpoint on it, since I have a bias being a Christian, and whenever you see discussions on these topics, it's either radical theists and anti-theists arguing rather than having a dialogue. Yeah! There's too many people that try to force their beliefs on others. Exactly. Yeah, I see the same way. All theories are equally likely as long as nothing has been proven. But jeez, I'm going to hell. I'm also going to hell, apparently. Are you telling me you don't have similar open mind? Are you telling me you're not open minded? You don't want to have a fun time tonight? Do you like Korean men? I can't not think of that when I say open minded. It's so stupid. I'm gonna be forever plagued by it. So goofy. But yeah, like I don't feel super, like, I feel like when I was younger I was a lot more fiery about being like atheist or something like that. But like, as soon as you get to a point where you're out of school and you don't have a bunch of people having their parents' beliefs pushed onto them so that their only out is pushing those beliefs onto someone else, it becomes a lot easier to discuss religion with people and just like figure out where everybody stands. Cause it's like, I don't know, whatever. You do you. As long as you're not hurting anybody, like, I don't see the issue with it, right? As long as you don't believe that, you know, I don't deserve rights, or gay people don't deserve to be together, or going around telling people you're going to hell because you're not saved. Like, if you're not going around inflicting psychic damage on people for simply existing, then you're chill. You do you, you know? Like, hell yeah. Thumbs up. Stamp of approval. Whatever you need from me. But I'm not interested. You know? I don't know. I like it from a philosophical standpoint, though. I think it's very, very interesting from a philosophical standpoint, which is probably why I like Let's Talk Religion. I almost said Yu-Gi-Oh channel. What the fuck? YouTube channel. Let's Talk Religion YouTube channel, because what they do is they you know, stage a question. What is Zoroastrianism? What is Hinduism? What is Muslim or Islam? Like, what is, and they just go on and they talk about stuff. And I don't know much about them personally, but the way they present things is very like, uh, what is that? Not educational, but it's educational, but I'm thinking of the other word. Academic. It's very academic. So his tone and presentation are very academic in that, let's talk religion, so I believe 3 gods, Obelix, Sulfur, and Ra. Stop! Like, I really like it because it is such an academic, like, presentation, and he, I watched one of his videos on Zoroastrianism, and I did not know basically anything about Zoroastrianism. So it was really, really interesting to learn about how, like, interconnected their sort of means of worship are with, like, other, you know, monotheistic and polytheistic things, and how it's sort of blended together, and how Zoroastrianism is still fucking around today. Like, by Roman standards, Zoroastrianism was ancient to them. So this is, like, on the same scale as, like, the Egyptian religions in depth and scope and in just the timeline alone, which is so cool. Like, whoa. Can you imagine being some guy who was like, hey, I know you have this theory about how fire is life and water cleanses things and the earth is holy and, like, all of this stuff, but have you heard of this one dude who's actually, like, the son of God? And, like, you know, he turned his body into bread, or, like, whatever, you know, rocks into bread or whatever. He performed miracles, and people, I could, like, can you imagine just being of that time and being the person who, like, is part of this religion, and you have these other religious groups being like, man, imagine, like, being part of this other thing. Like, I don't know. I just feel like the discussion between them would have been just so wild. You know? The wildest of things. I don't know. I would love to be a fly on the wall, you know? I just want to be a fly on the wall when things like that happen. I gather around anime conventions with their Jesus signs saying we're all going to hell. Yeah, like, I don't really understand the point of that. Like, what are you doing? What are you protesting here specifically? Like, why are you out here trying to shout sermons at people? That's not what you're supposed to be doing. Are you thinking that you're a prophet? Like, are you being a Bev Keen right now? That's crazy. As long as you're not hurting or harassing someone, live your life however... Exactly. Live your life however you want. Let's talk about the religious connotations of Yu-Gi-Oh! I want that! Somebody give me a video of somebody talking about the religious connotations of Yu-Gi-Oh! And how the cards are gods, and how they decided to make a card game of their gods? Like, the original anime makes it seem like these spirits were, like, actual creatures that somehow govern the laws of the world, and then they put those creatures into cards and battled each other? What? I just don't. What? You made a game out of this? I don't know. Man, the leaps. Yeah, stone tablets, yeah. I took religion classes all 4 years of high school. I didn't believe much of it, but they had free credits. Ooh, I took a really interesting class during a winter semester or winter quarter, called Religion and the Environment. And it was really interesting. It was we went through like the major religions of the world. I think it was like the 6 major religions of the world, and how uh their doctrines dictated how to treat the world and the environment, and like, you shouldn't waste food. You should be like, if you plan on making too much food, you should always give it to someone else who needs it, stuff like that. And they dove into a little bit more of like the Jewish side of the the food waste beliefs and stuff like that, and how food should not be wasted. You should eat less. um if you do not believe you will need all of this food, then you should eat less than what want, right? Like, it should be it was very interesting. It was very interesting that it was sort of like interwoven into the doctrine, right? From a historic standpoint, I find it interesting, very interesting, very interesting. Religion, very interesting. Yes, same. To the Shadow Realm with you. Some fun theories regarding Exodia being Osiris. I can see that. Silver's real name is Osiris, or Slifer's real name is Osiris. Slifer is the TCG de-religioning of the card. Interesting. I don't believe or not believe in anything really, but there is probably something out there. I just don't take the time to worry about it. That's the time I could be used rigging. I do have more negative viewpoint of Christian beliefs because of how hard my parents pushed it, but the historic aspect of this stuff is very interesting to me. Yeah! I just find history to be interesting and also very informative of the future, right? Like, you can see things happening and you're like, man, we should make sure not to do that again. And then we turn around and look at our current timeline and you're like, wow, they're doing that again. Crazy. Dragon of Osiris, which implies that Slifer is the servant of Osiris versus being Osiris himself. Interesting. I love how almost every religion is based on the stuff that people already believed in. Zoroastrianism long before modern ones. Yeah! You can see the tendrils and you can see the roots. Like, it's so cool. It's so cool to see things interconnected like that. Isn't that technically the final arc of Duel Monsters? Yes. Is Appaloosa the girl, the bow, and the bear? Or the bear? That's a good question. Imagine shuffling a 40 stone tablet deck. There's a lot of rules baked into religion that are essential how to survive and grow. Well, yeah, because like religion first and foremost was like moral stories, right? Like, religion was supposed to dictate some sort of set morality to teach people right and wrong, like not necessarily only right and wrong, but like, good practices. It was traditionally an oral history, but as the civilizations expanded, people settled down, and people became concurrently connected and disconnected from things of tradition as people moved around, or wars happened, ravaged the lands, etc., etc. The threat to the loss of their history and religion became very like tantalizingly close, right? And so the idea of taking all of the ideas and putting it into a book to solidify it really helped with centralizing their religious beliefs and doctrine, right? Like the Bible wasn't written down until much later. Like it was all oral before. It wasn't written down until much later. And the stories that were collected were from supposed first-hand accounts, right? So some of them were supposed first-hand, some of them were definitely made up for the exemplification of certain points and aspects of the laws, right? Like, I don't think there's a specific story that specifies that a grown man and a grown man, or a grown woman and a grown woman shouldn't have fun, sexy time together. But it does, in fact, make a very clear law that grown men and young boys should not have that type of time together. So it became, like, I think is really interesting to see how those things changed and affected all of the interpretations later. Like, they decided to make things, you know, very highbrow at first, and it's written in a way that makes a lot of the things vaguer, but also it was written in a way that was more easily accessible at that time to the common folk too, right? I don't know. It, like, there's the phrase lost in translation for a purpose, right? Like, things are lost in translation. Specifics are lost in translation. Enters, love thy neighbor, leaves. Hi, Fly High. I can't wait for the next chapter of Gilgamesh to drop. Hey, you know what's really funny? Hey, look what I have. Look what I have. Look what I have up queued right here. The first known story ever written analyzing the Epic of Gilgamesh. So hi. In case you didn't know, I'm a history nerd. I love me a good history. Of course, there's also the theory that Exodia is the Judeo-Christian deity. Oh, interesting. I think religion also was a heavy coping mechanism in the past, considering how terrible life was most of the time. True. I mean, they had to put their faith in something that would convince them that everything was going to be okay, right? And I think that's super fair. Imagine the Vanguard world and summon your Vanguard Blaster Blado. We have some libraries that need burning down. No! What did he say to make you upset? Be kind to one another. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. I was literally thinking the same thing. Yep. Oh man. Alright. We're gonna watch the Paimon Eucharist video because I thought it was really interesting. Yeah. You guys, if I don't know how many people are actually interested in Genshin Impact lore, but here we are. Here's Genshin Impact lore for the masses. It's directly correlated to the video we just watched. So, yeah. It'll be fun.
In the lore, emergency food is lore. It's a little bit of a journey to get there, though, so you gotta stick with me because this video gets a little bit weird, but it's certainly not going to be boring. So why would you want to watch it on a boring browser? Why not watch it on an exciting 𝒟𝓿? For reasons I will not elaborate on in this video, I have been researching the Eucharist and similar practices in religions and cultures around the world, but specifically in Egypt and Greece. So imagine my surprise when a nostalgia trip to the chasm throws this topic at me like a baseball to the face. For those of you who don't know, Eucharist refers to the, quote, ritualistic consumption of food or drink as if it were the flesh or blood of a deity. The practice comes from a few lines in the Christian Bible, like in Luke 22:19-20, where Jesus says, "This is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me," as he distributed a loaf of bread to his disciples. Now, the idea here is that consuming the bread was an act of honoring and remembering the sacrifice that Jesus was about to make. This is followed by Jesus pouring wine, identifying it as his blood that would seal a holy contract between him and God. This is called the New Covenant. The Old Covenant was a contract between God and the Hebrews, and that was signed not with Jesus' blood or a similar savior's blood, but with the blood of animals. So the Eucharist ritual is known as a sacrament, a very specific type of ritual in which God's grace is imparted upon the participants. In other words, it's a way to receive God's blessing. For the Eucharist sacrament, only bread and wine that has been made sacred through consecration, which is a type of blessing, could be used. So in summary, consecrated bread is the body and an act of remembrance, while consecrated wine is the blood and a symbol of the covenant or contract with God. For game lore reasons, this is kind of all you need to know. Now, into that, these Eucharist practices are a bit more literal than they are symbolic. Consuming flesh bestows longevity, knowledge, and power, and consuming blood does something similar for reasons we'll expand upon later. But for a quick example, you don't need to look any further than Apep, who formed a contract with King 𝒟𝒻, which gave her the right to eat his body when he died in order to gain all the knowledge he had acquired. In this case, 𝒟𝒻's body is the sacramental bread. But then we have things like the consecrated beasts, regular animals that ate the flesh of fallen deities and gained their powers and longevity, a concept that we're going to come back to later. But consecrated beasts are weirdly similar to the abysslings. And we know this because we can look at Jacob Ingold, a man who ate the flesh of a dragon and turned into an Inquisitus Baptist, gaining both elemental powers and longevity. Now we can assume that other abysslings transformed into their current shape via similar methods. After all, the people of Conrian descent did not turn into abysslings after the Cataclysm. That only happened about 100 years later after 𝒠𝓿 𝒟𝒄 founded the Abyss Order, and even then we've seen other abysslings unaffiliated with Conria like Jacob and the Sinner's Cryo-Herald. This suggests that the process is both voluntary and completely separate from the Cataclysm itself. Now, what's really interesting about this idea of eating the flesh of a deity or like a dragon or other non-human and gaining their power and longevity is that Genshin is using a lot of really specific terms. For example, consecrated beasts use consecrated, which means that they are quote-unquote blessed in a way that would make them appropriate to consume for a sacrament. And abysslings are all named after some sort of priest or church official. We've got like heralds, lectors, Baptists, and even the mages, since the word mage comes from magi, and that's a Zoroastrian priest. And incidentally, all of this is very similar to the concept of Mo Dao cultivation from the Chinese genre of xianxia. I'm not going to go into too much detail here about that because I already made an entire video on it, which you can find in the link downstairs. But I'm mentioning it because I think it's really cool that they all line up. At this point, you're probably wondering what the heck this has to do with 𝒟𝓎. Well, �𝓎 is from Sumeru. They say as much, and Sumeru draws a lot of its inspiration from Persian mythology and Zoroastrianism, so it stands to reason that �𝓎 would reference something, from Zoroastrianism or Persian mythology, right? Let me draw your attention to the 𝒟𝓎, a mythical being from Persian mythology, half human, half snake, and kinda like a naga. The name is split into two parts, 𝒟 meaning king or queen, and 𝒟𝓐 meaning serpent. So literally, queen of the serpents, or king. Because there are actually two big variants of the 𝒟𝓎 tale, one with a serpent queen and one with a serpent king. Let's talk about the queen for now and save the king for later. The queen version of the tale of 𝒟𝓎 follows a young man who falls into an underground tunnel system and meets 𝒟𝓎, half beautiful woman, half snake. The two fall in love, but the man becomes homesick and wishes to leave and visit his family, so she lets him go, but makes him swear to never tell another soul about her. This is probably because there are legends about her flesh being the cure to all illnesses, and the king has recently become severely ill. So the king's vizier has been using the king's illness as an excuse to look for her because he knows that her flesh also grants infinite wisdom, and he wants it for himself, like selfishly. So when he discovers that the young man knows where she is, he either forces or tricks him into telling him where she is. 𝒟𝓎 is inevitably captured, and she knows that she will be killed, so she gives the young man very specific instructions about how her body should be prepared for consumption in order to get the desired effects. But she doesn't really link what effect is going to come from what preparation. She just gives some instructions on who should get what. These preparations vary depending on the source, but in the simplest version, she says that she must be cooked in an earthenware pot, and then her flesh is to be given to the sick king, her extract should be given to the vizier, and her broth should be given to the young man. So the king eats the flesh and makes a full recovery, the young man drinks the broth and gains all of her knowledge, and the vizier drinks her extract and dies. So the TLDR here? Eating the body of a serpent queen heals the body, the water boosts the mind, and the extract kills. So how does this apply to the chasm shroom? So first off, this shroom is in a tunnel system, just like 𝒟𝓎, and second, eating a shroom might be equal to consuming the flesh of a non-human. But we need a little fungi science to explain this one. The role of fungi in nature is generally to decompose organic matter, thus making all the nutrients and chemicals within that matter bioavailable to living organisms. Generally, this organic matter is colonized by spores, which are kind of like seeds, and these put out these little roots called hyphae, and these grow into large mats that we call mycelium. This mycelium is the real body of the fungi, and the mushroom is just the fruiting body whose only goal is reproduction. Many fungi that live within the soil form symbiotic relationships with nearby plant life, connecting its mycelium to the plant's roots to form what is called a mycorrhizal network. This network allows for communication and the sharing of resources between plants and fungi to occur. For example, in exchange for sugars and lipids produced by plants, fungi will provide micronutrients a plant's roots wouldn't otherwise be able to collect on its own, as well as excess water. The network can also allow plants to share resources between each other. So like, if one tree gets a bunch of nitrogen dumped on it and another tree 50 feet away needs nitrogen, the first tree can literally ship excess nitrogen to the tree that needs it through the mycorrhizal network. And this is a lot like how the ley lines work in Genshin. And yes, I know that the ley lines are explicitly called the root system of Irminsul, but that's also kind of the point. Fungi don't replace the roots of a tree, they just help to supplement them. So during 𝒟𝓎's quest, we help it seal away these fissures where the dark mud is leaching out of using both the lumen stone and 𝒟𝓎's spores. Now we know that the dark mud in the chasm comes out of the ley lines thanks to the energy amplifier event, so that means that 𝒟𝓎 is connected to the ley lines since they are actively sealing these ley line fissures with their own spores. And according to the parametric transformer, elemental energy and memories are what flow within the ley lines, meaning that 𝒟𝓎 is full of memories and elemental energy, which is probably why its color scheme is so similar to Irminsul. That's a pretty rare texture in this game. And this matters because in Genshin, memories are both power and life, an idea we're going to expand upon later, and memories are likened to the remembrance aspect of eating the sacramental bread. So theoretically speaking, if I ate a 𝒟𝓎, I should, by Genshin Eucharist logic, gain wisdom and powers from it. Therefore, 𝒟𝓎 is sacramental bread, a sacramental mushroom. Which is a very interesting thing to realize because we actually have a perfect example of this already in game. Well, a more explicit one. Allow me to draw your attention to the 𝒢𝒶𝓎 mushroom, or as it's known in Chinese, the 𝒢𝒶𝓉 sacramental mushroom. Yes, there is a mushroom in this game that is actually just straight up called sacramental. For obvious reasons, the description for this mushroom changes after Chapter 3's Archon quest, while the name actually doesn't. But there's interesting information in both descriptions. The changed description says that these mushrooms grow on the dead tree called 𝒢𝒶𝓉, which is her body, and the unchanged one says that these mushrooms are harvested and consumed by the academia's sages in order to honor her sacrifice in some sort of secret ritual. I don't know, man, that sounds pretty Eucharist to me. Because, like, a sage can be a spiritual teacher as well, not just, you know, a dean of a school, thus likening him to some sort of priest. Therefore, these descriptions are basically saying that the priests of 𝒢𝒶𝓉 consumed sacramental mushrooms as representations of her body to remember her sacrifice, which is exactly what the Eucharist rites are for, but just for Jesus and not for 𝒢𝒶𝓉. Now, of course,
they
there's no
make
real
containers
wisdom
out
or
of
power to gain
mushrooms?
from eating these mushrooms in particular, simply because these mushrooms don't actually grow on her body and therefore have none of her memories. However, as the avatar of Irminsul, I find the idea of having mushrooms growing on her and being considered part of the sacred sacrament similar to my hypothesis about 𝒟𝓎 doing the same for Irminsul, because 𝒟𝓎 is technically growing on Irminsul's body if it's connected to its root system. But let's pause for a moment here, because the mushroom that 𝒟𝓚 is based off of is very important. It's also called the 𝒟𝓚 or the reishi mushroom. Now, in Chinese mythology, the reishi mushroom is the mushroom of immortality and was coveted by the gods themselves. Taoist temples were called mushroom houses because Taoist priests would consume hallucinogenic varieties of reishi in order to interact with the spirit realm as they attempted to achieve the powers and longevity of the gods, earning it the moniker of the immortality mushroom. These mushroom houses remind me a lot of Hypatia in her cave and her use of the spirit borneal in place of the hallucinogenic mushrooms. Now, it is possible that the spirit borneal is a type of mushroom, because technically speaking, plants and mushrooms haven't always had this super clear distinction between them. Like, oftentimes mushrooms are referred to as herbs in ancient documents and texts and whatnot. So that's something to consider. Reishi mushrooms were so important to the Chinese gods that they even had a heavenly field of mushrooms that grew on the sacred mountain of Penglai, not too dissimilar from the orchards where the peaches of immortality grew. Gods and kings alike were frequently depicted holding reishi mushrooms, and they were even a favored design for the ruyi, or wish-granting scepter wielded by royalty and gods alike. And the idea of immortality shrooms being food from God or food of God is found in a bunch of different cultures. For example, manna, which is the bread from God, was sent to exiled Israelites by God in the Bible, and this has been thought to be a desert truffle since it matches the description of manna. It appears quickly in the cool morning, it melts in the midday sun, and it cannot be stored lest it become infested with worms. Now, Aztecs also referred to certain types of mushrooms as the flesh of the god, like that's a direct translation of what they call them. And in Siberia, we have the Amanita muscaria, whose myth says that it was a gift from the creator god from which humans learned great things. So they granted wisdom. Now, reishi mushrooms tend to be polypores, which is a specific kind of fungus that grows on trees. The longevity associated with them may have come from the fact that, unlike other mushrooms, polypores have really long lifespans. They start off a bit soft and squishy, like regular mushrooms, but over time they grow bigger and tougher until they're almost indistinguishable from wood. This is how they get the nickname stone mushroom or stone fruit. And yes, I actually went hunting for polypores in the woods just for this segment. Levi says hi. I also think it's interesting that Wanderer, who tried to ascend to godhood, and Kale, who has a snake god trapped inside of her, are the two characters who use these for ascension materials. And funnily enough, the taxonomic name for the reishi mushroom is the Ganoderma, which should sound familiar because sea Ganodermas are mushroom-looking things that both Yae Miko and Kazuha use to ascend. Miko might use them because she's a temple priestess and the guardian of a sacred tree, but Kazuha is really funny to me because Ganoderma mushrooms varieties really adore maple trees and, well, just look at him. Okay, so for now we've established that the 𝒟𝓚 mushrooms have a sacramental use and are based on the reishi mushrooms, which were consumed in order to grant immortality and special powers, something that we also see with both abysslings and consecrated beasts after they partake of the god flesh. But this mushroom is not the only reishi mushroom in the game. We've also got this so-called strange mushroom, which 𝒟𝓚 grew from the dead body of his wife, intending to use it as medicine to 𝒟𝓚 𝒟𝓚. And yes, I know I just got done saying reishi are polypores and grow on dead trees mostly, but they can grow on most wood-based substrates, and if we want to go a little bit crazy, we could talk about how Norse mythology says that humans were carved from trees, and that's why it's growing out of a dead body, but maybe we just don't go there for right now. Now, the medicine created from this strange mushroom had to be blessed by a god in order to work, which would make the medicine sacramental. But thus far, we've only really talked about how eating flesh or shrooms nets you power and longevity, neither of which were 𝒟𝓚's goals, so what was the point of the medicine then? Well, we know that 𝒟𝓚 was trying to restore 𝒟𝓚's memory, and this might surprise you, but the recipe that he followed to make this medicine is weirdly similar to a memory medicine that we make for Aranaga during the Aranyaka quest, the Arahoma. The Arahoma is based on the mythical Homa or Soma, which has been identified as a plant, deity, or magical elixir that grants immortality. And I know that doesn't seem at all related to restoring memories, but stick with me here. So 𝒟𝓚's recipe used the strange mushroom, which looks like a red reishi, a 𝒢𝒟𝑜 rose, and a 𝒟𝑜 lotus. Aranaga had a subtly different list of ingredients. They needed a 𝒟𝓒 mushroom, which is a special light blue reishi, and then a yajna grass, which looks like a very red padisara, which are normally the same purple as a 𝒢𝒟𝑜 rose, and finally a barsam flower, which is a type of lotus which could easily be misidentified with a 𝒟𝑝alata lotus. If he was just working with really loose descriptions of what these items should be and how you get them, then I could easily see how he would be making some mistakes. When Aranaga talks about the Arahoma, he says that it's an elixir that carries our memories, then equates memories to life when he says, there are dreams because there is memory. Memory is nourished, so there is life. By this logic, the Arahoma is also an immortality elixir or an elixir of life because memories promote life. This is why the Arahoma is needed to heal 𝒟𝒠, the decaying forest. They need to share their memories with the guardian fungi named 𝒢𝒶𝓎 𝒟𝑜, who is also named after our primordial Zoroastrian king for some reason, and he will then absorb the memories within the Arahoma and allow the memories to flow into the heart of the forest itself, kind of like we just injected something into a mycorrhizal network. To put a further point on this, he later says that, quote, death is just a one-time loss of memories. So if memories nourish life and death is just a one-time loss of memories, then memories are life. By this logic, 𝒟𝒠 must have been trying to make a version of the Homa.
Hello! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Mycelium networks are very interesting. Did you know there's a company that uses mushrooms as yeah. Mycelium Toads Cruel would like to word with you. Hello, Insane. Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Hello, Raiders. My name is Chase. I'm your local intergalactic, interdimensional alien demon angel gremlin thing and a parent spirit medium, and I'm here to be your next president. I'm an artist, animator, and game dev, and sometimes I also play games. I am trying to recover from artist burnout. And so I'm just doodling as we listen to some video essays, and by video essays I mean we've gotten to the second one. That's it. We've gotten to the second one. That's it. Yeah. How was your stream? What were you up to? You're playing the finals. What is that? Did you know Dr. Pepper is being recalled? What the? For what? What did it do this time? I mean, I know that it doesn't have Coke in it anymore, right? Right? So what could it be doing? What could it be doing now? Free to play FPS shooty game. Ooh. What's this about the best soda being recalled? Yeah, I don't know. Links just came in and said that and then left. No expounding. We watched a 3-hour video essay about the God's Not Dead series and Midnight Mass and how they both exemplify the Christian redemption cycle. Yeah. It's really good. It was really good. I love that essay so much. We are now watching a tangentially related thing that is Genshin Impact lore, and how we had this like discussion about the Eucharist earlier. So yeah. Coke is not selling it anymore. Oh, I see. Wait, what? I listen to video essays to fall asleep. Me. I listen to history podcasts.
To restore Kari Bear's memory, and perhaps that's why the strange mushroom needed to be grown from his wife's body. He needed her memory and a fungi that could extract it. In this way, the mushroom-based Homa is a sort of sacramental beverage in the same way that mushroom flesh can be a sacramental bread, and weirdly, both are a path to immortality. Which, for the record, is still totally in line with the Eucharist rites because Jesus claims that those who partake will live forever because he will return for them at the end of days. One Eucharist prayer from the Didache says, "You gave us spiritual food and drink and eternal life through your Son." So, yeah, it's not a stretch that all these holy nom-noms bestow some kind of longevity.
Holy
And
nom-noms!
theoretically, we could equate the homa with the soma, the ymrita, the ambrosia, and nectar, since all of these are immortality elixir drinks and plants, and all of them have at least been theorized by scholars to actually be or involve mushrooms, and all of them are consumed by gods or given to people to make them into gods at some point. Now, usually the sacramental beverage is a wine, which is kind of funny because even if the homa didn't use mushrooms, if it was a kind of wine, then fungi are required. Because yeast are fungi, and yeast are responsible for the production of alcohol through fermentation, and without yeast, you don't have alcohol, which means you don't have wine. Therefore, mushrooms are required for alcohol. A while back, I made a video about Nicole, a witch from the Hexen Circle, and the intro was all about the brewing of beer and wine throughout history, mostly because I was connecting her to the Dawn Winery, but also because the history of European witches is found in the brewing of beer. I also went on to propose that Nicole may have been a Seelie or related to them, as Seelies in Genshin are often likened to angels, and the name of Deluxe's Tavern is Angel's Share, which refers to the portion of alcohol that is lost to evaporation during the distilling process. It's the portion set aside for the angels. But the thing is, the word Seelies refers specifically to a type of Welsh fairy, and we have all kinds of evidence that points to the Seelies, fairies, and angels being the same thing in Genshin. And they're all related to alcohol one way or another. For example, one of the earliest depictions of a Seelie in-game that wasn't a will-o-wisp is the one from A Drunkard's Tale, a book where we get the infamous phrase, "What you call wine, we call the abyss." Then, the only confirmed Seelie we know about is Nabu Malikata, the goddess of flowers, and she has a few nods to alcohol. Like, you know how Jesus turned water into wine but also called wine his blood? Well, Nabu Malikata did the opposite and turned her blood into water. Wherever she walked in the desert, her bleeding wounds turned into magic pure springs. And it's not the most obvious or explicit of alcohol references, but she was also called the mistress of orchards and dreams. Orchards are where you grow fruit, not vines, that'd be a vineyard. But since you can make wine out of literally any fruit, I don't think this is really a problem. And if you combine the orchard with dreams, you might get this sensation of alcoholic intoxication. And that was something she was known to give people, that euphoric, intoxicating feeling. She also birthed the djinn from the flowers that bloomed in her blood springs, and being birthed by a flower is a pretty common story for a fairy. Even more fitting because flowers produce nectar, and that's also what fairies are said to drink. And in Greek mythology, nectar is supposed to be a beverage that's name literally means overcoming death, making it an immortality beverage. And since Nabu Malikata likely came from the era of the Unified Civilization, and the Unified Civilization is based on ancient Greece, we can confidently say that this nectar reference is pretty valid, especially because it comes up later in Fontaine during the reign of the god King Remus, and Remus is based off of the Roman Empire. And the lore around him says that nectar brings enlightenment, so wisdom. And if wisdom is memories and memories is life, then it also makes sense that this is an immortality beverage both in-game and in Greek mythology. So then it starts to make a bit more sense why so much of Nabu Malikata's flower power is centered around creating life. Her djinn were born of flowers, and wherever the djinn slept, life flourished, and whenever they woke, life withered. Nabu Malikata was the grandmother of the Pari as well, and those little flower fairies were born of the Simurgh and the pure Amrita and turn into trees upon death. And the Amrita is what's left of Egeria, and it could be likened to her ichor or her blood. And to no one's surprise, the Amrita is yet another divine elixir of immortality. But here's the twist. Egeria was created to be the new heart of the primordial sea by the Shade of Life, so the Amrita connection there makes a little bit more sense since all life in Teyvat came from the primordial sea. If all life comes from it, then it is another sort of elixir of life. And in fact, if you water it down, it turns into synth, which is also known as the drink of joy because it begets euphoria for the imbiber.
Oh
The
yes,
same
the street
effect
drugs.
that Nabu Malikata was said to be able to impart on people, perhaps through her pure waters. And sure, this might sound like a bit of a stretch, but synth is short for absinthe, which is a type of alcohol, and when it comes to alchemy, alcohol is considered one of the universal solvents, also known as alkahest. In fact, in Lullian alchemy, quintessence is a universal solvent distilled from wine, the fifth essence, sometimes called the ether. If we follow the Aranara logic, then memories bring life. Nabu Malikata brought forth life from her blood, and the Fontanians had primordial seawater in their veins, implying it can be used in place of blood. And we know that if you drink blood, you net life. So if all life comes from the primordial sea and all life returns to Irminsul, the tree of memories, and memories are life, then that primordial seawater must be in the ley lines because those are the roots of Irminsul. And from there, we can perhaps create a trifecta of life-based elixirs. Leyline juice can be nectar, primordial seawater is absinthe, and the forbidden knowledge might be wine since it comes from the depths of the abyss, and according to the drunkard's tale, wine and the abyss are related. The idea of pure water and wine being related to alcohol and alkahest is also supported by the blessings of oceanids. These faceless descendants of the angels born of pure water have the ability to turn water into alcohol, and they can bless mortals with this ability as well. This is something we learn in the Dialogues of the Desert Sage's weapon. It says that a person had been blessed by an oceanid so that any liquid that passed through his hands would transform itself into an exquisite wine. Now, Diona seems to possess a similar blessing from Calaroe. Although this one doesn't explicitly turn water into wine, the actual blessing found in Diona's 5th character story says, "May your cup always run over with the sweet wine of celebration." And there's also another mention of this phenomenon in relation to alchemy this time, during the Alchemical Ascension event, conveniently said by Venti. What's funny is that in Genshin, alkahest is actually the ascension material for the cinnabar spindle, and cinnabar is a reference to the rubidos stage of alchemy, which is usually considered the final or complete stage. And wouldn't you know it, the red reishi mushrooms are also referred to as the cinnabar mushrooms, and possess the exact same meaning: completion, immortality. But wait a second. If you were to combine this alcohol, alkahest, and a cinnabar mushroom, you might have something along the lines of, I don't know, absinthe and a mushroom? Which is the recipe for Kaya's fruity skewers. The chicken and mushroom skewers soaked in Death in the Afternoon, a drink made with absinthe. And lest we forget that the water Clotar used to water his strange mushroom had to be drawn in the early afternoon, and it was used to water the dead. Death in the afternoon. And this all feels a bit more conspiratorial when you realize that the Eucharist ritual involves dipping your bread or wafer into your wine. And seeing how the, quote, bread from heaven, aka manna, has been thought to be the desert truffle, which is a mushroom, well, this fruity skewer suddenly gets a whole lot stranger, especially when it keeps coming up in weird world quests, seemingly at random. It was mentioned no less than twice in the Nartzenkreuz questline, a story all about dissolving people and their memories, and it gets mentioned again in the dialogue with 𝒟𝓎 when Paimon suggests eating the big guy. And absinthe has this fun little nickname, the Green Fairy. And it doesn't escape me how coincidental it is that I just made a theory about how Venti is a fragment of Istroth, who is a god of death, when he's literally a drunken green fairy. Now I'm gonna level with you. Originally, this was where my notes ended.
Hello, Daywolf! Welcome on in. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Chase. I'm a local intergalactic interdimensional alien demon angel gremlin thing and a parent spirit medium. I'm here to be your next president. I'm an artist, animator, and game dev, and sometimes I also play games. I am doodling right now to kind of just get drawing again. I've been really burnt out on art, so I'm trying to do a little something for myself. And we're listening to some video essays because they're super fun. I love me a good video essay, especially ones that are unhinged and go to every corner of the universe to make their point. Makes me very happy, and I love seeing passion on display like this. Yes, I do. Yeah. So slowly but surely, I am working on some of the requested stickers, and just like ones that I was thinking of. Kind of, I'm feeling that motivation. You know, it feels nice. It feels nice. They're being added to the Discord in real time as I'm finished with them. So, you guys have you guys have some new stickers and emotes and stuff to use. I'll have to add them to BTTV as well. They're so cute and awesome. Why, thank you. Well. Hello, Frog. What do we have here? We have me doing some art. Some cute new stickers. Yeah. making me feel a little bit better about my illustration work. Here's another one, but I'm not sure if I like this one or not. In between. Because we already have the nerves, right? We already have bongo nerves. We got chase nerves. We got screaming. We've got sweaty. Taking a look, taking a look. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I see we have both been busy bees today. Ooh, what have you done? I have a hair on my chin that is driving me insane because it's longer than all my other ones. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was a big sneeze. Whew, that felt nice. Get that hair. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick bathroom break. We'll see if I want to continue. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Quick bathroom break, everyone. Quick bathroom break. Everybody, go get your water. Refill your water. Get some num nums. I want BRB. BRB.
That's hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Mountainous even. hilarious. Mountainous even. That's 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 hilarious. Mountainous even. Hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. That's hilarious even. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. That's mountainous even. Hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. That's mountainous hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. That's mountainous hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. That's mountainous hilarious. That's mountainous hilarious. That's hilarious. Mountainous even. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. That's mountainous hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. That's mountainous even. Hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. Mountainous hilarious. Mountainous even. Hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Lizard. Mountainous even. Hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Mountainous even. Hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. That's mountainous hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. Hilarious. Mountainous even. Mountainous even. Mountainous even. That's mountainous even. Hilarious. Mountainous even. Hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. Mountainous hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. Hilarious even. Mountainous even. Hilarious. That's mountainous hilarious. Mountainous even. Hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. Mountainous even. That's mountainous hilarious. Hilarious. Mountainous even. Mountainous hilarious. Mountainous even. Mountainous even. Hilarious. That's mountainous hilarious. That's mountainous hilarious. Mountainous even. Hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Mountainous even.
Oh, are you guys done? Apparently I didn't mute myself again, which is what I meant to do, but oh well. I just don't talk anyways.
That's hilarious.
Mountainous
even.
Ba ba da ba ba. Ba ba da ba ba. Ba 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 da ba ba. Do 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 do. Meow. Ba ba da ba ba da. Boo doo doo. Boo boo doo. Boo doo boo boo boo. Alright, I am answering messages really quick before we continue. 𝒢𝒶𝓎 is a German haunt. Did not know that. Hello, Saudi. Discussing dinner options with Andrew. Trying to figure out what we want to eat. What are those called? No. Meow, 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 meow. Bring the action. Oh my god, I can't believe it went all of TwitchCon without saying this. Amazing. We didn't, not once did we start doing rock your body, come on, rock your body. Or scream and shout and let it all out. Scream and shout and let it out. And let it all out. And scream and shout and let it out. We want all we are, we are, we are. Where's the Chase Uwu emote? We have this one. And we have this one. And we also have this one. That was weird. I don't know why. OBS, what the fuck were you doing just now? Chase Omo? I don't know. How would I make that face? Would it The disgusted face? Wait, what face was I making? I don't know what my face does. Do it again, I got ads? I try to get it? Okay. Was it me yelling at... Was it the face I was making when I was yelling at you at OBS? OBS? Like, OBS, what the fuck were you doing? That one? Yeah, that one? Okay. It is funny though because like I am very like squishy and animated with my face. I've got the fine lines to support that. But like I laugh with my whole body. I make a disgusted face with my entire body. You know, it's like that. When people are like, "Oh, how do you do your emotion toggles?" And I was like, "I don't. I just have a very gummy face, okay? Like that's just my face." And sometimes my model couches it perfectly. Chase is animated. I am just animated. Chase's anime IRL? Maybe. I wish my eyes were bigger. Like when I was younger, my eyes were always like one of those things that felt really big. But then as I got older, I feel like my face just became like my eyes felt smaller, you know? And I'm kind of sad about that. I do like what I look like when I have like big circle contacts in. I think those are really cute. Maybe your eyes seem smaller because my head got bigger. That's very true. That's very possible. Ooh, excuse me. Alright. Large Brian? Yeah, yeah. I've got a very large Brian. He lives in my head. He tells me when I to do a sick kickflip whenever I'm doing stuff. Alright. Alright, we're turning off music. We're gonna go back to the video unless you guys want... Do you guys want to rave for a second? You guys want to rave for a second? Do you need to let out some energy? We can rave for a second.
Ouch!
Hi, Poseidon. Thank you. I will take sippies. And I am sitting super straight. I'm sitting gaily, but straight. Thank you for the lurk, Poseidon. Gotta make sure. Thank you. Sitting straight in a gay manner. Correct, correct. Not too straight, I hope. No, no, no. Not that straight. As straight as a circle. As straight as a rainbow. Alright. Back to the video.
Well, plus a few fun facts I haven't really gotten to yet. But when fleshing out this script, this was the moment when I had a small epiphany about Paimon. Because see, Paimon has all the hallmarks of a Eucharist sacramental bread, which means that emergency food is lore now. I really thought the emergency food thing was an overplayed joke, but I'm really not so sure anymore. And there are a few reasons for that. First off, Paimon is often referred to as a pixie, fairy, elf, seelie, and even a strange fae-shaped emergency sustenance. That last one comes from Fischl's vision story, and I might be imagining things, but 𝒟𝓎 made this comment about Paimon eating so many mushrooms that she'd be all mushroom and no Paimon. And then immediately I read a line where Aranaga called her a white mushroom. Now, fungi in Genshin show an incredible amount of mimesis. It's like their whole thing, you know? They mimic other species. That's the whole lore behind the Jade Plume Terror Shroom. So thinking about Paimon as a mushroom in the shape of a seelie is interesting. Except I'm not sure that it's meant to be taken literally. Because remember, earlier we talked about how mushrooms are likened to sacramental bread, so she could be a mushroom allegorically, meaning her flesh is meant to be consumed as a sacrament. But what's creepy is that she might already be consecrated and just waiting for the sacrament. You see, one of the telltale features of the consecration...
Because, like, Paimon could be a fragment of the Traveler and the fragment of the Heavenly Principles merged as the square. She could just be the cube. Paimon's a cube confirmed? Maybe. I don't know. You know? Who knows? And she's just waiting to be reabsorbed into the Traveler. We're gonna eat our friend, you know? Just as a treat. Whatever. Yeah. Fuck. There's a tale about this where we were playing Flowstone Saga. Flowstone Saga's got something like this. Flowstone Saga has we have a little familiar and it follows us around everywhere. His name is Twig, I think, if I remember correctly. And he follows us around everywhere. He's our best buddy. He's our homie. He's our friend. He's our Paimon. And turns out that he was actually a fragment of ourselves, who had taken form to take care of us in our time of need. Because we, the protagonists, were super lonely and sad and had no idea who we were. And so Twig was just like, hey, like, what's up, buddy? Howdy, hi, hey, hi. It's me, your friend. And then at the end, we hug Twig, and Twig gets reabsorbed into us. And we are Twig, Twig is I, you art thou, thou is art I, or whatever it is. And so, yeah, like, that's crazy. What if? What if? So Genshin is Little Nightmares? Maybe. 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 Who knows?
Beasts is this bone-like armor that grows on their exterior. It's even talked about in their descriptions, and before anyone points out that oceanids have this bone armor too, well, oceanids are said to be Egeria's familiars, born of her tears, and given how similar the tiny oceanids are to the Pari, who were also born of her, well, partially anyway, this kind of checks out. But Egeria took over control of the primordial sea from 𝒢𝒏𝓒, so it makes me wonder if the oceanids aren't similar to the Pari. Instead of being born by mixing Nabu Malikata's 𝒟𝒏 with Egeria's 𝒟𝒐𝒏, they could have been born of Egeria's power and 𝒢𝒏𝓒's remains. Egeria was said to feel great sympathy for the dragons, after all, and the same text that says this also has the line, "The lizard bones turned to mud from which swans emerged," which could allegorically refer to 𝒢𝒏𝓒 losing his proper form and oceanids, who are very bird-like, emerging from those remains, much like the Pari from the 𝒟𝒐𝒏. Of course, this is just speculation, but it feels kind of reasonable in context. And there are a few other weird interactions with regards to her as food that are not played as a joke. A guy named 2 in the chasm has this conversation that you can unlock, and I don't have footage for it, sorry, but the conversation is really distressing in the context of the Eucharist and Paimon, because he says, "Let me tell you something. Rex Lapis's exuvia has actually transformed into some blonde-haired young man, and with another part of his adeptal powers, he turned into some sort of adeptal fruit that can get angry and even sneeze." The adeptal fruit here is Paimon, and if you ask him about it, he says, "That's right, they say that this adeptal fruit was created from the very essence of the adeptal energies of heaven and earth themselves. If a mortal were to eat it, they would be granted great longevity and power enough to fell a bull in a single punch." Granted longevity and power? What, you mean like an abyssling? Or a consecrated beast? Or like consuming a reishi mushroom, this fruiting body of the fungi? And it doesn't help that the traveler can identify Paimon as this adeptal fruit either. At this point, I kind of wondered if my imagination was just like running away from me, but then my lore buddy Crystal Marie pointed out that in Abramelin magic, the demon Paimon is considered a sacrificial lamb, or maybe it's better called as a scapegoat. A sacrificial goat. I learned this at the same time that I learned that the Persian version of the name Paimon is Payman, which is a name that refers to, and I'm not making this up, the covenant with God. Like the original one God made with the Hebrews that was sealed in the blood of animals, and like the second one that Jesus made with God that's remembered through the Eucharist sacrament with the wine. Now, I've seen some theories pitched by multiple people on Discord and Reddit and YouTube and stuff that all think Paimon is the traveler's vision. I don't think this is the case literally, but I also don't think it's not the case. Like, I don't think that's too far from the truth. The flavor text for the traveler's talent descriptions always include Paimon, which is kind of weird. Take the Animo skill, for example, where it says, "You discuss the way to grasp the formless wind with Paimon," or the Dendro Burst, where you say, "You and Paimon studied the sounds of plants that sprout after rain." And this happens for all talents. Paimon's in all of them, but why would you include her? What does she contribute to this? And the answer lies with 𝒟𝒻. Okay, so we know that 𝒟𝒻 is from Sumeru, but we can also assume that they were around during the time of Deshret's reign, since that's the point in history where desert and rainforest would exist simultaneously, and 𝒟𝒻 references both. And sure, she could be something that's much more recent, but she has this line where she says she knows many-legged ones who make no use of their feet, yet 𝒟𝒻 knows not any Paimon. And the only thing in Sumeru that really fits this description is either Aranara or the Jinn. And I'm inclined to say djinn here because the djinn can float but are legged and exhibit many of the same fairy traits as Paimon, like the sound of bells and their mischievous nature. So I think the implication here is that Paimon is djinn-shaped, because you remember that whole fae-shaped thing, right? Well, Deshret was the king of the jinn, and that's enough to make him a reference to King Solomon, and King Solomon controlled the jinn via a ring that he was given by God. Now, do you remember how I said there was another 𝒟𝓎 folktale? One that doesn't involve 𝒟𝓎 being eaten? The king version? Well, the king version of the tale is quite different from the queen version. This tale is all about a kind but very poor boy who takes in stray animals and shares his bread with them. One of the animals that he saves is a lizard who is the child of the 𝒟𝓎, and in thanks for saving his child, the Serpent King gifts the boy a wish-fulfilling ring which will grant the boy anything he wants as long as he recites a prayer which goes something like, "O ring, I ask of you, and you ask of the Lord of heaven and earth," followed by his wish. It's a ring that called upon the power of God, the Lord of heaven. We're gonna come back to this. So the boy uses the ring to marry a princess, and then he becomes a good king until a thief steals the ring and the king is left without his princess, ring, and palace. His animal friends then work together to retrieve the ring for the king, and when he gets it back, everything goes back to normal. But let that sink in for a second. A ring given from God that makes one king? I mean, that sounds a bit like Solomon's ring. Even more so when you remember that the demon Asmodeus stole the ring from Solomon to rule the world in his place. Without his ring, Solomon was just a normal man. But one day the ring fell from heaven into the sea where it was eaten by a fish. And this fish was caught and given unknowingly to Solomon, who ate it and recovered his ring. And that allowed him to reclaim his throne and defeat Asmodeus. So, the sustainer of heavenly principles is named Asmodee in the game files, which is another name for Asmodeus. And we, the traveler, fished Paimon out of the sea. And I've made several theories as to the traveler's relationship with Deshret, who is Solomon, but the two that matter here are Lilupar's testimony that the traveler reminds her of her master, who is Deshret, and that the traveler claims to be an exiled prince, which we can now compare to 𝒟𝓎, who also claims to know the traveler, and the traveler can even say that they know 𝒟𝓎 as well. And remember, this is a 𝒢𝒟𝓒 mushroom likely from Deshret's era. She would likely know Deshret. And I would also like to point out that the Heavenly Father in Genshin is actually the Dragon King Nibelung. That is what he's called in Chinese in Nouvelette's character stories. So you've got a ring from the Heavenly Father Nibelung that grants wishes and makes you king of the world, and that's literally the plot of the ring cycle, which Genshin has drawn heavy inspiration from, especially with regards to 𝒟𝓉. And now Kaya's chicken and mushroom skewers look really, really, really suspicious, as if they weren't enough already. So you eat the fish, get the ring, make a wish, and rule the world. And if Paimon is Seelie-shaped and Seelies are shaped like sea slugs, then she might not be a fish, but some kind of aquatic life. And did you know that the symbol of Jesus is the zodiac Pisces, the symbol of the two fish? And lest we forget that Jesus has his own fish symbol, the literal Jesus fish, the ichthys. And what was it that Jesus was again? Ah, right, he was a sacrifice. The reason for the Eucharist rites. And we may have fished Paimon out of the sea, but Paimon also might be the metaphorical bait at the end of the fishhook. Consider how Canatilla called Paimon a kite with a string going up into the sky. But if you think about that more literally, it sounds a bit more like a hook at the end of a fishing line. Does that mean that Celestia is trying to get the traveler to bite? And I also want to point out that fairy rings are mushrooms that grow in a ring, said to be portals to the other world, and are also called witches' rings because witches dance around them, and if 𝒟𝓎 is a name for a serpent, or rather a snake, then suddenly Dainsleif is looking mighty suspicious because his constellation is a snake ring, and he was found by a fairy while clutching a ring. And if that's not enough, Paimon gets called every synonym of child under the sun, but the one that stands out to me the most is hatchling, because both 𝒟𝓎 and Sumi, a vassal of a snake god, call her that. And it bothers me because she's also been called a pigeon adeptus, and pigeons are doves, and when I think of Deshret and doves, I think of the chemical marriage because that's the alchemical marriage of the Red King and the White Queen, which is facilitated by a dove, a hatchling. And if that's Paimon and Paimon is a ring, then the whole facilitating thing is a wedding ring, isn't it? And no, I don't mean like a literal one. 𝒢📫 didn't literally marry the goddess of flowers. This is an alchemical marriage. It's science-y. But 𝒢📫 here is obviously the Red King because he's the Scarlet King, so, you know. But the goddess of flowers must be the White Queen because she's associated with the silver moon. It's an alchemical metaphor, and this alchemical union of these two resulted in the acquisition of forbidden knowledge, which must be wine because it comes from the depths of the abyss, and what you call wine, we call the abyss. But the traveler and the sibling are also called the abyss by 𝒟𝓼 𝒟𝓚, but actually, you know who else keeps getting called a child despite being hundreds or even thousands of years old? The traveler. Throughout the whole game, there's another ongoing gag.
Sorry, her transitions are always so good. She's like, but hold on.
Just like the Paimon emergency food one. Whenever there's alcohol present, someone will inevitably say something like, the traveler isn't old enough to drink, or some variation thereof. But in a Eucharist context, this simply means that the traveler hasn't come of age yet. So here's the thing. When it comes to the Catholic Church, which I'm going to use as an example because there are too many variations among Christian denominations to reasonably cover here, there are 7 sacramental rites, of which 3 are mandatory. These rites are baptism, confirmation, and communion. The baptismal rite is more of an initiation ceremony, a way to introduce someone into the Catholic faith. Confirmation is the rite to seal the deal, or rather to enter a covenant with God and to become a witness of the faith. And performing the communion shows one's willingness to commune with God. So theoretically, if the traveler is considered a witness, then they have undergone confirmation, perhaps by touching the statues of 7, which means that communion is next. Expression of one's willingness to participate. Now, communion is basically the Eucharist rite, but most of the time when someone says communion, they're specifically referring to the first communion, which is the first time someone participates in the Eucharist rite. This rite is generally performed by people as young as 7 or as old as 16, and it is generally considered a rite of passage and a mark that one has come of age. Not of drinking age, though, but given that wine is used in communion as this is the Eucharist rite, I think the reference kind of holds here. The traveler hasn't come of age and therefore isn't ready to consume any wine, or perhaps Paimon. And look, I don't think we're actually going to eat Paimon like straight up, but I do think it's possible that we're supposed to either fuse with her, or absorb some aspect of her in order to complete our ascension. If she is similar to the dove that I mentioned above in the chemical marriage of alchemy, then she's the catalyst, the representation of a covenant, something necessary to finish the job. And since the traveler is prophesied to ascend to the seat of God in the end, well, I mean, that's it then, isn't it? I'm tired. I think I wrote like 5 drafts for this. Like originally I had a whole section on butterflies I had to cut because it didn't really fit anywhere, so maybe they'll get their own video soon where I just talk about butterflies and sealies and why every non-human in Genshin is definitely a fairy, and then, you know, what different types they are. That sounds like fun. Anywho, I've got one more bit of lore for you while we thank our tasty little channel members. Now, did you know that the most likely origin for the concept of pixie dust being fairy magic comes from the Sandman, the sleep fairy? Well, it's true. Well, most likely true. His whole thing was about sprinkling special little sand into your eyes to help you sleep and give you sweet dreams, and it was a tale used to explain the little eye crusties you get when you wake up. What I find really funny about this, though, is that 𝒢📫is the Sand King, and he had the golden slumber, or the golden dream, which kind of makes him the Sandman, the god of sandy sleep. Which is also kind of sus, because as Aranaga says, dreams exist because there are memories, and where there are memories, there is life. Which again makes me wonder what the heck he was doing with all of this. But also, the reason I was doing butterflies in this script originally is because pixie dust might also be a reference to the dust that comes off of butterfly wings, since butterflies are so closely related to the European Fae, but obviously we didn't get that far. Anyway, that's all from me for today. Let me know what you guys think about this new,
So yeah, anyways, that was that video. How do you guys feel about Genshin lore now? Do you feel like you want more Genshin lore? This is another 3-hour video. No, it's not. It's not 3 hours. It is 3 hours. How is this 3 hours? Anyways, there's another 3-hour video of Snape Wives if you guys want to watch that with me. There's also The Brave Little Toaster. What is Alchemy by Let's Talk Religion. Oh yeah, there's a drama video. We love a drama video. The Origins of Werewolves by Mythological. We've got the first known story ever written, an analysis of the Epic of Gilgamesh. And also, The Problem with Fantastical Racism. As she clutches a Freerin plush. You know damn well I love Genshin lore. Yes, 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 indubitably, indubitably. So wise, yes, yes. Oh, I feel my shoulder tightening though. Shoulders like, dude, you haven't drawn in so long. Why are we drawing all of a sudden? Shoulder hurt. Anyways, here's a little panic. A little panicky me. Ah! 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 The history of werewolves sound cool. Cool. Let's see if I don't think I've listened to the Histocrat before. So we'll have to see if I like what they sound like. But yeah. Hello, Celine. How are you? Going all the way back to the Paleolithic, they searched for signs of wolfmen hiding among cave people, Proto-Indo-Europeans, ancient Greeks and Romans, the Norse, the medieval Irish, before investigating the infamous wolf trials of the 15th century onwards. Frog, thank you for checking in. You're well? That's good. I'm glad you're doing well. We've been watching video essays. Yeah. I lurk and co-work? Okay.
So, it's been about a regular amount of time by our standards, actually, between episodes for once.
Do we really have a regular amount of time?
In theory, we try and do it every couple of months. I know a lot of people would prefer that we do it more regularly. Yes.
It's brilliant.
It saves us a lot of work.
We don't have to record things anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, as I said, today's episode, folks, is on werewolves. So it's going to be another two-parter, at least two.
I think I do remember trying to listen to one of these. It's recorded like a podcast, which like a discussion, which isn't my favorite thing, but we'll give it a try.
Two-parter. We'll see how we get on with the second part, and we're going to be here for quite a while. It looks like. Again, we've got some formidable sized scripts once again.
Yep, we're being smarter about recording it, in that we're actually after the last episode broke me.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not having another 6-hour recording session or whatever it was, because it turns out talking into microphone for a long time, it might sound like a really easy job until you actually try and do it.
And when you're voice training as well and it's not going well.
Yeah. And when also half of that time involves you just sitting and listening, and it's like, okay, I'll just sit here like a lemon, I guess.
Nod and smile, Charles. Nod and smile.
Nod and smile. Yes, I definitely am following all this and not ADHDing out. But yeah, so we're going to start out today then, I think, as is only fair, as we generally do for these episodes, by having a quick summary of what a werewolf is. Might seem a bit self-explanatory given how pervasive the idea of werewolves are within Western culture. If you happen to be from a country, though, that does not have any sort of tradition of werewolves, Cassie, you're going to give us a quick overview.
Yes. So the term werewolf is thought to literally mean man-wolf from Old English. It hasn't changed much since it was first coined in the 11th century, the only change being to add a second E to it to ensure that we get the correct pronunciation instead of reading it as werewolf. It refers to a human.
One of them, they're werewolves.
One of them, they're werewolves. It refers to a human, not always a man, despite the term, who shapeshifts into a wolf or a wolf-like creature, either voluntarily or involuntarily. In modern media, It's more common for being a werewolf to be an involuntary condition, a curse afflicted on a human, which forces them to transform, often quite painfully, as we'll see in iconic transformation sequences like An American Werewolf in London, for example, into a wolf or a wolf-like creature, losing their ability to think like a human, and instead becoming a ravenous predator driven only by its hunger for human flesh. I say wolf or a wolf-like creature, as for most of the 20th century, film and television would depict the transformed werewolf as a bipedal creature with a canine face, sharp claws, a wolf tail, and covered in fur. This is mainly a limitation of practical effects of cinema. This human-wolf hybrid creature is much easier to create without any computer effects than a regular wolf. Doesn't require training like you would require a regular wolf.
Having a real wolf that you've trained sounds like a complication, I would say.
Yeah. Even working with a husky, working with like a husky or something similar as a stand-in for the purposes of like horror and expecting it to act like a predator, that sounds like a lot of difficulty and a health and safety nightmare.
Because wolves aren't actually that physically impressive, is the thing. When you look at obviously it's like a really big dog, and it's like, well, yeah, this is a complete tangent already to get us going on the tangents as we always do. My favorite, I think, is like there was it might have been with the US car company Pontiac or something. Once did like an advert where they had to have a tiger involved under like a bonnet of a car or something, like, oh, it's got tiger energy or something. And the way they did this is get a real live tiger in and bribe it with meat to be good for the advert.
Wow.
It was something to do with John DeLorean, who was the guy who had then the notorious flop of the DeLorean car from Back to the Future. But yeah,
Holy
getting back
shit.
on topic.
Back on topic. Werewolves, practically, yeah. The human-wolf hybrid type creature, as well as overcoming all of those limitations and the issues of tigers in bonnets, apparently, it also gives a much more visceral horror than attempting to make a werewolf look like a regular wolf. It brings that body horror aspect in, as well as the horror of being chased by such a large predator. As special effects advanced, we see werewolves becoming more like a true wolf, as in films such as Twilight or TV series such as Hemlock Grove, where this often is
Twilight
combined
mentioned.
with removing the curse aspect of the werewolf and instead making it something that the wolves are born as, with this shape-shifting ability and being able to transform at will. Humans that are cursed to be werewolves, usually cursed during a werewolf attack. By surviving a werewolf bite, this caused the curse to be inflicted on the victim. These types of werewolves are often near invulnerable when they're in their wolf form, and the standard way to kill one in fiction requires a silver bullet. This transformation usually occurs on the night of the full moon, doesn't usually require the werewolf to be able to see the moon for it to take effect, or to know what cycle the moon is in. It just happens on that night, regardless. There was one cool exception in the TV show Being Human, where a werewolf who was in a state of delusion from hunger and dehydration tricked his body into transforming with an image of the moon.
Yeah.
Which was a really interesting way of doing it.
I seen that one.
Really fun take on a standard trope. Other variations on that, such as, say, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, have the wolf transform for 3 nights, the night of the full moon and the nights before and after. Most of these stories will also have the werewolf unable to remember anything of the previous night when they return to their human form, and so it's quite often used to build suspense by having a character not be aware of whether they are the werewolf or whether it's somebody else.
Yeah. To butt in with my annoying, completely unrelated thing again for the previous section of what you were saying, my reference point to you to like interesting transformations is the Saiyans from Dragon Ball Z, which aren't werewolves, they're like were-apes.
Were-monkeys.
Were-monkeys. But they have a thing where I think they actually do have to see the moon for it to happen. I remember from the original Dragon Ball, that was the point. They can trick themselves by using like an artificial moon as well into it at some point. Of course, if you remove their tail, it's all irrelevant. But you didn't come here to listen to Dragon Ball Z mythology, folks.
That's another show.
Yeah.
It's not ours. The other archetype of werewolves, so werewolves that have control over their shape-shifting, they're either born as werewolves, such as the werewolf packs in Twilight, or can learn magic, which allows them to shapeshift, or use an enchanted item made of wolf fur, such as a belt, which, when worn, affects the change. These types of wolves, they're often stronger than regular wolves, but they're usually vulnerable to regular weapons rather than needing a specific thing like a silver bullet. The characters here usually keep their human consciousness, albeit with heightened senses and understanding of their wolf body so they can control it naturally. And some will use this like as a superpower for heroic or villainous purposes. Many of these, if they are born werewolves, will also live in wolf pack-like social structures and will have lives that prioritize a connection to nature over modernity, and so are often sort of used with themes of natural world versus modern life. The name werewolf in modern English, as I said before, is descended from the Old English werewolf spelt W-E-R-W-L-F, as opposed to the modern spelling W-E-R-E-W-O-L-F. Most of the contemporary Germanic languages all have similar terms, including werewolf, W-E-E-R, in Middle Dutch, Warwolf, W-A-R-W-U-L-F, in Middle Low German, Weierul, W-A-E-R-U with the circumflex diacritic, I think it's called, L, in Middle Frisian, and Middle High German has the same spelling as the Old English. In modern French, the term loup-garou, which Charles used earlier on, is used. Garou there is derived from the Norman French garwolf, with loup coming from the modern French for wolf. Middle Breton, the language of Brittany in the Middle Ages, used the word 𝒟𝒄𝓎, which means wolf-sick. Garwolf in Norman French is believed to be a derivative of a Norse word vargolf, which is simply a combination of the words varg and ulf, which both mean wolf, meaning that loup-garou, I think, unless I'm missing something, means wolf, wolf, wolf.
I think when you told me that first time, my response was, well, it's wolves all the way down.
Yeah. If anyone French wants to correct me on all of that etymology, please do. But what I found, that's where it seems to come from. The other common word associated with werewolves today is lycanthrope, to refer to the creature, which would mean a person afflicted with or practicing lycanthropy, the ability to turn into a wolf. This has a lot more specific connotations for werewolf, which is something I think we're discussing in detail in part 2.
I'm going to talk about the origin of that.
Part of your section. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about part of that today, but we're going to save the medical ramifications of the affliction for part 2.
Cool.
Heard my name. Hi, Mike.
Out of the way, we can get into the main body of the episode once we've done our references, actually.
Yes.
And then we'll be handing over to you for going back to Paleolithic times.
Yeah, we're going to start early on this one. How we've kind of split things up today is I'm going to talk about the kind of early role of shapeshifters in at least some very early Paleolithic representations of humanity. We're going to then go forward to, well, we're going to take a bit of a theoretical trip through to the Indo-European times, the Proto-Indo-European times, I should say. And then we're going to jump forward to ancient Greece, go all the way through the medieval period and up till the early modern period. Because the first episode of these two, really we're going to focus on the kind of historical development of shapeshifters associated with wolves and what later would be considered werewolves. Now, the second episode is going to be more a case of where did the modern figure of the werewolf come from? Because it's a very different figure. And also, what other type of creatures that are involved with shapeshifting and wolves around the world can we just have a gander at and have some fun with, basically? So something we didn't do, which we normally do, is talk about where we first came across the concept of werewolves. But we have kind of blathered on a bit about all sorts of different cultural things that we know. I was just going to say literally my earliest encounter with werewolves just comes from general cultural osmosis, old films The Wolfman, Frankenstein meets.
You've been summoned by the sheer force of will of YouTube video essays. So, yes.
The Wolfman, stuff like that. And possibly things like the Underworld and Van Helsing movies that were in vogue in the 2000s when I was a wee nipper.
Yeah, I don't remember where I first came across the werewolf. As a avid reader of fantasy fiction and viewer of that kind of TV, it's just always been there for me. But it's an icon. It's a cultural icon, the werewolves, I think.
So to get our sources quickly out of the way, for today's episode, I used the following articles and books in order to back up what I'm actually saying. These are Wolves and Werewolves in Greece by Richard Buxton. Was There a Taboo on Killing Wolves in Rome by 𝒢𝒶𝓎 𝒟𝑜 The Werewolf in the Ancient World by Daniel Ogden. I'm going to single out The Werewolf in the Ancient World for there's a bit of a problem with our sources, which is, as lamented by many of the academics who've covered this topic, there isn't like a single academic history of werewolves out there that tries to kind of look at these disparate threads from ancient times and pull them all the way through to the modern day. It just doesn't seem to exist currently. The Werewolf in the Ancient World by Daniel Ogden is kind of the closest you're going to get to that sort of thing, but just for like Greek and Roman times and ideas that are associated with the werewolf there. They also use the articles,
When is my Digimon video essay going to be done? I don't know, but it is there, and it will be getting done at some point in time. I've been thinking about it more, and I think what I want to do is narrow in where I want to go with it, before settling into essay writing more specifically. So like, at first, what I really wanted to do was, like, go through, you know, the first Pokemon anime and the first Digimon anime, compare and contrast them, and, like, talk about my personal experiences with both of them, and how, you know, having a friend versus a creature who doesn't particularly understand you is a powerful difference. And then talk about the origins of each one. And then come to my thesis statement of why Digimon is objectively better than Pokemon. Yeah, you really have Pat. Yeah. 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 Yeah? Yeah. Yeah.
Werewolf, the Witch and the Warlock, and the differentiated werewolf by Willem de Blijcourt, I think his name might be. Oh, it might be Willem because he's Dutch. I also used A Lycanthropy Reader, Werewolves in Western Culture, which was edited by Charlotte F. Otten. The Making of a Teen Wolf, Pierre de Longcay's confrontation with John Grenier by Jan Makilson. There's going to be a lot of French names and words popping up today, and I'm going to do awfully with all of them. I also used a brief section from Adam Douglas's The Beast Within, A History of the Werewolf, and I do mean very brief. And then I also used documents from the late Elmar Laure's website, which is elmar-laure.de, particularly his list of werewolf trial accuseds and his article, How the Werewolf Came Among the Witches. And also a whole bunch of different ancient Greek, Roman, and early modern authors that we'll go into when relevant.
As for my sources, I got to go into a whole host of primary sources for the medieval period for this. So I have a short list of Norse sagas which I'll be referring to, including the Volsung saga, 𝒟𝑜 𝒟𝓉 saga, the Vansdala saga, the Ynglinga saga, Grettis saga, and a poem, which we look on this pronunciation, Harald Skathi by Thorbjorn Horncloffi. Also went back into some of the Irish sources as well for this one. 𝒟𝓚 𝒟𝓚, or Fitness of Names, an Irish genealogy. The Conquest of Ireland, which is part 2 of the Topographica Hibernica by Gerald of Wales. So not an Irish source, a source on Ireland in that case, I should say. And Acalum na Senera, a Middle Irish text of the Fianna cycle. Still on primary sources, going elsewhere in Europe, Ecclesiastical Ordinances by Canute the Great, Melion, a French romance, author unknown, Otia Imperialis by Gervase of Tilbury, and the Malleus Maleficarum by Heinrich Kramer. As well as that, a few books which helped me pull things together. The Werewolf in Law and Legend by Montague Summers. That was mainly used for the quotes that he gave from primary sources where the primary source is unavailable, which includes a Norse chronicle, the Kongsskugja, Decretum by Berchard of Worms, and The Men Who Changed Themselves into Wolves by Nennius of Bangor. As well as that, The Book of Werewolves, being an account of a terrible superstition by the Reverend Sabine Baring-Gould. and Witches, Werewolves and Fairies, Shapeshifters and Astral Doubles in the Middle Ages by 𝒟𝓚 𝒟𝓚.
Okay, so before we get into the kind of more historical and kind of pseudo-historical reconstructive attempts to trace the origins of werewolves, I want to briefly say a few words on the subject of shape changes in general and their potential origins, because werewolves are kind of inevitably wrapped up in that wider category of the shapeshifter, which I guess we could do like a full episode on. You could probably do a full series on, to be honest. So, to the best of my understanding, as someone who has run a mythology show for 5 years now and has also made a few other videos in that time on his channel that touched on aspects of mythology, I don't think there is a culture in the world that I've encountered that doesn't include some sort of shapeshifter in their mythology and folklore. It seems to be a relatively universal archetype. Whether it be a god taking the form of an animal to interact with the mortal world, or a mortal figure either willingly or forcefully being turned into one, the idea of humans shape-shifting into other creatures seems to be a relatively fundamental fascination of humanity. This fascination is apparent going back even as far as the Paleolithic and looking at some of the world's earliest artwork. The example I'm going to point to here is there are a small number of composite animal and human figures that are known to have appeared in Paleolithic cave art throughout Europe. There are many other examples of such hybrid figures also appearing in other types of rock art and cave art throughout the world. I'm highlighting this one because it's perhaps the earliest. These include figures such as the sorcerer of 𝒟𝓚 💟𝓚, which is depicted as a humanoid figure with stag-like features, the horned saucer of 𝒟𝓚, the bird-headed man of Lascaux, and a bison-headed figure that's been found at Chauvet Cave. These have generally been argued by most cave art scholars to represent either shamanic figures or sorcerers of some type who are depicted either symbolically turning into animals or perhaps as humans who are simply wearing animal skins during the course of some ritual behavior. I'm not going to go
like in Ancient Magus Bride. Guys, it's like in Ancient Magus Bride. Okay, moving on.
much further into this topic today because it kind of opens up a whole bag of worms with the wider subcategories of shape changes and all sorts of other theories that are out there. But if you want to know more about these specific figures, maybe go check out the video I made a few months ago for the 𝒟𝓚 YouTube channel titled, I think it's called Cave Art is Cool. If you want a general read on the subject, I'd also highly recommend the book Images of the Ice Age by Paul Bahn and probably Cave Art by John Clott. Unfortunately, none of those figures that I mentioned before within European cave art display any wolf-like or canine traits. In fact, from what I know of, there's only one claimed image of a wolf, or possibly an early dog, to be found in all of cave art, and that is an engraving from Altamira Cave that was documented by Henri Breuer. I believe there may be more depictions of wolves in actual carved depictions of the time, but I haven't double-checked that, so that may be wrong. However, the existence of these early composite figures to me symbolizes that this type of shape-shifting figure is something of a basic idea within human mythology, and that whilst there is no evidence of any werewolf-like figure existing this far back, the idea of a metaphysical blurring of the boundary between us and animals has probably been present since long before we have any sort of recorded or reconstructed history involving it. In terms of the first claimed evidence for werewolves themselves, or at least figures that have inspired the later traditions of werewolves, we have to jump forward not quite to history, but to the world of reconstructed language. So, Cassie, do you want to explain what exactly I mean by that?
Yes, this is probably the most difficult section to really pin anything down, because it relies on reconstructing ideas in Proto-Indo-European societies, so the society that is believed to have predated a lot of the earliest written history we have, so the Greeks, the Indian societies, Mesopotamia.
What? Time! Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the 48 months. 12 months in a row! That's a whole year! Ty, thank you, thank you, thank you! Looking at the migratory patterns, because this is the Indus Valley. Wild.
Mesopotamia, etc.
Yeah, parts of Iran, India, yeah.
Yeah, so most of the Middle East, South Asia, and Europe, essentially. It relies on using later ideas and from these scattered cultures and trying to rebuild what may have been a precursor to it.
So this would have been...
Yeah. My werewolf migratory patterns. So they're trying to reconstruct Wolfman / shapeshifter ideas, mythos from the early Paleolithic era, before moving on to more modern interpretations of werewolves and other stuff. This information was collected by Monster Fuckers 100%.
Been potentially mythology or beliefs held by the Proto-Indo-Europeans, which generally, as far as I'm aware, in terms of archaeologically at the moment, they're kind of identified with a group of steppe peoples in kind of areas like southern Ukraine, sort of area around there, around 4000 BCE, I think, sort of 4th millennium BCE, definitely.
Yeah, so
that thought to have migrated throughout Europe and differentiated into the various other languages.
Yeah, so precursor, I guess, the Scythians that the Greeks talk about from that sort of region.
Be one of the many cultures that they appear to have influenced.
Yeah, this part is something that I am far from experienced on, and so it's going to be quite brief. 2 reasons that it's a bit of a tenuous link, I guess, to werewolves here. One, as we've said, this is a reconstructed mythology, and so there's no guarantee of it as accuracy. I was saying in the Q&A, actually, that these kind of reconstructed mythologies might sometimes be more of a reflection of the people reconstructing than the original mythology. But again, that's 100%. From my inexpert position here. The other reason is the wolfmen that have been reconstructed from Proto-Indo-European stuff is they're not shapeshifters at all. There's the suggestion of a religious cult or a belief involving a spiritual connection to wolves in the people that I'm about to describe, but physically they were completely human, from what I can understand. The connection to shapeshifting is just that they've been suggested to have worn wolf skins rather than magically shapeshifting in any way.
Like an ancient Magus bride.
So these theoretical wolfmen have been given the name of 𝒟𝑜 in the language that has been reconstructed for the Proto-Indo-European people. As we say, this language is theorized to have been the precursor of languages including those of India and South Asia, Iran, Russia, the Slavic languages, Greek, Celtic, and Germanic languages altogether. The concept of 𝒟𝑜 was developed by anthropologists in Germany and Austria in the 1920s and 1930s, and given the German name at the time of Männerbund, meaning alliance of men. I was disappointed but not surprised to learn that this idea of a warrior cult associated with wolves did develop from far-right ideological beliefs originally in that particular time period. That is really what I'm saying about what I was saying about reflecting more on the reconstructors than the culture that they're trying to reconstruct. In the later 20th century, though, the idea...
I'm sorry, did you just call Andrew a furry? I don't know what gave you that impression.
Of this as a true historical group was further developed based on later known warrior bands, such as certain types of Norse warriors, for example, that I'll be talking about later on. So in the 1980s, the scholar 𝒟𝑜 focused on later cultures descended from Indo-European cultures, which had the concept of late adolescent men who were as yet without land or property of their own, and so not fully integrated into the community, being sent to live in the wilds as bands of raiders. exempt from the normal laws and societal norms from their home, so long as their actions, their predations, as it were, did not target their own tribe. They would own nothing except for the weapons that they carried, any plunder they acquired, and any meat that they hunted, apart from what was needed to sustain them, was in theory returned to the tribe. In times of war, or when called back to defend their home, their thought to have served as shock troops because they were renowned for extreme battle fury. We will later on be seeing a similar group with more historical evidence behind it being connected to wolves as well as other predatory animals. So how do these warriors get associated with werewolves? The simple answer, they wear wolf pelts. They may also have taken wolf-related names while part of the 𝒟𝓉. They're believed to have lived a predatory lifestyle, which the scholars describe as being wolf-like. Later European and Asian societies have, of course, given a lot of significance to the wolf as a totem, and even today, we tend to associate certain personality traits, sometimes incorrectly, with the wolf. J.P.
Yeah,
Mallory,
the Alpha and the Omega and all this, which is actually based on captive wolves rather than real wolf packs, yeah.
Yeah, so again, says more about us than...
Yeah.
Not ABO in my fucking werewolf history video. God damn it.
Wolves. J.P. Mallory, who we referenced last time, also suggests a spiritual association with death and with the liminal space between society and the wild that wolves and dogs, as creatures that have become domesticated over time, do often occupy in later spiritual beliefs.
I'm not really going to go into this too much, but it has been argued by a number of scholars that like the Greeks and Romans considered dogs to be associated with like wolves and dogs to be associated with death and being outsider figures from society.
Yeah, and again, that's something that does show up even in more recent folklore, like the idea of the black dog, things like that. It is something that has really survived across the centuries and millennia, actually. And the werewolf, as we know it today, does in many ways share that particular trait, a creature that exists in the space between the civilized human world and the world of beasts. It's an interesting parallel between the physical transformation of the werewolf as we see it today and the psychological and social transformations that these scholars have described in the 𝒟𝓉 as transforming from a member of society to a creature of the wilds and being able to then transform back once they have come of age and are able to marry and have property. It does, to me, sometimes read as a retrospective comparison rather than evidence of an origin to werewolf beliefs, as some sources do try and attest.
It's kind of assuming that there's been a consistent through thread going back through time or automatically when we may not actually have that evidence.
Exactly. And that is the difficulty with these reconstructed mythologies. That's why it's interesting to find the patterns, but I'm still quite skeptical without the evidence of the connections that we make.
Very skeptical of these sort of things. Like, well, you said in the Q&A that we did before this that I always find myself with things like this in an uncomfortable position of like, I don't want to make what I call the expert problem where, the ignorance problem where I hear the methods by which this sort of thing is concluded with, and I think this sounds fundamentally unscientific and, as you say, perhaps based more on wishful thinking. I am aware, though, that I've had this with actual science, like as someone who worked in science for over a decade, I've had this with actual scientific disciplines when I first encountered them and then realised over time I just don't actually understand the jargon and the actual chemical or biological processes involved here. That's why I didn't think it made sense at first. So I'm always reticent whenever I come across this sort of thing to go, it all just sounds like nonsense to me for that reason, because I just don't have the expertise in language that these folks do. My general stance that I try to compromise with is it's interesting, but I'm not going to put any weight on it until you have something to back it up archaeologically or in terms of documents.
Yeah, that's roughly where I stand as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good to be able to investigate these patterns and look at how the cultures may have evolved, but being able to then build from that. This is a culture, the 𝒟𝓉 were a people that existed.
Yeah.
I think that's still something that does need.
We can't even do that for many other cultures around the world with
Yeah.
a lot of their major groups where we're like, we've got a name, we've got nothing else but the name of this thing. We don't know what it is.
Yeah. And
This reminds me a little bit of the discussion about like hair needles and so on from the Roman Empire. Um Same thing with like knitting needles and certain other things like uh uh there's tanners as well who still use the same tools from the Paleolithic era. And it's just a piece of bone. Like a piece of bone is the best tool to use to work the leather to like to flatten the pores and all of the stuff on the skin. Like it's just the best thing to use. And these archaeologists archaeologists tend to grab things or find things, right? They find, you know, these pieces of wood, these pieces of bone, these thin metal needle things, and they attribute it to, you know, oh, it must be some sort of ceremonial purpose or some menial task or something like that, because they don't recognize what it is immediately. So then they go and consult people of like those professions. And there was one lady, there was a bunch, oh god, I forget where exactly it happened, but I think it was like an Egyptian lady or something, an Egyptian hairdresser who took the needles and was like, this is how they do the hair needles. Like this is just a hair needle. Like you use it to like sew your hair into place, essentially, to get these like really elaborate designs. They would literally use string and a needle to like sew their hair into place. Like you don't have bobby pins and shit, right? You have needle and thread. You have other things. And so um that's how they would get their hair done. They would go in, they would use, you know, some people could afford, you know, metal and precious metals to weave into their hair. Other people would use just thread to braid their hair into place and then sew it closed, essentially, so that it would stay out of the way. Like pieces of cloth would do similar things. Like people who do hair nowadays are literally just reinventing the same hairstyles we've had for centuries, right? And then there was one item that was like a mystery until it was shown to I believe it was like a weaver or seamstress or something, and it was essentially like a bobbin. Like it's the same tools that they would use nowadays. It's just like a needle bobbin type thing that they would use to have all of their thread like put into a single place. And the archaeologists were like, "What the fuck?" There's like game cubes, quite literally just like cubes carved, that were meant to be games, and they were shown to, you know, people who are familiar with ancient games or something like that. And like that's just how things get categorized sometimes. Sometimes you got to go outside of your profession to really find what things are meant to be. And it's the same thing with the tanner. The tanner bone is the same thing. It's the same tool used since tanning hides began as a profession. Like it's crazy. Wood will slowly wear away. Um Bone just becomes more polished and more useful as it wears down. It becomes much harder. It solidifies instead of softening like how uh how wood does. Metal is out of the question. It's way too abrasive and too heavy. And from what I hear, it's they crack more easily because they need to be so lightweight. Plastic does the same. The plastic will wear away and bend and discolor and snap very easily, and the bone just becomes harder and more useful as the profession goes on. So that's why bone has just stuck around for the longest time. It's so interesting. It's so interesting. I love learning about just little itty bitty things like that. Anyways, back to werewolf history, I guess.
Sort of build on what we have just said, the idea does receive criticism actually in more scholarly circles as well. There are more expert people who are giving similar criticisms to what we've been saying as to whether the idea could truly have existed as a unified concept in Proto-Indo-European societies. It does make some sense as the origin for stories in which a warrior is given a canine name and known for his berserk fury, such as the hero of our previous episode, 𝒢𝒶𝓎. And it makes sense that such a group may have existed in a society or in their stories, but
we live in
connecting them to werewolves as we know them, and describing it as where the concept originated does feel a bit too much of a stretch for me. We do have a few later stories of wolfmen or dogmen in the ancient world. The main one that's really relevant today is a group from Vedic culture in ancient India, where the Rig Veda, one of their oldest holy texts, mentions warriors similar to the 𝒟𝑜 𝒜𝓘𝓉. These are described in the same manner as the various scholars have described the 𝒟𝑜 𝒜𝓘𝓉 as young men sent to live out in the wild, landless and with no possessions or no rights within their society, but also exempt from laws and taboos, and taking on dog or wolf names. So this has a lot of the influences that then went back into this Proto-Indo-European thing.
That does seem a bit more. I feel like there's more to that if we do actually have documents that are actually outlining this group. Like, I also can see parallels to later groups, like in Latium, in the region around Rome, before Rome kind of became the major power in the area. It was not an uncommon thing, I believe, in Latin city-states to send out bands of young men to raid nearby cities. And it was kind of like this endless web of vendettas and arguments between cities as a result that eventually got resolved by Rome taking over the region. But yes, no, it's interesting. There is actually a little bit of something there, possibly.
So we do have societies that have these types of warriors, and the skepticism more comes from back tracing those into one single origin culture, as opposed to these being things that evolved separately.
Yeah, because the Indo-Europeans went on a bit of a winding route before they became, I think it's the Indo-Aryans, they're called, the people who moved into northwestern India, is what they're currently believed. So it could potentially develop along the way, something like that. I might be jumping the gun here on something you've got to say. I'm not quite sure how that idea links up with later ideas of werewolves that we're going to be talking about in later periods. I don't see any direct influence.
Yeah, that's it. Even as I talk a bit more about the Vedic culture, again, it's something that I personally don't see how it links to werewolves. Some of the sources I've read do try and link it to werewolves, but it is the earliest we have of wolf men, even if they weren't physically transforming in any way. And there is a connection based on similarities to some Norse figures, more than likely evolved independently.
Yeah.
But I do make a sort of similar connection with taking on wolf-like behaviors with certain Norse figures, as we'll see in a bit. So these particular warriors from the Vedic culture, they were allegedly initiated into a warrior band at the winter solstice, the year they turned 16, described as undergoing a ritual death before being reborn as dogs of war. They lived in the wild for 4 years as raiders, and at the end of this period, a final sacrifice at the summer solstice was performed to ritually transform them from these dog warriors into adult men, and returning as full members of society. These rituals were performed by the 𝒟𝓚s, or dog priests, and connected to the retinue of the war god Indra. This retinue of heavenly creatures were similarly wild men creatures named 𝒟𝓚s. So this is quite clearly one of the documented beliefs that contributed to the reconstruction of the idea of the 𝒟𝑜 𝒜𝓘𝓉 in Proto-Indo-European society. But again, the connection to the dog or the wolf is largely symbolic rather than any physical transformation.
Yeah.
Their predatory behavior still exists in the context of warfare rather than feeding on human flesh or terrorizing random villages.
I do think, though, like, sending out a group of guys, having a group of guys suddenly show up with weapons and wolf skins on them, I'd be pretty like, oh no, I'm in real trouble.
So would I.
Same.
That's it. The way that I can think that it would be seen as a connection and predating the werewolf is like you just gave us, from the perspective of the victims. Survivors of the raids would be quite traumatized, as you've just described, and as I would also imagine. And as with many monster sightings we've discussed over the years, in the minds of someone who is quite understandably terrified, seeing a supernatural wolf man instead of a mundane warrior wearing a wolf pelt is a quite easy thing for the wolf brain. Is a quite easy thing for the human brain to do. I'm blurring the boundaries between human and wolf.
I'm thinking of the reptile brain, but within you there are two wolf brains.
And in the words of Miles O'Brien, sorry about the transporter malfunction. Inside you there are two wolves. Inside Mozart there were like 10 or 11. That's why they called him Wolfgang.
Anyone who has ADHD out there, you just have too many wolves. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You have a Wolfgang. I've got completely lost now.
You heard it here first, guys. We got Wolfgangs inside of us. That's crazy.
Yeah. My notes here do remind me that, yes, I'm aware that all of that does slightly contradict what I said about the link being too tenuous.
Yeah.
The idea of, yes, it makes sense from the perspective of the victims, but none of the scholars who were referenced in the books that I've read, none of them mentioned these none of them who mentioned these groups put forward that explanation for why the warriors were connected to werewolves. As I was writing the section, I was only reading things that described them from the perspective of the societies that the wolf warriors came from. And I only shifted perspective right as I got to the end of the section and realized maybe that's the connection. It would be entirely speculation at this stage. There's more speculation that makes a bit more sense later on with another band of warriors. It relies on the 𝒟𝓒 being real, the wolf connection that's been theorized being accurate, and relies on later Indo-European societies incorporating enough survivors from raids by the 𝒟𝓒 or by the Vedic warrior bands for these kind of stories to have survived over millennia
to become a
precursor to werewolves. So even then, it is a connection that I'm afraid can't be proven. So with that, we're going to leave the Proto-Indo-European world behind and move forward to a time where we have a bit more documentary evidence. So I'll hand over to you, Charles, to take us on a trip to the Greco-Roman world.
Okay, thank you, Cassie. Moving
Greco-Roman!
beyond some very early documents and philological reconstructions, the actual earliest point at which we can identify what have been claimed as werewolves in the historical record really is going to come down to your interpretation of what you mean by werewolf, I think. If you mean any type of transformation of a human into a wolf, then you can potentially trace this back as far as the Epic of Gilgamesh. In the book The Beast Within, Adam Douglas argues that this would place the earliest written version of the werewolf myth back around 2750 BCE, which, as someone who actually knows their Epic of Gilgamesh perhaps too well, I would heavily dispute. See the 2.5-hour video I made about the development of the Gilgamesh myth. The passage that Adam Douglas is actually referring to only appears in the much later standard Babylonian version of the epic, which dates from around the late 2nd millennium BCE. It does not appear in either the fragmentary Old Babylonian version of the epic, nor the potentially even older Sumerian Gilgamesh poems. In the relevant section, the goddess Ishtar attempts to seduce Gilgamesh, who rebuffs her, citing her mistreatment of her former lovers. One of these lovers was a shepherd, and to quote Stephanie Daly's translation of the text, "You loved the shepherd, herdsman, and chief shepherd, who was always heaping up the glowing ashes for you and cooked ewe lambs for you every day. But you hit him and turned him into a wolf. His own herd boys hunted him down, and his dogs tear at his haunches. That is interesting there. Like, it's one of the earliest examples I know of a folkloric, like, ironic punishment like that. Where you get turned into the
Merrick
very thing that
Ishtar?
you used to help hunt down.
The Greeks were also fans of that kind of ironic punishment.
They really were, yeah. If you want to say that this transformation constitutes the first werewolf, this would push the known record back to the end of the second millennium BCE. If you want to argue, however, that the earliest werewolf story requires the bearer to be the victim of a curse brought about by their own actions, usually their own impiety or insult to a god of some type, or it must be a figure that is capable of transforming back and forth between a man or a wolf, or that they have to transform into a wolf that retains some humanoid attributes, you have to look to the later time periods of ancient Greece and Rome. Regardless of which criteria you favour, these are also the earliest cultures that have a significant body of written accounts where people are transformed into wolves. So, as noted by Richard Buxton, we know that at the time of the earliest historic documents and laws in ancient Greece, the wolf was considered to be a cruel predator, one that posed a major threat to domesticated animals in part.
Did I break my neck again? A little bit. I mean, my shoulder's been kind of mean. It was feeling better, so I was like, oh, maybe I'll try doing some ort. But now I'm done doing ort because my shoulder hurts. But you guys can see what I've been doing. Yeah, I'm staring down at my tablet right now that has my my subathon sub goal list. So, you know, trying really hard to think of things that you guys would want, you know. It's hard. It's hard, you know. What do you guys even want? What do you guys even want? I don't know what you want. That's crazy. I don't know.
Parts of the region that relied more on pasturage than agrarianism. As such, the killing of wolves was considered a noble and very brave pursuit, which perhaps would earn you a reward. As an example, in one of the early laws of, is it Solon? Solon? S-O-L-O-N.
Not sure on that one.
No, I'm not sure either. In the 6th century BCE, in 6th century BC Athens, this law decreed that a man who brought in a wolf was to be paid 5 drachmas, whilst any who brought in a wolf cub was to be paid 1 drachma. I did a bit of a look into this, and apparently 1 drachma was the daily wage of a skilled labourer prior to the Peloponnesian War, so it's not a sum to be sniffed at.
It's usually 1 gold coin, I believe. Or maybe it was 1 silver coin. I don't remember. But, like, they paid a lot of people in poundage of gold in ye olden ancient days, so they weighed their money versus you know, just saying, trust me bro, it's backed by real tender, you know, like the US does.
That's like 5 days like wage for a skilled labourer.
You're saying that's what a Greek urn is?
Cut it down, it's over.
I am so sorry.
Allusions to the wolf were also occasionally used in Greek mythology and literature to demonstrate either cruelty or great ferocity as a warrior. Richard Buxton again cites as examples of this how in the Iliad, Achilles' Myrmidons, or is it Myrmidians? I can't remember. Myrmidons, sorry, are likened to wolves as they prepare to battle. To quote from Robert Fagel's excellent translation, they are described as being hungry as wolves that rend and bolt raw flesh, hearts filled with battle frenzy that never dies. Off on the cliffs, ripping apart some big antlered stag, they gorge on the kill till all their jaws drip red with blood. Then down in a pack they lope to a pooling dark spring, their lean sharp tongues lapping the water's surface, belching bloody meat, but the fury never shaken. Builds inside their chest though their glutted bellies burst, so wild the Myrmidon captains.
That's some visceral description.
It's
I like
really,
it.
really good.
I love that.
I'm quite glad that I made the reference in the Q&A to the Iliad being one of the most elegant texts of the ancient world, then got to read that out immediately afterwards in this recording.
Wonderful.
According to 𝒟𝓿 𝒟𝓚, there is also some evidence that wolves did have some religious significance, as they were occasionally offered up as sacrifices to the gods in ancient Greece. The late 5th and early 4th century BC military leader and writer Xenophon notes in his work The Anabasis that Greek soldiers would seal an oath by sacrificing a bull, a wolf, a boar, and a ram over a shield. According to Pausanias, wolves and wolf cubs were also sacrificed alongside bears, wild boars, deers, and gazelles at the Lapria festival, which was held each year in the town of Patras to commemorate the goddess Artemis. Pausanias is mostly known, I think he's a 2nd century AD writer.
Yeah.
Or CE, or whatever version you want to use.
Yeah, Roman travel writer.
Yeah, he was Greek, but he wrote in Roman times. And he did like a big travel log of Greece, which includes many different like folkloric and religious ideas about different locations.
Yeah, I've referenced his descriptions of Greece in, I think, all 3 of our Greek episodes, I think.
I'll be doing that again quite significantly here.
Nice.
Whilst these sacrifices may indicate some special significance for this animal, I want to note that in both of those cases that I described, these wolves were being sacrificed alongside other fearsome creatures, so it may have been a case of wolves being selected as one of many animals that were just considered ferocious rather than them being considered special in and of themselves. In Rome, this picture appears to have been somewhat more complicated. According again to 𝒟𝓿 𝒟𝓚's Was There a Taboo on Killing Wolves in Rome? The wolf certainly seems to have played an important symbolic role in Roman mythology and religion. The most famous example is in all the various versions of the Roman foundation myth, where the abandoned twins Romulus and Remus are suckled by a she-wolf prior to being found and adopted by Faustulus. There are, however, also a small number of dedications to the wolf that are known of, such as the figure of the 𝒢𝒑𝓐 𝒟𝑜 and the 𝒢𝒑𝓐 𝒟𝑜 which have been found in Spain. I think the 𝒢𝒑𝓐 𝒟𝑜 is also, I think, a reference to the actual statues you sometimes see of like a wolf with like infants being suckled. Although I'm pretty certain that that's actually a false combination of images where you'll see one, I think, on the Capitoline Hill that's quite often displayed, but I think the actual wolf figure is much older than the actual children they're suckling, so it appears to have been something that archaeologists might have thrown together, or maybe the Romans threw together later.
I'll check if I have a picture of that from when I was there.
There are also recorded instances in Roman annals of wolves occasionally entering the city of Rome itself, which was generally considered an ill omen. Usually these wolves, when they entered the city, were not killed. They were instead driven away, although I don't know if that was like a specific prescription that was being upheld there against killing them. According to Pliny the Elder, the body of the wolf was also thought to have many magical and medical uses. However, the wolf, that'll be from Pliny's Natural History, I assume. However, the wolf would have remained a major threat during these times to domesticated sheep and goats, so it would only have been natural for it still to have been hunted during this period, even if there was some religious significance to the creature. Despite this, according to 𝒟𝓚, there are actually very few references to organized wolf hunts or even attempts to exterminate them. There was also apparently little demand for their meat, because as far as I'm aware, it tastes bad. I've never had it, but I'm told wolf does not taste.
Wolf and bear are extremely gamey and have very dark meat because they're mostly omnivorous, which means that they eat anything and their meat would not taste very good because of what they eat. So, keep that in mind. For some reason, herbivores taste better than carnivores.
Tastes good. And the only known demand for wolf pelts could possibly have been as part of the battle gear for Roman velites, as described in the works of Polybius. So my conclusion from what I've read is that wolves were probably considered in a similar light by the Romans as they were by the Greeks, with maybe a few important symbolic differences due to the wolf's role in their foundation myth. So wolves clearly were considered important animals by both societies, though. And unsurprisingly, there are multiple accounts from both Greek and later Roman authors, both in mythology and wider literature, that feature wolves. And there are even a few that involve people being shapeshifted into wolves. So for the rest of this section, I'm going to go through and outline some of the more important examples. To me, most of these tales fall into the wider Greek and Roman traditions of gods or godlike beings transforming humans into other creatures, either as a punishment or in some cases to try and protect them against the acts of other humans and deities. So this is kind of me, I think, possibly the earliest thread of werewolves, or at least being turned into a wolf, being as a result of a specific curse for your actions. Personally, from reading through these accounts, I don't see how these are enough. I don't think these are enough to establish that there was a single widely recognized folkloric figure of the werewolf that was venerated during this time, as some of the authors I consulted have gone so far as to claim. They're simply too sparse and often separated by quite large distances, both in terms of time and geographical space, to be an actual single coherent tradition as far as I'm concerned. The authors of these tales also generally just describe people as being transformed into literal wolves or lycos, rather than the more familiar hybrid man or wolf figure that we know in modern times. I think that's actually going to be a thread we'll see comes in way, way later. There is one...
I don't see the hybrid at all.
Oh, okay.
So, sorry.
That may be something for part 2 then.
Yeah.
There is one possible exception to this that I'll get into later, so maybe just keep that in the back of your minds. Now, despite there being few physical details about these transformed wolves that fully evoke the modern idea of the werewolf, a few of these tales do contain some elements that came to be associated with werewolves in later folklore and literature. For example, whilst at no point in these stories is there any evidence that transformation into a wolf was linked to the moon in any way, in a few of these tales and rituals, these transformations do take place at night. In some tales, they are also seen either to retain their human minds or occasionally to have ways of returning to their human forms. Before I go into those tales, I do want to note that we sometimes see the term 𝒟𝒂 being used to describe these creatures, which can mean a skin changer or potentially a shapeshifter, which is a term that's not specifically limited to wolves in accounts of the time. There is something that I'd say is close to a sleight of hand that I've seen in my research for this episode, where some authors will, when providing their own translations of relevant classical sources, just take the term 𝒟𝒂 and uncritically just write in werewolf instead. This puts me a little bit to mind of how, when we're talking about some of the Native American traditions that have been compared to Bigfoot, where a lot of Bigfoot advocates will just write Bigfoot rather than like the hairy man or whatever the appropriate term it actually translates to is. I don't think this is quite as bad as that example. I think this is probably half justified as swap outs go, as this term 𝒟𝒂, there's some evidence that it is closely linked with the idea of transforming into wolves. There's also some which kind of disputes that, though. The main one is that there is a quote from Pliny the Elder in Book 8 of his Natural History that does heavily connect the term with wolves. And that quote is, "That men have been turned into wolves and again restored to their original form, we must confidently look upon as untrue, unless, indeed, we are ready to believe all the tales which for so many ages have been found to be fabulous. But as the belief of it has become so firmly fixed in the minds of the common people, as to have caused the term 𝒟𝒂, meaning skin changer, to be used as a common form of imprecation, I will here point to its origin." He then points to an example that we're going to discuss in a moment, specifically the claims that the men of Arcadia have a tradition of transforming into wolves as part of a rite. He does, however, pronounce that this claimed origin point is a falsehood, writing that, quote, "It is really wonderful to what a length the credulity of the Greeks will go. There is no falsehood, if ever so barefaced, to which some of them cannot be found to bear testimony." Conversely, though, in Apuleius's comic novel, which is the actual name, I believe, is The Metamorphoses, not to be confused with that of Ovid. I might have this mixed up with another text. It might also be known by the term the Golden Ass.
I've heard of the Golden Ass.
Yeah. In this comic novel, he describes a 𝒟𝒂 as being capable of turning into any creature at all with no specific mention of wolves. The exact quote is, "These horrible creatures can change their skins and creep in secretly with their looks transformed into any sort of animal at all." That is a comic novel, so my natural inclination would be to trust Pliny a little bit more, but Pliny's not that reliable either. He tends to give some pretty wild stuff in his books. What we can conclude from Pliny's earlier quote, though, is that most people at the time thought that people became skin changers due to a curse. Whether this was understood to be a general explanation behind the existence of all such creatures is something that I wasn't really able to determine. Neither was the main author that I used as a source for this, I think was Daniel Ogden. But there are also a few other sources that do tend to back up that idea. For example, there is an episode in one of Aesop's fables where a man pretends to be a skin changer and says, quote, "Now, my good man, I do not know for what reason the urge to yawn comes upon me, be it my errors, or for some other reason unknown to me. But whenever I yawn 3 times, I become a man-eating wolf." Which is inconvenient. Very convenient if you want to scare an innkeeper, though, as he's trying to do in this story. So Daniel Ogden argues that the specific word used in this quote for errors, which is hamartius, indicates that this involved some sort of offense against the gods. However, he also notes the earliest version of this particular fable is most known from a later Byzantine compilation, claiming to be of Aesop's work, so it's uncertain whether its language encapsulates an authentic belief from the time. Outside of these examples, we will see, though, that there is ample evidence throughout ancient Greek literature and mythology that skin changes often originated from a curse inflicted upon them by the gods, sometimes as a punishment directly for their misdeeds. And unfortunately, there's also a lot of collateral damage on occasion of people around them.
God's punishments tend to do that.
Yes, in one incredible fashion that we're going to see later on involving our boy Zeus. In terms of actual ancient Greek and Roman stories of people being transformed into wolves, there is one story that stands out from all the others as being by far the most widely discussed by ancient authors. This is the myth of, and I swear to God if I've got this wrong, the myth of Lycaon?
That sounds good enough to me.
Yeah, Lychaon. Lycaon.
Yeah.
And his associated festival of the Lycaea, which took place on Mount Lycaon, which literally means Wolf Mountain, or at least the Greeks thought it meant that. There's some debate over the exact etymology of the term Lycos, which means wolf, and Lycaos, which refers to a region in Arcadia, I believe. So in Greek myth, Lycaon was the king of the Arcadians, who was transformed into a wolf for angering Zeus. The best recounting of this myth I could find is in Pseudo-Apollodorus' Bibliotheca or Teca. I want to say Biblioteca just because it's the Spanish version that I was taught as a kid.
Same.
Which we've talked about a bunch in the past on this podcast, and it's just basically the best document if you want a quick overview of Greek mythology. In this account, King Lycaon is a descendant of Zeus, who along with his 50 sons is known throughout Greece for his arrogance and impiety. One day, Zeus decides to test them for their impiety and pays a visit to their home in the guise of a simple labourer. Lycaon and his sons receive him and invite him to share their hospitality. Lycaon's oldest son, Menelaus, then instigates his brother to slaughter a local child, which they mix with the entrails from animal sacrifices and serve Zeus. Zeus is rightly disgusted by this, and he responds by overturning the table and striking Lycaon and all of his sons except for the youngest of them with thunderbolts. I believe that there is a goddess who intervenes to save the youngest son, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Where the wolf part of this tale comes in is in variants of this account given by other authors. The first version I have comes from Pausanias, who in his description of Greece wrote that Lycaon was the founder of the city of Lycosura on Mount Lycaeus, that he founded the Lycaean Games, and they also attached the name Lycaeus to that of Zeus. As Lycaon can effectively be understood to mean the wolf by some readings, to a modern ear you could describe this chain of events as King Wolf founding Wolf City on Wolf Mountain to found the Wolf Games in order to win the favour of Wolf Zeus.
Wolves all the way down.
Yes. Pausanias describes Lycaon as being far more ignorant of religious matters than his claimed contemporary King Curetes, Curetes, Curetes of Athens, who would mark sacrifices to Zeus by burning a type of cake known as a pelanoi, which would be made from the first fruits of the harvest. Instead, Lycaon marked his sacrifice to Lycaean Zeus by killing a baby and pouring its blood over the altar. So some fairly significant theological divergence between those two positions.
My
There is a big difference between fruitcake and a baby.
Yeah, maybe somewhere in between, I would suggest. Maybe a fruitcake shaped like a baby. For doing this, he was immediately transformed into a wolf by Zeus.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. So to again paraphrase a line from a friend of the podcast and General Blue Sky Menace Mel, who actually stole this line from originally, probably know her best from Blue Sky and a lot of posting. Oh God, a lot of posting. Unbelievably, King Wolf, who founded Wolf City on Wolf Mountain to found the Wolf Games in order to win the favor of Wolf Zeus, ended up being turned into a wolf. Oh yeah, I have a little note here about the etymology of Lykios versus Lykaeos. Modern etymologists kind of dispute, as I said before, the idea that there's any connection between those two words. According to Richard Gordon's excellent article, Good to Think, Wolves and Wolfmen in the Greco-Roman World, which is in the book Werewolf Histories, this is not something that the ancient Greeks themselves would have agreed on. But there is also like a trend of like pseudo-etymologies in a lot of ancient cultures where they kind of tie things together because they sound similar. The ancient Greeks thought that they were very much connected. Hey folks, it's Charles here. Just to correct something I said here, I got the word slightly wrong. So the word Lykos actually means wolf, not Lykios. And the word Lykios refers to a Lycian or someone who is born in Lycia, rather than being an exact name for a region. Everything else I said, though, is still broadly accurate. There are also several other alternative versions of this account. The most well-known is the variant contained in the Roman author Ovid's Metamorphoses, which resembles that of Pseudo-Apollodorus's, basically with the wolf details added in. Here, Zeus, or I believe it's Jove or Jupiter, he's named depending on the translation, reveals himself as a god whilst visiting Lycaon, but the impious king scoffs at the idea and ridicules those who worship him. To test the idea, he originally tries to kill him in his sleep, and upon failing, he kills a Molossian hostage, I think that's another area within Greece, and cooks him up to serve to Zeus. And I shall take up Ovid's tale here. Quote, "And when this flesh was served to me on tables, I destroyed his dwelling and his worthless household gods."
Yeah.
These words are in the mouth of Jove. "With thunderbolts avenging. Terror-struck, he took to flight, and on the silent plains is howling in his vain attempts to speak. He raves and rages, and his greedy jaws, desiring their accustomed slaughter, turn against the sheep, still eager for their blood. His vesture separates in shaggy hair, his arms are changed to legs, and as a wolf, he has the same grey locks, the same hard face, the same bright eyes, the same ferocious look." In this version, Lycaon's actions are also the final straw for Zeus's condemnation of the men of bronze, and results in him sending the great deluge that we discussed in our episode on Pandora's Box. Other variants on this tale are also presented by authors such as Hyginus, Lycophron, and Aristophanes. Sorry.
Aristophanes.
Don't know why I have strung on that one.
The playwright.
Yeah. To summarize a few of their unique elements, in Hyginus's Fabulae, all of Lycaon's sons are also cursed to become wolves like him. Whereas in his other work, the Astronomica, the butchered victim is Arcas, the son of Zeus, or Jupiter in this case, and also of one of Lycaon's daughters, Callisto. So this would give even more of justification for Zeus's actions. In a surviving epitome of Aristophanes' Katasterismi, Arcas is then put back together by Zeus, and after a chain of events which includes his mother being turned into a bear and almost accidentally killed by him, he and her are both eventually placed in the stars where they shine to this day. In Lycophron's account, the man killed is instead his son Nyctimus, which means night, or at least is connected to night. I've seen some authors try and use this to argue that the actual, I think Richard Buxton does this, that this is an earliest connection between werewolves and night.
That's a bit of a leap.
It is a bit of a leap, I think. There are a couple of other stories that say that they do take place at night, though, but, you know. According to Daniel Ogden, there is also a fragment of Hesiod's Catalogue of Women that makes a brief reference to Lycaon's transgression, which would make it the oldest source for the idea that this myth was kicking around. For the life of me, though, I could not find an independent translation of it anywhere outside of it being briefly mentioned in his book. As for the festival that the myth that I just talked about inspired, the Lycaea supposedly involved a ritual that was rumoured to involve shapeshifting, and according to some sources, cannibalism. In his description of Greece, Pausanias claims that ever since the time of King Lycaon, a sacrifice has been performed at Mount Lycaon to Lycaean Zeus, might be Lycaean, and that it is said that a man is changed into a wolf.
Hey, Umber.
However, this change is not for life, as if the man is able to abstain from eating human flesh whilst in wolf form for 9 years, he will be restored to his original body. So that's the first element we have, the idea that someone could potentially be trans back and forth from a man to a wolf to a man again. Pausanias also includes details of the site of the altar for this ritual, which he claims to be a large earthen mound on the highest point of the mountain. Tragically for us, Pausanias then states that he did not inquire as to what the exact details of this rite involved, and that he, quote, let them be as they are and were from the beginning. So what he's basically just done there is rolled up and said, yo, check out this sick wolf, like sick cannibal wolf thing that's going on over there. I'm not going to tell you about it.
Some great travel writing there.
Yeah.
Really makes you want to go visit.
It's one of those things, though, where it might be a case of like it was so well known because there's loads of different versions of describing this. The rights may have just been so well known that no one thought to write them down.
Up there with the old dictionary that defined horses. Everyone knows what a horse is.
Yes. Who's the guy who liked to troll Aristotle, who Alexander the Great spoke to?
Diogenes.
Yeah, Diogenes. Was it
behold a man.
Yeah, behold a man. A man is like a non-feathered biped, so he showed up with a chicken he'd plucked, or something like
behold
that. Behold, a man. Pausanias also makes a very brief skeptical reference to this festival elsewhere that broadly matches this description, writing that, quote, as to the boxer by name Demarchus, an Arcadian of Parrhasia, I cannot believe, Farhasia it probably is, I cannot believe, except of course his Olympic victory, what romancers say about him, how he changed his shape into that of a wolf at the sacrifice of Lycaean Zeus, and how 9 years after he became a man again. So, a very brief aside in Book 8 of Plato's The Republic also largely confines this account, and adds in the element of cannibalism. Quote, it is not obviously when the Protector's acts begin to reproduce the legend that is told of the shrine of Lycaean Zeus in Arcadia. The story goes that he who tastes of the one bit of human entrails minced up with those of other victims is inevitably transformed into a wolf. Other sources for this legend also include Pliny's Natural History, Pliny the Elders, along with Polybius and Plato's dialogue Minos. All these largely cover the exact same material, so I've not gone into them here, but it was clearly a widely known tradition throughout Greece. So I think from this we can safely say that there was likely some form of transformation rite performed on Mount Lycaon in classical Greek times, even if the exact details have not survived. Whether or not they actually involve cannibalism as a result is uncertain. It's possible that this was the case, or for all we know, it may have been the product of speculation that naturally spread around due to the rites being potentially somewhat secretive in nature. One interesting interpretation of this ritual practiced by Richard Buxton kind of plays into the idea of the wolf as like the outsider or emblematic of the wilderness or separate from human society. He argues that it may have been some sort of initiation rite, where young men had to be separated from Arcadian society for a time in order to be considered adults. The problem with this idea, which he rightly notes, is that 9 years seems to be an awfully long time to spend in the wilderness, during which time society would have been deprived of these young men's prime period of their labour. An explanation he suggests is that this time may have been exaggerated for mythic reasons, and could in practice have been shorter, so you could potentially say maybe it was actually 9 days or something like that, but we've got no evidence either way.
That is another one that connects, I guess, back to the Choreos. If it's an initiation rite separating the young men from society for a time to live in the wild.
Could potentially.
So yeah, it's another one that could have been reconstructed from.
Interestingly, the supposed rite was also mentioned by a number of later Christian writers. These include the 4th century writer St. Augustine, who cites the early Roman author Marcus Terentius Varro, and the 7th century writer Isidore of Seville in his work The Etymologies. Both authors also mention it in connection with another account that we'll get into shortly. It's also apparently mentioned by the 12th century Byzantine author John, this is a nightmare, Tzetzes, spelled Tzetzes.
Whoa.
I'm not even going to try
Tzetzes, I think
that
it
one.
might be. I did run out of time, though, to go and find and verify the actual quote for that one today. I was writing until like literally 10 minutes before the episode, I think, as we might have said before. I want to mention these quickly, though, as to me it does indicate that some knowledge of these traditions continued into the later medieval period. I'm interested to find out if there's any continuity of them to be discussed in your section, Cassie. I don't know if there really is. It might just be these scattered mentions.
I don't think I really connect, my stuff really connects to any of it at all. I start with Norse, so...
Yeah, fair enough. It may be a kind of a lost thread there.
Yeah, I think so.
The next tale I want to cover is perhaps the earliest ancient Greek story that has been claimed to resemble the werewolf, appearing as it does in Homer's The Odyssey. During the course of Book 10 of the Odyssey, after having many of their comrades slain by the Laestrygonians, Odysseus and his crew arrive on the island of Aea? A-E-A-E-A. Aea.
Yeah, Aea.
Yeah. This is the home of the wicked nymph Circe, who is said to be the daughter of the sea. After a few days, Odysseus sends out a band of men led by Eurylochus to scout the island's woods. Deep in this forest, they find Circe's palace, and I will now quote from the relevant passage, again taken from the same source I did for the Iliad, the same translation. Deep in the wooded glens, they came to Circe's palace. Built of dressed stone on a cleared rise of land, mountain wolves and lions were roaming round the grounds. She'd bewitched them herself, she gave them magic drugs. But they wouldn't attack my men, they just came pouring up around them, fawning, swishing their long tails, eager as hounds that fawn around their master, coming home from a feast, who always brings back scraps to calm them down. So they came nuzzling around my men, lions, wolves with big powerful claws, and the men cringed in fear. Again, Daniel Ogden kind of rewrites that a little bit to they came walking around my men, kind of, I think, to like link the idea that they maybe were walking on 2 feet. I don't know how reasonable he is because he provides his own translations for these. I don't know how reasonable that is as a translation. It does tie into something else, another thread of this story, though, that I'm going to get into in a minute. Circe goes on to trick the men into entering her halls with her song, where they partake of a feast. Circe then waves her wand, at which point they are all turned into pigs. Eurylochus saw through the trap, however, and stayed behind, and he flees and informs Odysseus. Later, after Odysseus has thwarted Circe's attempt to do the same to him, won her to his side, and freed his comrades from the spell, Eurylochus cautions them against returning to her halls with the following lines. So I said, and they jumped to do my bidding. Only Eurylochus tried to hold my shipmates back. His mutinous outbursts aimed at one and all. Poor fools, where are we running now? Why are we tempting fate? Why stumble blindly down to Circe's halls? She'll turn us all into pigs or wolves or lions, made to guard that palace of hers, by force I tell you, just as the Cyclops trapped our comrades in his lair, with hot-headed Odysseus right beside them all. Thanks to this man's rashness, they died too. So it's clear from this text that the wolves and lions that were mentioned in the previous excerpt were originally humans that were transformed by Circe. I think we can say that. Daniel Ogden makes what I think is also quite a compelling argument that the behavior of these creatures towards the humans could then be interpreted not as the affectionate pawing that they originally reported, but as a desperate plea for help from Odysseus's men. It doesn't explicitly say that, but I think that's a fun reading of it. Or potentially a horrifying reading of it. There's also a thing like before this where Odysseus kills a deer as part of a hunt, and you could also possibly take the reading that that deer was a transformed human as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is the sort of thing that Greek authors would have. I think.
Interestingly, there are also some depictions of the scene in Greek pottery dating from the 6th century BCE, and in them the wolves and lions are often shown to have humanoid bodies and animal heads. As far as I'm aware, this could constitute the earliest depiction of the human-wolf hybrid figure that exists in world history. This same tale was also discussed by later authors in connection with the aforementioned Arcadian werewolfism, in quotes, including by the aforementioned Augustine and Isidore of Seville. Another famous story from this time that has been related to later werewolf tradition comes to us from section 61 of the comic novel The Satyricon by the 1st century CE author Petronius. In this section, a man named 𝒟𝑜 challenges Nicerus, who up until this point has remained silent at a feast, to tell a story of his adventures. Nicerus is delighted to be asked to give his story, even though he expects that he will be laughed at for it. He proceeds to tell a story of when he was a slave and fell in love with the wife of the local innkeeper, Melissa of Tarentum. He makes a point that he fell in love with her for her beautiful nature and generosity, not just because she happened to also be absolutely stunning. One day her husband died, and Niceros vowed to claim her. Niceros, sorry. He persuaded a soldier guest to come with him whilst his master was away, and the two of them set off on the road before dawn. The moon was shining so strong it felt like high noon, and as they were passing some roadside tombs, the other man went off to read the epitaphs. Now, I've seen some variant translations where they stop because the other man actually needs a piss. I think the one where they go off to read the epitaphs might be a bit of a Victorian, let's make this more acceptable for the kiddies.
Gone to inspect the plumbing.
Yes.
Gone to read the epitaphs for a moment.
That's a euphemism I'm going to reuse. Niceros, or I think it's Niceros, actually. Is it Niceros? Niceros.
I'm not sure because it'll be Latin, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So it changes the rules a bit from Greek, so I can't say.
Probably Niceros. Niceros amused himself by counting the graves for a while, then went to find what had happened to his friend. When he found him, he discovered that he had stripped himself and put all his clothes by the roadside. The man then urinated in a ring around his clothes, and then to Niceros' shock, suddenly turned into a wolf, gave a great howl, and ran off into the woods. In a blind terror, Niceros went to pick up his friend's clothes, only to find that they had turned to stone. He then fled all the way to Melissa's house, drawing his sword on the shadows as he went. When he arrived, Melissa was surprised at him being out so late, and told him that if he'd only arrived earlier, he might have helped them. Apparently, a wolf had got into their house and killed some of their sheep, before a slave managed to strike him in the neck with a spear. On his way back, Niceros found that the man's clothes had now vanished, replaced only by a pool of blood. When he arrived home, he found the man restored to human form, but in bed with an injury to his neck that was being tended by a doctor. It was then that Niceros realized that the man was a versipellis, or skin changer, and he refused to ever after break bread with him again.
What the fuck?
I hadn't realized this as I was writing the script, but this actually does make a point that the moon was like really prominent and large in the sky. I don't think it's supposed to be connected, but it's just a fun little coincidence.
Yeah.
Another famous tale of this period that has been linked to later werewolf traditions is the story of the hero of Temessa. There are several different versions of this tale that we know about, but the one that's most frequently cited is the version that is again to be found in Pausanias's description of Greece. Pausanias. I'm really bad with these names. I just keep saying different variants over and over again.
If you say enough variants, one of them will be right.
Just copy and paste that one over all the other ones. Just crop it in really artlessly. According to his text, during the course of the Odyssey, Odysseus landed in several cities in Italy and Sicily, and once put in at the Greek settlement of Temessa. According to a very basic Wikipedia search, the location of the city is now lost, but apparently it was near the city of Terina on the big toe of Sicily. Whilst they were staying in the city, one of Odysseus's men got drunk and raped a local woman, who Temessa's inhabitants then stoned to death. Odysseus cared nothing for this loss, and after he had sailed away, the ghost of the man continued to attack and kill the local people. The inhabitants of Temessa then resolved to flee Italy, but the Pythian priestess forbade them to leave. Instead, she convinced them to give the ghost his own sanctuary and temple to placate him, and to deliver to him as his wife each year the city's fairest maiden. This appeared to work, and for a time they did not suffer from his terrors. As the temple was being constructed, however, a famed boxer named Euphemus happened to arrive in town.
Euphemus?
This man was a multiple-time Olympic champion. When he heard of
Do you think his name is a euphemism?
the unusual way this ghost was being placated, he decided to go and see the temple himself. On arriving there, he felt a strong desire to go inside, and upon seeing the girl who had been promised for the ghost, he felt a great sense of pity towards her. The girl swore to marry him if he would save her from the ghost, and he put on his armor and waited for the ghost to assail him as it had the other townsfolk. When the fight came, he completely trounced the ghost, driving it out of the land, and it disappeared into the depths of the ocean. Where the werewolf aspect of the story comes in is in the succeeding paragraph, where Pausanias describes an image he saw that apparently was supposed to depict the expulsion of the ghost, which he claims was a copy of an ancient original. He describes the ghost as a creature, quote, horribly black in colour, exceedingly dreadful in appearance, and as having a wolf's skin thrown about him as a garment. And for the sake of completeness, Herodotus also makes a brief reference to similar practices of transformation among the 𝒟𝓚, who were a group that most scholars now believe lived north of Scythia in areas of northwestern Ukraine and southern Belarus, which is kind of an unusual area to hear discussed by the Greeks. I wouldn't actually realize there was anything like talking about that area, although, as we'll see in a second, understanding of what was going on there seems to have been quite murky, to put it politely. Archaeologically, this group has been identified with a culture known as the Milograd culture, and despite me having a look around online, I could find basically no information about them that's actually been published in English. So that's a bit of a puzzling one to me. I might look into that in my own time. In the relevant passage, Herodotus states that, quote, the 𝒟𝓚 share the customs of Scythia. After a long break in which he discusses them being evicted from their country in the past by swarms of snakes, he then continues by saying, it appears that these people practice magic, for there is a story current amongst the Scythians and the Greeks in Scythia that once a year every 𝒟𝓚ian turns into a wolf for a few days.
Could you imagine just being like, entering a tribe and being like, ah, it appears these people practice magic. Like, what a way of phrasing that.
And then turns back into a man again. I do not believe this tale, but all the same, they tell it, and even swear to the truth of it. And in an additional fun fact, in the surrounding lands, he also gives descriptions of races of goat-footed men, men that were entirely bald, one-eyed men, cannibals, and griffins.
Those weird supernatural men that were entirely bald.
Yes. Yeah, if you see one of them, you've been visited by something peculiar, you have.
Matt Lucas.
Well, yeah. But, moving on from these tales, there is one big development in this time period that would come to affect the later werewolf legend, and that is in the first appearances of the term lycanthropy in the form of the word lycanthropos. According to Daniel Ogden, at the time this term specifically seems to have meant a medical condition rather than any physical transformation. According to the 2nd century CE writings of Marcellus of Side, or Side, which are mostly lost but preserved in later authors' writings, men afflicted by lycanthropy were marked by dry eyes, a listless gaze, a dry tongue, and an inability to put on weight or to produce tears. The sufferers of this disease were said to go out at night in the month of February to hang around tombs and graves. This is probably like the only real obvious association with...
That's just insomnia. That's straight up just insomnia. They would just... What? That's dry eye. That's insomnia. What the fuck? They didn't know science back then, James. Yeah, but that's crazy. They're like, this person can't sleep at night and has dry eyes. Gotta be a lycanthropy. They got lycanthropy. That's crazy. What? This man's a wolf.
Like wolves or dogs from the period, and that there's some claims that wolves were like supposed to hang around tombs and dogs. These individuals were further recognizable by the appearance of wounds on their shins, as they were continuously falling down or being bitten by dogs. Marcellus attributed their condition to melancholy.
Why is this person calling me out? Dog's nipping at my heels all the goddamn time. Must be the wolves. Yeah, must be the wolves. It's the moon. The stars. They're all wrong. To be fair, insomnia is devil magic. Real.
Melancholia, which was a condition thought to be then related to the then popular four humours theory of medicine. This
the four
temperament was said to
humours.
be caused by an excess of the humour of black bile, which was said to cause such symptoms as fear, despondency, insomnia, loss of appetite, irritability, and agitation. As we're going to discuss, though, in later periods, this would become equated to a type of delusion where a person thought they were becoming a wolf. In this guise, lycanthropy would continue to be considered a treatable medical problem all the way up until the earlier 20th century. That's kind of one of the actual continuous threads that we can point to throughout like Western European traditions. We'll discuss its treatment more in part 2, however, as well as historical illnesses that could be paralleled in some way to folkloric and later trial accounts of werewolves. The one element that I also want to say is I'm not sure where the word lycanthropy, like wolf part of the word, actually comes from. Like, none of the sources that I actually could find gave a good explanation of that. Maybe it's on one of those false etymologies again. To conclude this section, I also want to give an honourable mention to two tales that I haven't had the time to go into today, as this episode is already going to be really long. These are the legend of Aristomenes and Philostratus's dog demon of Ephesus, which are both claimed to contain werewolf-like elements, and you're free to check them out if you like. Just want to keep them for completeness' sake. I personally see these tales, I think, from how we've outlined them here, as simply part of a wider body of folklore from this time associated with shapeshifters and wolves in general, rather than being any sort of coherent tradition of werewolves. And in order for us to kind of try and jump forward and try and track elements that probably made it more into the modern idea of the werewolf, hopefully, or at least the medieval idea of the werewolf and the early modern idea of the werewolf, I'm going to hand over to you, Cassie, to discuss the evidence for belief in werewolves throughout the medieval period.
Thank you, Charles. Yes, having seen now the earliest written origins of werewolfism, we're going to head north from the lands of the Greeks and the Romans to see origins of other types of wolfmen across Europe. So to begin with, I'm going to bring you to the lands of the Vikings. The Viking sagas contain a few descriptions of wolf-type shapeshifters, as well as an example of bestial warriors which contributed to reconstructing the Proto-Indo-European wolfman.
As well as fucking Loki, who decided to do whatever the fuck he wanted. The man, he had no boundaries.
I discussed earlier on. The written versions of the sagas, which were composed in Iceland around the 13th century after the Christianization of Scandinavia, tell of the Norse gods and of the heroes descended from them, who were the ancestors of the Vikings, who went on to raid and conquer much of Britain and Northern Europe. The first saga, which I'll talk about, to contain references to wolf shapeshifters, is the Saga of the Volsungs, which is set in roughly the 5th century. This saga focuses on the great-grandson of Odin, the eponymous Volsung, and his descendants, particularly Sigmund, Signy, and Sigurd. It does have some basis, it's believed, in historical events from the 5th century, and much of the story is also found in the Middle High German epic, the Nibelungenlied, which originated from the same oral tales. There are two brief episodes of the Volsung saga which are relevant for today's episode, which depict the transformation into a wolf. One follows the perspective of the wolves themselves, and the other follows the victims of their attacks. This first wolf encounter is shortly after King Volsung is slain, and his 10 sons, including the hero Sigmund, are taken prisoner by his killer, King Siggeir. Signy, who is Volsung's daughter, and is also the wife of Siggeir, begs her husband to let her brothers be kept alive in stocks, believing that her prayers for their lives would be answered if she could convince the king to spare them for the time being. Her prayers, however, were not answered, for on the first night, when her brothers were in the stocks, a she-wolf appeared from the woods. Described as old and of great and evil aspect, she killed one of the brothers with a bite, ate his body, and disappeared. When Signe sent one of her men to check on the brothers, he reported this, and Signe despaired, for there was nothing that she could do to protect her brothers. For the next 8 nights, the she-wolf returned, killing and eating each of the brothers in turn, until only Sigmund remained. So, Signe sent her trusted man to Sigmund, bidding him to smear honey around Sigmund's face. When the she-wolf returned, she smelled the honey, and instead of eating him, she began to lick the honey from his face. When she did so, Sigmund bit her tongue and clamped down hard. The wolf, in pain, attempted to pull free, but Sigmund held on so tightly that even braced with all 4 feet against the stocks, she couldn't break loose. Finally, she pulled hard enough that her feet shattered the stocks, freeing Sigmund, who still did not let go of her tongue, and her tongue was ripped clean from her mouth, and she fled. The chapter then ends by saying that it was believed that the she-wolf was in fact King Siggeir's mother, who had transformed herself by, quote, troll's law and witchcraft. How this type of witchcraft might have been done, we see sometime later in the saga. By this time, Sigmund has unknowingly fathered a son with Signe. A witch had aided Signe into tricking King Siggeir into believing that she had produced an heir by casting a spell on the pair of them to shapeshift into each other. Signe then spent 3 nights with Sigmund in this guise, while the witch took her place with Siggeir. Signe fell pregnant with Sigmund's son.
Why do they all have the same name? What the fuck?
And named him 𝒟𝒻𝓿, raising him as Siggeir's son before sending him to Sigmund when he was 10 years old. Nice alliteration, I've written that. Sigmund agreed to train 𝒟𝒻𝓿 and toughen him up with manly deeds so that he may grow into a warrior who could aid him in getting his revenge on King Siggeir. As part of this, the two went into the wilds to live as bandits and raiders, slaying men for their wealth. After some time of this, the two encountered a house in which 2 men were asleep, and hanging over them were a pair of wolf pelts. From these, Sigmund recognised them as skin changers, and knowing that if they wore these wolf pelts, they took on the wolf's forms for 10 days.
Just like in Ancient Magus Bride!
And would return to human form on the 10th day, they stole the wolf skins and donned them, taking on the form of a wolf. They understood the howling of wolves, they knew how to hunt as wolves, but they kept their own minds. For several days, they hunted together as wolves, slaying men and communicating by howling so that they could range off, and if one needed the other, they could howl and summon aid. However, 𝒟𝒻𝓿 was wounded when he refused to call on Sigmund's aid out of pride. Sigmund treated 𝒟𝒻𝓿's wounds with leaves and herbs that he learned from other animals, and when the 10th day came and they could return to their human forms, they burned the wolf skins, praying that no more harm may come from them.
It becomes a kind of a common thread in later tales, doesn't it? The idea that it's an item you can like physically bind yourself and it will transform you.
Yes, there is one of those from A Tale from Ireland, actually, that will come up later on.
Very common in the early modern period.
Yeah. These instances, of course, don't have one of the main elements of modern werewolf belief that we know today, namely the idea of it being a curse and the transformation being involuntary, or the aspect of the shapeshifter losing their intelligence and reasoning when transformed. There is a detailed story of this type of curse in another saga, the saga of 𝒟𝒉 𝒟𝒃, which you might remember from our Beowulf episode. In this case, the transformation is into a bear, not a wolf. However, a wolf is still relevant to the curse. In this story, Prince Bjorn, who was the son of King Hring of the northern regions of Norway, had been left to manage his father's kingdom with the aid of his stepmother, Queen Hvit, while Hring was aboard raiding. Hvit was not well liked by the people, or by Bjorn, despite the fact that she was very kind to Bjorn. Bjorn was unhappy to be left to govern the kingdom with Hvit, and she tried to console him, saying it would be much pleasanter to work together than to have an old man like Hring giving them orders.
It's not my
however,
birthday!
was angry and struck her for insulting his father, telling her to leave. She responded by striking him back with a wolfskin glove and cursing him to become a rabid wild bear, eating nothing but his father's sheep and terrorizing the kingdom.
I wonder where the logic jump there was. We'll hit you with the wolf skin. Now you're a bear.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. I can't find anything that really explains it.
Yeah. If I was Bjorn, I'd be puzzled. Like,
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm what now?
Like, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be puzzled
She
if I was
what?
Bjorn because Bjorn means bear.
Yeah.
So it
Feliz
makes sense that they're going, oh, I'm a
cumpleaños.
bear now.
Thanks to the work.
It's not my
I've been out
birthday!
since 8 years old.
Yeah. But yeah, the connection to a wolfskin glove turning into bear is one I'm less clear of.
Yeah.
It also, I guess, might be a case of the character was named Bjorn because
that
he
might
turned
be it.
into a bear.
Either way, it gives us a great chance to nitpick.
Yeah, which is what we do on
Part
this
of the
show.
British national character.
The British national character.
So Bjorn, the bear man transformed by a wolf glove, went missing soon after this event. And at the same time, sheep began disappearing from nearby farms, more than a score of sheep disappearing at a time. And rumour spread around the kingdom of sightings of a large grey bear attacking them. Eventually, Bjorn's betrothed, Bera, saw this bear and recognised Bjorn's eyes. And yes, Bera is just an anagram of bear here. I think that one's less.
They didn't have thesauruses back then.
Yeah, I mean, also, again, bear wasn't the Norse word, so it's more a coincidence in this case, but I just silly to notice.
The story of Bear, the bear who married the bear, yeah.
Yeah. Bears all the way down,
Yes.
except for the cursed glove. Back on track. Bera followed the bear to a cave, and as night fell, she found that the bear turned back into the form of Bjorn. So she remained in the cave with him for quite some time, staying each night with him. He spent each day in the form of a bear, raiding farms and stealing sheep, before reverting to human form each night. However, eventually hunters would go on to track him down and slay him in bear form during the day. So Bjorn the Bear Man, who is not to be confused with Tolkien's character of a different spelling, was not the only Bjorn to be associated with shapeshifting, though he is the most fleshed out. A second Bjorn has a closer connection with wolves, though he was not a shapeshifter himself or a main character from what I can find. He's mentioned in the Holmveia saga, the saga of Hord Grimkelsen of the 10th century, a warrior of southwestern Iceland, and his travels to Norway and Jutland. Here we have a warrior who is named as Bjorn, son of Ulfhedin, the wolfskin coat, son of Ulfhammer II, the wolf-shaped, son of Ulf, the wolf, son of Ulfhammer I, also the wolf-shaped, who was known for his shape-shifting abilities.
Guy's named Wolf or the Wolf Down.
Until Bjorn the Bear.
Yeah.
Maybe there was some infidelity there.
Okay. All right. We hit 8 hours. It is time. It is time. If you guys want to listen to the rest of this, it is currently pinned in chat, but I will put it back again. We hit 8 hours. We are good to go. We're gonna raid out somewhere. But I got some good stuff done. I finished up writing in goals for you guys for the subathon. And I started messaging people for being included in games and the scheduling and so on. Because it's so short, I'm just sort of like making, because it's only a week, right? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's 8 days because I decided to do Friday to Friday. So we're doing Friday to Friday. And I have to unfortunately discount my Switch options, so I'm only doing Steam options unless I can get the capture card sooner rather than later. But yeah, right now it's just set up to be, we kick off on the 14th. We have a Tumblestone tournament on the 15th. And then 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, we're doing just fewer rewards and maybe some games. I might have some people on depending on if we hit those goals. If we hit those goals, I'll probably fill in those days with some of the events that are goals. And then I'll be putting up the goals rewards soon. Probably just need to make like visuals for them and stuff, I suppose. And then I'll make my calendar for you guys, and then it'll be good to go. Woohoo! Yippee! Yeah! But let me see. Is the Discord link still active? No, it is not. All right, let me update the Discord link really quick. And then I will need to update the subathon rules when we get there. Yeah. Excuse me. Hope you guys are excited for the subathon. You guys have been asking for another one. So hopefully this doesn't feel too soon. Hopefully it feels appropriate. Yippee, super excited. Yay! Alright, there you go. So if you guys haven't joined the Discord, join the Discord. We have good stuff in there. I post all of the relevant things. I ping everybody apparently too much. Oops, oh well. If you're a sub, I have a sub channel specifically for you where I post all of my what's that called? Where I post all of my full resolution art. So if you wanted copies of the stickers or anything like that that I have made for the Discord, I post all of that in the subs channel. If you guys are subscribed and don't have access to the channel, just show me your subscription and I will manually give you the thing. What if I'm a dom? That's crazy. That's crazy. Don't need those there. Nah, subs only. You can always ping me, Chase. Aw, thanks. Thanks, Guy Tech. We are... Let me see. Do I have anything else to say? Blah. Blah, 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 blah. I don't think so. Do I have anything else to say? I don't know. I'll put on the ending. Let's see, what did we get today? I'm awesome! Wow, thank you. Looking at somebody we can raid. Everybody's playing scary games. Oh, Kid Yuki 1 is playing Hollow Knight. Nebula is doing an outfit debut. Do you guys want debut or do you want do you guys want debut or do you guys want Hollow Knight? Debut or Hollow Knight? It's spooky season. Yeah, I always forget that it's spooky season, you know? Do you guys want outfit debut or do you guys want Hollow Knight? Which is about as scary as I will subject you guys to. What's scary about Hollow Knight? The human condition, that's what. Hey, Momo. Spooky, scary skeletons? like little bug skeletons? Ah, you guys want some spooky, scary bug skeletons? We can send you guys over to spooky, scary bug skeletons. Yes, we can. Is that what you want? Thank you for streaming. Thank you. This my shit. All girls say them like this. So we saw Kid Yuki perform at TwitchCon. He played the drums for several bands on the Copacabana area. So I would love to send my love over to Yuki. Yeah, just give Yuki all your love. Give Yuki all your love. Hell yeah. Send everybody over. He does anime drums, but also right now it seems he is playing Hollow Knight. I don't know how accurate that is, but we'll see. Everybody fired up. Alright. Yes, streamer, thank you. Send my love to Kid Yuki 1. Hell yeah, we love Yuki in this house. Alright, guys. I see you later. Good night, good night. Mwah, 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 mwah. Have a good evening. And I will be posting things about the subathon shortly. Good night, good night.